The Master of Poisons transforms Douluo. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Yin Yang Complementary Soul Core, the choice of the sixth soul ring. During this treatment of Wang Dongzhi, Huo Yuhao discovered that the reason why the other party encountered the problem of I can't tell the difference seemed to have little to do with Tang San. He subconsciously put the blame on the other party, the source of all evil, the pot of this world, Tang San. It is true that the stereotype is true, although Tang San did leave a backup plan in that false memory. Because of the loss of that ray of consciousness, the remaining divine power in Wang Dongzhi's body also fell into dormancy. If you think about it carefully, Shrek is not Tang San's back garden now. If he rashly triggers this backup plan, wouldn't he be alerting the enemy? Huo Yuhao believed that Tang San was not that stupid. It's a bit like friendly forces helping out, therefore, he could only regard this as a gift from fate and thank the mother of the plains wolf for her strong support. After making sure that Wang Dongzhi didn't need that half-true, half-false memory, Huo Yuhao asked Master Yi to back up a spiritual crystal that was simply used to store memories afterwards. He directly fed the power of the sea god obtained during this treatment to the dragon god Pearl, which was considered to be the best use of it. Yuhao, while thinking about Tang San, a clear and pleasant voice brought Huo Yuhao back to his senses. When I turned my head, I saw the girl with pink and blue hair wearing a white and blue waist-length skirt. At this moment, Wang Dongzhi finally finished her meal. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but joked, "Miss Wang Dong, you have just recovered from a serious illness, so don't eat so much. Your health is important. I don't eat as much as you do." Wang Dongzhi pursed her lips and retorted unhappily. After resolving the troubles that had been lingering in her mind, her appetite had indeed improved a lot. "But I digest and absorb well, so I won't gain weight. You are different, Huo." Yuhao pretended to sigh with regret, looked at the other person's belly, shook his head, and said, "You must be restrained, otherwise no one will want you in the future." Looking at the slightly bulging belly outline that can be seen even through the school uniform, if you were not in the cafeteria, it would be easy to let your imagination run wild. Wang Dongzhi blushed and explained hurriedly, "That's because the food in the inner courtyard cafeteria is so delicious. Not only can I choose it myself, but it's also free. I couldn't help but try more." As she spoke, she couldn't help but continue to complain, "This is much better than the treatment of the core disciples in the outer courtyard. The styles are only the same three. I am tired of eating them." Then, practice hard. When your soul power level reaches the fourth ring Soul Master, you may be able to apply for the inner courtyard exam in advance. I got it. While they were chatting, the two left the cafeteria. Before parting, Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Dongzhi, who was hesitant to speak, and asked, "Is there anything else?" "It's nothing." Wang Dongzhi kept mumbling and stammering while looking at Huo Yuhao calmly. Finally, she said seriously, "Yuhao, can you just call me Dongzhi from now on?" At this point, her face flushed as she hurriedly tried to make amends. "You see, we have a pretty good relationship. They won't use your surname when you call them Sister Xiao Tao, and they even call D Kid or Kidor, Dongzhi." Huo Yuhao murmured softly and said, "Okay, I will call you Dongzhi from now on." Hearing this, Wang Dongzhi couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth and smile. This was the first time Huo Yuhao called her real name like this. Normally, people either call her by her full name, Wang Dong, or Miss Wang Dong. Seeing the girl's love stirring, Huo Yuhao knew what she was thinking and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. I'm really a sinful man. Moreover, I did treat them differently." Huo Yuhao's attitude towards Wang Dongzhi is indeed somewhat different from that of others. In addition to the reason of not falling in love and guarding against Tang San, it was also because the first impression Wang Dongzhi left on him was still Wang Dong in male body. "You know, in the less than 2 years that I have known Wang Dongzhi, I appeared in the male body of Wang Dong for 1 year. Bro, you smell so good." However, Wang Dongzhi, who returned to school after regaining her original form, was obviously more shy than she was in the first grade. It makes people want to bully her. Yuhao, the prankster. Ahem. Although, after the intervention of Elder Yi and Huo Yuhao, there is no problem with the Wang Dongzhi's soul and memory at present. But wait until a month later, which was the holiday for the second grade. Huo Yuhao planned to accompany Wang Dongzhi to the Haoshan sect without Wang Kidor. The most likely thing Tang San can do now is to make some moves on Wang Dongzhi in order to prevent Tang San from doing anything desperate, and also to fish Huo Yuhao planned to play with Tang San. He was also looking forward to fighting Tang San again. Why? Are you back so late? At the dormitory door, Kidor carefully checked Huo Yuhao, who had finally appeared, and made sure there was no problem. Only then did she pat her chest and relax. It took some time to treat the patient. Huo Yuhao explained. Chua continued to ask with concern, then there were no accidents during the treatment? Like what happened to us last time? No, it went smoothly. Huo Yuhao knew that Gu Yuna must have said something to Kidor. With her god-level strength, she could definitely see the problems with Wang Danger, and maybe even feel the same power of the sea god. Okay, I won't do anything unless I'm sure, don't worry. Looking at Kidor, who was still somewhat worried and tightly holding his arm, Huo Yuhao felt somewhat relieved. In fact, relying on the concealing ability of the Eye of Destiny of the Spirit Eye Martial Soul, as long as he and Kidor did not go to the Sea God Island or the Haoshan sect and commit suicide under the eyes of the Sea God, there would basically be no possibility of being discovered unless Tang San can send his original body to the lower world. This is impossible to happen in a short period of time. Moreover, the treatment that Wang Danger had just received was also carried out in the undead demiplane for safety reasons. Very stable. That's good. After a pause, Kidor continued, however, you made me worry for nothing. I will punish you by making me grilled fish later. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao's eyelids twitched and he became suspicious. Is this the real reason why you are waiting for me here? Hey, you discovered all this. Kidor smiled generously and gave Huo Yuhao a look that said, you still understand me. The unlimited meals in the inner courtyard cafeteria can no longer satisfy you? Huo Yuhao sighed, but did not reject Kidor. He said, let's go. Let's relax before practicing. Yes. Kidor took Huo Yuhao's right hand as if he had noticed something. Huo Yuhao reluctantly asked. Together, Kidor obviously hadn't reacted yet. She was a little confused and subconsciously made a puzzled sound. What? Then, Gu Yuna appeared here and agreed. Okay, Kidor. So it's the master. You came at the right time. Just in time for the master to taste the grilled fish that Yuhao made so carefully. Such a delicacy is simply rare in the world. Gu Yuna was also quite curious about Huo Yuhao's skills. The last time she observed Huo Yuhao on Sea God Island, she was quite curious about the grilled fish that Huo Yuhao made. However, due to the situation when I first saw it, I was unable to go down and taste it properly. Now is a good opportunity. Afterwards, Huo Yuhao also called Zudi to join him. After all, since we are here, we should all be treated equally. About an hour later, the four of them returned to Huo Yuhao's dormitory together. It just so happened that Huo Yuhao was going to take this opportunity to solve the problem, the condensation of soul core. Huo Yuhao planned to condense the soul core after obtaining Ling Mao's 6th soul ring. Due to the recent evolution of his ice soul body martial spirit, his soul power has now begun to transform autonomously from liquid to solid. It can be said that it is already in a state between solid and liquid. After listening to Huo Yuhao's description of his own soul power, Zudi was surprised and asked, the prototype of the soul core? Kidor didn't feel it was powerful. While Gu Yuna looked a little solemn after thinking for a moment, Gu Yuna said, I think you need to condense your first soul core in advance. Huo Yuhao agreed, that's right. My soul power has been compressed to the point where it's about to solidify. I must start condensing my soul core as soon as possible. In fact, when the second martial soul evolved and condensed into 200,000-year-old Fire Dragon King Soul Ring, the soul power in Huo Yuhao's body had already become extremely viscous. It was also thanks to the fact that the second martial soul allowed Huo Yuhao to continuously break through his physical limits and possess a soul power capacity and quality far exceeding his peers, which prevented Huo Yuhao from having to condense his soul core immediately. Huo Yuhao is now carrying 900,000-year spirit rings. If an ordinary tidal Douluo comes here, his body will burst. His current soul power capacity and quality can be said to be the strongest in the history of Douluo continent. Below tidal Douluo, he is only a level 60 soul king, but he possesses solid soul power comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. The foundation is the best in 10,000 years. Even Huo Yuhao's soul power did not need to be compressed by himself, it automatically turned into a solid state. One can imagine how exaggerated its quality is. However, if one goes a step further and allows the soul power to completely solidify, it would be counterproductive. This is because the cultivation of solid soul power must rely on the soul core, otherwise the cultivation speed will be as slow as a turtle, and there will even be a risk of explosion. Zudi was also explaining to the auspicious beasts who were out of their minds, when a soul beast reaches the 100,000-year level or a soul master reaches the tidal Douluo level, The soul power will transform from liquid to solid. Only after the transformation of the soul power into a solid state can this bottleneck be broken. The soul core is the key to controlling the solid soul power. While introducing the necessity of condensing the soul core, Zhu Di was extremely shocked in his heart. It is unheard of to condense the first soul core during the Soul Emperor period. She wasn't really worried about Huo Yuhao after all. Since Gu Yuna has spoken, it will definitely be foolproof. It is also good to condense the soul core in advance, which can give Huo Yuhao more opportunities to trial and error, and to prepare in advance for the subsequent condensation of the yin-yang complementary soul core. With Huo Yuhao's powerful mental strength, physical fitness, and the advantage of twin martial souls, it would be a pity not to follow the path of yin and yang complementation. Generally speaking, the mark of an extreme Douluo is the condensation of the second soul core. There are two main ways to break through the second soul core: isotopic resonance and yin and yang complementation. Almost all soul masters choose the first method, isotopic resonance. Although compared to the yin-yang complementary dual soul core, the method of isotopic resonance is slightly inferior, and it cannot bring out the greatest advantage of twin martial souls. However, due to differences in physical fitness, human soul masters can only condense the second soul core through the method of isotopic resonance. Before Huo Yuhao appeared, the complementary nature of yin and yang could be said to be a method used by soul beasts. In order to condense the yin-yang complementary soul core, one needs strong physical fitness, and the necessary condition is to withstand the huge conflict between the two soul cores at the beginning. Of course, you can also use extremely strong mental power to coordinate the soul core and reduce conflicts. Emperor Yan and Evil Emperor are typical examples of using their physical fitness and mental strength respectively to condense the complementary yin and yang soul cores. The Snow Queen's failure to condense the second soul core of yin and yang complementation caused her own origin to be severely damaged, and she was unable to break through the bottleneck of 700,000 years. However, what Zhu Di and Gu Yuna didn't know was Huo Yuhao's ambition is even greater. He wants to follow the path of the yin-yang complementary three soul cores, but that's a story for another day. The most urgent task is to decide on the sixth soul ring first, and then condense the first soul core. In fact, not long after Huo Yuhao broke through to the 5-ring Soul King level, he was able to condense a soul core. The reason why the soul core was not condensed immediately: it is also considered that the stronger the level of mental power and soul power, the simpler the process of condensing the soul core will be, and the stability of the soul core can be better controlled. This is done not only to prevent the soul core from exploding out of control during the condensation process, but also mainly to make the starting point of the soul core higher one step at a time. One step at a time. The condensation of the soul core is not a one-time thing. When the soul core is successfully condensed, while the soul master is meditating and practicing, he will continue to absorb soul power and the energy of heaven and earth, allowing the soul core to continue to grow stronger. It was not until his soul power level reached level 98 and could not be further improved that he condensed his second soul core and broke through to level 99 extreme Douluo. A powerful soul core can not only allow Huo Yuhao to display more powerful strength in advance, but also save the time needed to nourish the soul core. It's a bit like an external soul bone. Although external soul bones can continue to evolve as the soul master's soul power level increases, an external soul bone that is 10,000 years old is much stronger than one that is 1,000 years old. This is also one of the reasons why Huo Yuhao does not plan to continue absorbing more external soul bones. After all, he already has 3 external soul bones on his body. It's like a person who has to develop his career and raise 3 children smoothly at the same time, which is already a bit beyond his ability among them. Huo Yuhao naturally gave the highest priority to upgrading the space-time demon eye because of various opportunities such as the gold of living beings and the fairy grass. The strength of the soul bone attached to the time and space demon eye has now reached the level of 100,000-year soul bone. This is also the reason why Huo Yuhao can carry such powerful mental power without absorbing the head soul bone. The wings of the evil god are only 80,000 years old and have not evolved much. The dark gold terror claw has only been around for 30,000 years, so it can be said to be free range. So, last time you asked me to go to the Lake of Life after my soul power level reached level 60. Was there a soul beast that was particularly suitable for me? Huo Yuhao looked at Gu Yuna now. He already has some vague ideas about the 6th soul ring. First of all, it has to be spiritual. Secondly, it would be best if it were at the 100,000-year level. Huo Yuhao actually hoped that Ling Mao's 6th soul ring could give him some auxiliary soul skills, such as purification and control release. After all, he now has too many ways of attacking, especially the time and space abilities brought by the second awakening of the spirit martial soul. It wouldn't matter if the starred out Great Forest didn't exist. It seems that in the original work, there appeared a son of the evil emperor, 100,000-year-old evil-eyed tyrant. If it really doesn't work, just use it as Iskuyuna nodded. In that case, let's go back to the Lake of Life, end of this chapter. Chapter 252 Chaos Body Upgrade Elixir, Khan recruits soldiers. 7 days later, on the outskirts of the Star Forest, several young boys and girls were walking along the lush forest path looking up at Zhang Lexun and Ma Ziaotao, who were walking in front of him. Wang Donzhi quietly approached Huo Yuhao and asked in a low voice, "Yuhao, why did you come with me this time?" "Ah, didn't I tell you? In fact, I have already broken through to level 60 and was planning to obtain the 6th spirit ring." Ho! Yuhao's voice suddenly became louder, sharing his joy. Zio, who asked you? Well, it was Wang Donzhi who asked. Huh? So fast? Wang Donzhi pursed her lips, somewhat incredulous. If I remember correctly, Huo Yuhao had only broken through to the 5th ring a few months ago. Is this open? Never closed it. Zio, who was standing by, smiled and patted Wang Donzhi's shoulder to comfort her, saying, "It's normal, right? With the help of the Shangling Pill, even I have reached level 40, not to mention Yuhao. Donzhi, you also know that the Shangling Pill is made from immortal grass, which is an immortal grass that can only be encountered by chance." After a pause, Zio continued seriously, "I heard that 10,000 years ago, the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils was able to take a magical herb with the help of sea god Tang Sen, which made them unique geniuses. I think we are not bad at all now." As he spoke, Zio waved his little fist. "You know, with our current soul power level, we are already far ahead of our normal peers." Ho! Yuhao curled his lips and said, "You mean to say that I'm abnormal?" "I didn't say that." Zio chuckled and continued, "Yuhao, with your talent, you are definitely qualified to become a god. If you ask me, even the former sea god in our era would pale in comparison to you." Listening to Zio's slander against the sea god, Wang Donzhi, the nominal daughter of the sea god, felt an inexplicable comfort. She glanced at Huo Yuhao inconspicuously and coughed twice in a serious manner. Stop being naughty, Zio. It was not easy for Yuhao to refine the Shangling Pill for us. Let's just keep our wealth quiet and don't show off. Indeed, Donzhi still understands what I mean. Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement. Woo, I know, Yuhao is the best. After thanking him, Zio continued, "I will keep my mouth shut from now on, I swear. I am loyal to the Spirit Pagoda. The sun and the moon can bear witness to this, the heaven and earth can bear witness to this." Zio, loyalty. "There's no need to do this," Huo Yuhao complained, listening to the conversation and jokes of the 3 people behind them. The leader Zhang Lexun and the other person also smiled knowingly. Recently, Huo Yuhao had indeed secretly done something big. Ascension Elixir. This brings us back to the last evolution of the Ice Soul Body Martial Spirit. Thanks to his evolved chaotic body, Huo Yuhao can now easily control extreme fire and extreme ice. Similarly, when the Chaos Body awakens a second time successfully, its innate abilities change. Mimesis. Evolved into evolution. With the addition of one Dao, the Chaos Body can continuously evolve itself through the absorbed soul rings, soul bones and blood power, and evolve corresponding attribute affinity and control. Huo Yuhao can still use his mimicry to derive different martial spirits, or differentiate his mimicry true form to assist in battle. However, this weakens his original body, and his combat power is actually inferior to that of a pure Chaos Body, because Huo Yuhao in the normal state of the Chaos Body was the state of using the previous fusion of the mimicry true form. And only in the state of the Chaos Body could Huo Yuhao exert the maximum power of spirit skills of different attributes without restrictions. Added a second ability, control. Endows Huo Yuhao with absolute control and relative resistance to existing elements. He can fuse multiple elements under his control and briefly release a chaotic force that has both the characteristics of creation and destruction. Added a third ability, chaos. The Chaos Body is extremely strong, and can increase its physical strength without limit, possessing complete control over its body. It can digest and absorb all energy, turning it into its own essence, and constantly strengthening itself. The Northern Ice Soul Realm evolved into the Chaos Realm. Within the range of the domain, Huo Yuhao's attributes are enhanced by 30%, and the enemy's attributes are weakened by 30%. The power of all his soul skills is increased, and the power of all the enemy's soul skills is reduced. The fourth soul ring of the chaotic body, the 200,000-year-old fire dragon king, brings 2 soul skills. Yan Emperor's Dharma body. The Yan Emperor's Dharma body can be constructed outside the body. The more soul power consumed, the larger the size of the constructed Yan Emperor's Dharma body, and the stronger the power. Fire of creation can melt everything. The Yan Emperor's Dharma body is a soul skill that has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and is particularly suitable for dealing with large enemies. The fire of creation has many uses. Huo Yuhao started studying it immediately after returning to Shrek. The Shangling pill was his first attempt to transform himself into an alchemist through the fire of creation. It is a precious elixir that Huo Yuhao refined using the essence of fairy grass as the main material, and even added a little vitality of gold from living things into it. It can be said to be a Pro-Max Deluxe version of the combination of Zhuanshudan and Shenghendan. In particular, Huo Yuhao used different essences of immortal herbs for different soul masters, which can be said to be a pursuit of perfection. A soul master can only take the Shangling pill once in his life. It has the effect of cleansing the tendons and strengthening the marrow, can improve the body, warm the spirit, enhance potential, and strengthen the martial soul and blood. Moreover, the soul-boosting pill can also increase soul power. Generally speaking, for normal soul masters below level 50, it can at least increase soul power by 3 levels. For soul masters with ordinary talents, it can be said to be a way to defy fate and change one's destiny. And for soul masters with superior talents, it is also complementary and can even be said to be an opportunity for a potential dragon to rise to heaven. It can be said that among the 5 people present, Zio's effect of taking the Shangling pill was indeed the best. On the other hand, leaving aside the twin martial souls, Zio's martial soul quality was still some distance away from the top. The Shangling pill just makes up for this shortcoming, of course, for peerless geniuses like Huo Yuhao, D. Kidor and Zhu Di. The soul-boosting pill would not have much effect, especially for Huo Yuhao. It doesn't even have the effect of adding icing on the cake as for the 100,000-year-old immortal grass due to their personal physical conditions. There are only a few soul masters who can directly sign a soul contract with 100,000 years immortal grass. Not everyone has Kidor's physical fitness and strong mental strength comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Even with a sealing method like Xianmeng's to reduce the difficulty, and the active cooperation of the 100,000 years immortal grass, it is not so easy to achieve. The long-term soul contract has strict requirements on the level of spiritual power. Generally speaking, in this era when there is a lack of spiritual power cultivation techniques, in order to reach the bottom line of signing a 100,000-year soul contract, even by the standards of the top soul masters in Shrek's inner courtyard, one must be around level 70 or 80. Therefore, Huo Yuhao set his sights on the essence of the 100,000-year-old immortal grass. These essences were also the settlement fee that the immortal herbs promised to give him. Huo Yuhao did not exhaust all the resources at once, but instead took the path of sustainable development. People like Zhang Lexuan, Hongru Oro and Mazaya Ateo are capable of signing a contract directly with 100,000 years immortal grass. Huo Yuhao was not in a hurry to rush the issue. They were treated equally and were asked to take the Shangling pill first to lay a solid foundation. The signing of the soul will come slowly after all. Giving this gift requires timing and skill. There is still more than a year left for the exchange student's relationship with the Sun Moon Royal Academy, which is enough time for Huo Yuhao to complete the necessary operations. Moreover, immortal herbs have spirits and choose their masters. Not to mention immortal herbs of the 100,000-year level don't be fooled by their stupid looks. They were deceived by Huo Yuhao and even thought about leaving the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. In fact, the intelligence of the 100,000-year-old immortal grass is not low. The main reason was that Huo Yuhao was very powerful, and his soul skills were superior. He was able to empty the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire by half threatening and half inducing. Of course, the unofficial history of Tang San's death and the theory of captive immortal grass also played a certain role. However, this was also because the immortal herbs did not see Gu Yuna take action. If they were lucky enough to witness Gu Yuna's action when she was refining the dragon pill and almost overturned the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, they would only feel fortunate and would not think of coexisting and dying with the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Although he promised to find suitable hosts for the immortal herbs, everyone has selfish motives. And Huo Yuhao is no exception. Although he is not a villain who has committed many evil deeds and is full of lies, he is not a kind-hearted person who helps the world and donates generously. Don't let the rich water flow to outsiders' fields. Huo Yuhao naturally wanted to leave all the 100,000-year-old immortal grass to his own people. The immortal herbs naturally had no objection to this. Anyway, they were now eating, drinking, and sleeping well in the undead demi-plane. and had a big stupid bear to keep them company. Sometimes when they were bored, they could even fight the undead for fun. Moreover, Huo Yuhao would occasionally bring people into the demiplane to communicate, and even take away a few lucky fairy herbs from time to see the world and exchange feelings. This is much more comfortable than the unchanging yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. For this reason, the immortal herbs also learned that Tang San, who was previously mentioned as dead by Huo Yuhao, had already ascended to become a god. The immortal herbs were a little angry at first because Huo Yuhao had deceived them, but they soon forgave him and said that it didn't matter who is Tang San. Not familiar with him. In any case, it was true that Tang San didn't consider them as friends, and he hadn't even visited them once in such a long time. Now that the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire have disappeared, all past events have also disappeared with them. I feel like it would be better to go outside and deal with the undead. Besides, they now nominally belonged to Huo Yuhao and were registered immortal herbs, and had nothing to do with that person anymore in signing the soul contract because of the example of Kidor before them, and even the presence of such an attractive host as Huo Yuhao. The immortal herbs were still relatively reserved and even made some small requests at present. The only ones who are interested in each other are Mazaya Ateo and Siloja. Try to just wait for the right time to hold the soul ceremony immediately. Huo Yuhao was naturally generous when it came to his future woman. As for others, such as Tangya, Bebe and other close friends and relatives, they currently cannot access the magic grass, and can only get the spiritual elixir at most. For them, the spiritual elixir is free, but there is a saying that goes, free is the most expensive. It can also be considered as an alternative form of settlement fee. Of course, this is also the benefit that Huo Yuhao sought for his friends who joined the Spirit Pagoda very early and have always supported him. It can be said that after taking the Spirit Enhancing Pill, their talents and potentials have been greatly improved. However, winning people's hearts only goes so far. What happens next depends on their personal efforts. This was already considered as Huo Yuhao's kindness. After all, the Shangling Pill not only has precious materials, but also has to be refined by him personally. Even brothers have to settle accounts. Clearly we can't let Huo Yuhao drag the entire Spirit Pagoda forward by himself, right? That would be putting the cart before the horse. After following the team for a day, Huo Yuhao finally separated from them. He also has to go to the most dangerous place to find Gu Yuna, and his goal is different from that of the others this time. Their trip to the starred out Great Forest was mainly for Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao to find a suitable fourth soul ring, which would take about 7,000 or 8,000 years. Huo Yuhao's sixth soul ring requires at least 100,000 years to be completed, and is also limited to spiritual attributes, so it can be said to be extremely rare. It was also agreed upon beforehand. In fact, Gu Yuna also followed in secret in order to help Huo Yuhao find a suitable soul beast to perform the soul ritual as soon as possible. She went to the Lake of Life early. After a day, Gu Yuna would have enough time to choose a suitable soul beast on the road. When it was afternoon, Huo Yuhao arrived at the most dangerous place. Relying on the memory of the auspicious beast, he was not unfamiliar with this place. Huo Yuhao was a man of great skill and courage. Even when facing the suspicious looks from the soul beasts headed by Di Yan, his expression did not change at all. Emperor Yan was intimidating without even getting angry. It was you who kidnapped my little girl. The king of 10,000 demons remained calm. Why do I feel like I rejected it too early? Mr. Shang was indifferent. With such a thin body, you still need to practice. The Red King was drooling. What does the grilled fish that can conquer the auspicious beast taste like? Ziji was very interested. Is he Huo Yuhao? Very good. I do. Looking at the soul beasts present, Huo Yuhao had discovered that there were indeed very few soul beasts with spiritual attributes that were over 100,000 years old. Although this is a soul beast that has been screened by Gu Yuna, we can still get a glimpse of its true nature from it. Finally, Huo Yuhao's gaze fell on a woman with a hot body, straight and slender thighs, and a body dominated by dark purple. The Abyss Dragon King, Ziji. It's not that I'm attracted by her beauty. Instead, Huo Yuhao felt a familiar aura from her. It is somewhat similar to the third soul ring of his second martial soul. Ziji is a 200,000-year-old ferocious beast, and her attribute is yin water, which is a fusion of darkness and water. Ice and water have the same origin, and combined with darkness, it is actually quite suitable for Huo Yuhao's previous ice soul body. However, the past is the past. Although Huo Yuhao can now use other different attributes with the help of the Dragon God Pearl, he still needs to absorb spirit rings of different attributes to perfect his chaotic body. Ahem. Let's get back to the requirements for Ling Mao's sixth soul ring spiritual attributes. First, exclude the 10 fierce beasts. At this moment, Huo Yuhao's mind moved. His eyes penetrated the space and saw a huge eyeball floating in the air, emitting a mysterious deep blue light. Is this a demon? The top 10 fierce beasts ranked last, but they are the most mysterious among the fierce beasts. End of this chapter. Chapter 253, Let the Space-Time Demon I Be Great Again. Let me introduce you. This is Huo Yuhao. Gu Yuna walked forward, took the male guest's right hand, and spoke softly next. It's if you are the one ahem. Gu Yuna had already explained the matters needing attention related to the soul contract to all the soul beasts present yesterday. Signing a soul contract is entirely based on personal willingness. Gu Yuna did not force the soul beasts to give orders in her capacity as the leader of the soul beasts. Twisted melons are not sweet. Although Gu Yuna is the leader of the soul beasts, all the soul beasts present trust and respect her very much, but this attitude will not be reflected in Huo Yuhao after all. Huo Yuhao came from outside the starred out great forest and was a human spirit master. Having lived for so long, the 100,000-year spirit beasts who knew the bad nature of humans very well were bound to have some resistance. Moreover, the current version of the soul contract is an equal contract, which requires both parties to be willing. Forcing a soul contract will only lead to failure. The reason why most of the 100,000-year soul beasts, big and small, in the starred-out great forest gathered here today does not mean that all the soul beasts present are willing to make a soul contract with Huo Yuhao. In fact, most of the soul beasts came here today just to witness history, watch the signing process of the soul contract, and join in the fun. This was the first time that the starred-out great forest had held such an event, and we even got to meet the legendary master. It was truly something we hadn't seen before in our lifetime. Gu Yuna was also somewhat curious about the process of signing the soul contract, whether it was the Xianmeng Ice Silkworm soul that Huo Yuhao demonstrated to her last time, or Kidor's Earth Dragon Golden Guard soul last time. Gu Yuna had never actually seen how the soul ritual was performed. This is how such a unique job fair came about. There is one thing I want to emphasize again. This soul ceremony is actually a hard-won opportunity for you. After saying that, Gu Yuna gestured to Huo Yuhao and handed the next stage to him. Huo Yuhao's talent can be said to be the best in history. Once he reveals his potential and strength, there will definitely be a lot of soul beasts willing to volunteer to come to him. Understanding Gu Yuna's meaning, Huo Yuhao took a step forward and his spirit eyes martial spirit possessed him. 5 amazing spirit rings just appeared. Platinum, red, 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 red. Everyone was shocked. Huo Yuhao had not expected that the first time he would end the simulation and reveal his soul rings without any concealment would be in front of these soul beasts, but seeing the shock that could not be concealed on the faces of all the soul beasts present, he felt as refreshed as eating ice in the dog days of summer. It's installed. Good. However, it was just like the bold words that Huo Yuhao had said when he was persuading the Ice Emperor. Even without the help of the Ice Emperor, he can still crush the entire Douluo continent and will eventually surpass his limits and become a god. The situation is still the same now. What I need now is a soul beast with spiritual attributes. Although Huo Yuhao's tone was calm, it carried an irresistible arrogance, and the pressure of a title Douluo level was also revealed. Di Tian's pupils shrank. This boy is so terrifying! Exclamation mark. Looking at the undisguised platinum soul ring and sensing a familiar aura, it is certain that this is the million-year-old soul beast Ice Silkworm. Such an opportunity, such a talent. Is this genius? No. This is a demon. It is a person prepared by the gods. Level 60 at this age. Such a spirit ring configuration! Exclamation mark. There is also this title Douluo level aura. It took Huo Yuhao only a few years to catch up with the Soul Beast clan after tens of thousands of years of hard training. I'm afraid that in a few years, he will be able to achieve title Douluo and gradually surpass these outdated old guys in strength. Human beings are truly blessed beings, and you can say that there has probably never been a genius as brilliant as Huo Yuhao in human history. Even the generation that became gods 10,000 years ago were far inferior to him. In this era, if Huo Yuhao cannot become a god, who else is qualified? Di Tian finally understood why this kid was so valued by his master. For a time, Huo Yuhao's status in Di Tian's heart continued to rise. Looking at Huo Yuhao, who had kidnapped his own little cabbage, Di Tian suddenly found him much more pleasing to the eye. Good, good, a son-in-law of the Star Dao. Not bad. If the master had not taken action, Di Tian would have wanted to follow Huo Yuhao forever and escort him for his smooth growth. Similarly, the other soul beasts present at this moment also felt a surge of emotions in their hearts. If Gu Yuna hadn't been here, there would have been a commotion a long time ago. Beauty is only worthy of the strong. Ahem, such a genius, all he needs to do is to suck up to his superior soul beasts, I have to consider whether this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the cultivation of many soul beasts present has not reached a bottleneck, they are not like the Ice Emperor who is about to die and has no hope of breaking through, nor do they need to prolong their lives through souls. However, Huo Yuhao's temptation was too great if he had not limited the requirements to the spiritual attribute. The soul beasts of other attributes who came to watch the fun would probably have rushed over and competed for Huo Yuhao. There was a flash of intention in the eyes of the king of 10,000 demons. I do have spiritual attributes. But unfortunately, he clearly expressed his refusal. Yesterday's original form was the demon eye tree. He was once very weak. It was only after he was lucky enough to devour and absorb the fairy grass that he gradually grew stronger and became the strongest plant-type soul beast. After hundreds of thousands of years of hard work and forbearance, he finally had the status he has today and ruled over nearly one-third of the plant soul beasts in the starred-out Great Forest. As the uncrowned king of plant soul beasts, the king of 10,000 monsters gave up his current status, rights and freedom to serve as a soul for a human boy. Don't even think about it. You know, in the starred-out Great Forest, even Emperor Yuan has to give him some respect. But this idea was slightly shaken when he saw Huo Yuhao today. But then again, this human seems to smell like magic grass. And now as Huo Yuhao revealed his talent, the 10,000 Demon King regretted his decision even more and became extremely agitated. You should have said you were so awesome earlier. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the king of 10,000 demons finally did not swallow his pride and retract his statement from yesterday. ZG was even more excited. Originally possessing the blood of a pure dragon, she was completely convinced by Gu Yuna's every word and action. She could be said to be a real little fangirl. She was also the only ferocious beast that agreed to enter into a soul contract with Huo Yuhao yesterday. Unfortunately, I am not of spiritual attributes. Ziggy sighed. The golden hawksbill turtle was also extremely jealous. Originally, it was still worried about what kind of torture the experiment Gu Yuna mentioned would be, and it had been living in fear all this time. It was not until I was called to a meeting yesterday that I learned the details of the situation, and I finally felt relieved. Now it only hates itself for having no spiritual attributes. The golden hawksbill turtle could sense that Huo Yuhao was definitely a person with great luck and great opportunity. But he only regretted that he had the fate but no share. Turtle cries. Then, Gu Yuna struck while the iron was hot. You don't have to worry about your departure causing your race's status to plummet. I make a promise here. If any of you becomes Huo Yuhao's spirit, I will provide shelter for your race. Hearing this, some soul beasts that were still hesitating became eager to try with Gu Yuna's trustworthy guarantee. These 100,000-year-old soul beasts who care about their tribe no longer have to worry about anything and can freely pursue their love and their big shots. Next, under the hosting of Gu Yuna, one by one, the 100,000-year-old spiritual soul beasts that were rarely seen in normal days made their debut and lined up to introduce themselves. The dread demonic dragon king, the holy magic ape, the purple spirit wolf, the seven-colored deer. One soul beast after another introduced themselves. However, they were all only 100,000-year-old soul beasts. The most powerful of them was only the 190,000-year-old fearful demon dragon king, and the rest were around 150,000 years old. Think about it too. Even though there are hundreds of thousands of year soul beasts everywhere here, there are also many spiritual ones among them. It seems that Huo Yuhao has many choices for his sixth soul ring, but without Gu Yuna's help, it would not be so easy for Huo Yuhao to meet a suitable 100,000-year-old spirit beast. It would take a lot of time. You know, soul beasts with spiritual attributes are extremely rare, not to mention those that can reach a cultivation level of 100,000 years. It can be said to be extremely rare. Because strong mental strength often means weak physical fitness. When a soul beast faces a natural calamity that occurs once every 100,000 years, this shortcoming will be infinitely magnified. If a normal spiritual soul beast does not have any special abilities or talents, it would be considered lucky to survive a natural tribulation. This has led to polarization among spiritual soul beasts. Either they have far superior years of cultivation like the Sea Princess or the Evil Eye Tyrant, or they directly fall into heavenly calamity that lasts for 200,000 or even 100,000 years. It can be said that the spiritual soul beasts that can become ferocious beasts definitely have their own unique skills and should not be underestimated. Although there is only one letter difference between soul beasts and ferocious beasts, there is a world of difference between them. Just like ordinary title Douluo and super Douluo among humans, the gap between the two is huge. Similarly, the spiritual beasts are a bit like the situation of the spiritual super Douluo among human soul masters, rare, but extremely powerful. especially those spiritual soul masters who can cultivate to the ultimate Douluo level, although it is not as exaggerated as Hogwa in the original novel, but to a certain extent, it is rare to see him once in 100 years, and once seen, it will dominate the whole century. Although Huo Yuhao felt a little regretful that there was no ferocious beast-level spiritual soul beast delivered to his doorstep, it didn't matter anymore. People still have to rely on themselves. The exciting time has come. Facing the expectant gazes of the soul beasts, Huo Yuhao was thinking, I've decided it's you, 7 colors. Just when Huo Yuhao was about to make a decision, a space fluctuation was heard. The demon spirit in the space layer made a belated invitation, and me, Huo Yuhao? Okay, it's decided to be a demon spirit. Without any hesitation, Huo Yuhao made a prompt decision. If there is no evil, choose a helpful one. If there is evil, choose an evil one. Thank you all, seniors. My final choice is Senior Yaoling. At this moment, the reactions of the soul beasts are like, looking at the age, I would definitely choose the Dread Dragon King. And the controlled type soul skills with a fear effect can be said to be a powerful weapon. The 7-color deer is not bad either. She is good at assisting, increasing power, and purifying. It is well deserved that Yuhao chose her. Purple Spirit and Holy Magic Abe are not bad either, each with their own racial talents. Who the hell is that demon? Shocked. Among the 10 most ferocious beasts, the most mysterious one has taken action. Although the soul beasts that were not selected were very disappointed, they did not say anything. Even though the demon spirits have a very low presence in the world of human soul masters, their ferocious beast-level cultivation cannot be faked. And although no one knew why demons had hardly appeared in the starred-out Great Forest in the past 10,000 years, the 100,000-year-old spiritual soul beasts present had heard of this extremely low-key senior. When I was a child, demon spirits were well known among spiritual soul beasts, with the ferocious beasts joining in the fun. It can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack, and the result is no surprise at all. Of course, the prerequisite is that Huo Yuhao has the strength to withstand the soul contract of a ferocious beast level, and this is also no problem, which normal level 60 Soul King can bear 500,000-year soul rings. This fellow Yaoling finally took action. Tian's tone was also somewhat complicated. In fact, the race of demon spirits is called the Time and Space Demoni. They were not originally a native race of Douluo continent, but were foreign. Its attributes are mainly time and space, supplemented by spirit. However, after coming to Douluo continent, the abilities of the Demon Eye clan were restricted by rules, especially in terms of time and space. From then on, it became mainly spirit-based, with time and space as a supplement, and the time and space attributes needed to be slowly improved, restored. Through practice, it can be said to be a version of the Evil Eye Tyrant without the tentacles. This is also because the original attack capabilities of the Space-Time Demon Eye clan were all in the space-time attributes. After being weakened, this race basically has no frontal combat power. In particular, for the time and space demon eyes of a lower age, what they are best at is using space teleportation to escape. Therefore, they have been living in the strange space opened up by the Demon Eye clan, and very few time and space demon eyes come out to fool around and seek death. Yaoling, as the patriarch of the space-time demon eye clan, her cultivation is naturally the highest among the space-time demon eye clan. Now it has reached the level of 300,000 years. Among the 10 most ferocious beasts, he is not inferior to the Scarlet King. The reason why it is so low-key and even ranked at the end of the 10 most ferocious beasts is because of the heavenly tribulation. The demon spirit felt that it could not easily survive the 300,000-year heavenly tribulation, so it relied on its racial talent of time and space to delay the arrival of its own heavenly tribulation. In this way, the demon spirit can break through 300,000 years in advance, continue to practice, and wait until the time is right to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Yaoling, after all, I am just a spiritual soul beast, and I don't have the strong physical fitness of other soul beasts. Of course, there are gains and losses. The price of concealing the truth in this way is that the demons cannot appear in Douluo continent at will, and can only continue to practice in the cracks of space outside Douluo continent. Otherwise, the power of heavenly calamity will be triggered prematurely. This is also the reason why the demon spirit has completely disappeared in the past tens of thousands of years. Even Emperor Yan rarely sees her, and now, because of the appearance of Huo Yuhao, everything has turned around. Not only can he return to the long-lost Douluo continent, but he can also make the time and space demon eye clan great again. The demon spirit could sense that Huo Yuhao already had the time and space demon eye's external soul bone. Even whose spirit eye attributes were outrageous, with spiritual, time and space attributes. She decided to go all in. If we don't fight now, when will we wait? Seeing that the final winner had appeared, Huo Yuhao announced, the next step is the soul ceremony. If you have something important to do, you can leave first. If you are interested in the soul ceremony, you can stay and watch. None of the soul beasts present chose to leave. Come here. Moreover, they were very curious about the effect of this soul contract, and they had to see what it was all about. At the same time, Huo Yuhao relied on his powerful spatial control ability and mental power to communicate with the demon spirits in the spatial interlayer, and explained the matters that needed to be paid attention to in the next soul contract. After the explanation, the demon spirit asked, I have another question, Zio. Yuhao, do you have any requirements for the location of your soul bone? Do you want the head soul bone, or do you want to fuse and strengthen your external soul bone? External soul bone. After all, there is still the big gift package of the evil emperor. There's no need to worry about the skull. End of this chapter. Chapter 254. The sixth soul ring, condensing the soul core. Although the cultivation level of soul beasts is divided according to years, but this does not mean that a soul beast with a cultivation period of 100,000 years must have lived for 100,000 years, just like Cheyenne Meng. Although she is a million-year-old soul beast, even if you count the time when she was mostly sleeping, Cheyenne Meng has not really lived for a million years. This shows the value of the Wanzai Bing supplement. No wonder Bingdi has always been brooding over this. Generally speaking, soul beasts of low age can only act according to instincts before their cultivation reaches a certain level. In addition to hunting and devouring other soul beasts, they slowly increase their own years of cultivation through the accumulation of time. This situation is particularly common among soul beasts under 10,000 years old. As the soul beast's cultivation reaches 10,000 years, its intelligence will be greatly improved. The soul beast will gradually consciously practice self-cultivation, and will also more purposefully seek treasures that can enhance its own cultivation. Of course, the specific process of improving spiritual intelligence will vary depending on the type and attributes of the soul beast, especially for spiritual soul beasts. Because of the advantages of the spiritual system, these soul beasts are born with intelligence at an early age, and their IQs are much higher than other soul beasts of the same level of cultivation, giving them certain innate advantages in the process of independent cultivation. This may also be a compensation for physical weakness. Every pack and every drink has a certain number. Soul beasts with mainly spiritual attributes are naturally precocious, but their physical fitness is generally weaker than soul beasts of the same level. The same is true even for the dread dragon, a subspecies of earth dragon, as a dragon race that has always been proud of its physical fitness. The fear dragon is limited by its size and physical fitness. Its original combat strength is not strong, but it has evolved a famous strong controlled type mental attribute. Soul skill, fear. The time and space demon eye is even more extreme. Even though the demon spirit is now a 300,000-year-old ferocious beast, her physical fitness is even weaker than that of an ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beast. However, its huge tangible spiritual power makes up for this shortcoming, not to mention the racial talents that are transformed from the attributes of time and space. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao possessed the second spirit's original spirit, and his physical fitness was incomparably strong. Otherwise, if a spirit master came to sign a spirit contract with a demon spirit, even a spirit type titled Douluo would have exploded and died. Absorbing a 300,000-year spirit ring at level 60 is a unique feat in the continent today. Although the soul contract is a little more sophisticated than a simple soul ring, the 300,000-year soul ring is real. Not to mention the corresponding soul bone. Huo Yuhao broke the continental record again. Soul ritual in progress. This is different from the normal process of ring first and bone later. With the cooperation of the demon spirit, Huo Yuhao was absorbing the soul ring and fusing the external soul bone at the same time. Wrapped in the silver blue light, Huo Yuhao only felt a very comfortable breath blending into the two spiritual seas between his eyebrows. This energy is not simply soul power and mental power, but a perfect fusion of original power, soul power and mental power. Under the cover of the silver blue light, Huo Yuhao's two spiritual seas were rapidly expanding and sublimating. At the same time, the soul power in his body was constantly circulating. Bian Meng was ecstatic in his heart. It's not that she has a new future poker partner, but with the blessing of this 300,000-year-old spiritual soul bone, her original spiritual power can be further and more thoroughly integrated with Huo Yuhao later. Huo Yuhao can also replenish Cheyenne Meng's spiritual essence by absorbing rare treasures. In other words, there is already a feasible foundation for the realization of the seventh ring in a million years. The most important thing is, after absorbing the soul bone that embodies the original power of the demon spirit, It is only a natural process for Huo Yuhao to completely step into the realm of tangibility and substance. This is the state that Xianmeng has always dreamed of. Unexpectedly, Huo Yuhao actually reached the Soul Emperor stage directly, not a human being at all. Crossed out, whenever he thought back to the time when he kidnapped young Xiaohou, Tianmeng thought that was the best thing he had ever done in his life. Everything went smoothly and the next day came quickly. Huo Yuhao, who had just woken up, was listening to the demon spirit's explanation at this moment. The palm-sized demon spirit floating on Huo Yuhao's shoulder was also feeling strange about the performance of the soul technique. Xiao Yuhao, the spirit ring I gave you has 2 spirit skills. I carefully considered your request and specially formed it. You should also know the Evil Eye clan, right? The first spirit skill is similar to the racial talent of the Evil Eye, and its name is also called Mental Force Field, which is a powerful control ability. Any opponent whose mental power is weaker than yours will be suppressed by the mental force field. Depending on their cultivation and mental power, the suppressed person will experience different states such as dizziness, imprisonment, dullness, fatigue, decadence, and weakness. Huo Yuhao nodded. What about the other one? The other soul skill is the one that made me famous. Of course, even Ditian and the others know very little about it. I'll tell you in secret. This is a talent skill that I gained when I broke through 100,000 years of cultivation by combining my spirit, time and space attributes, and my own bloodline. This is also the reason why I was able to avoid the heavenly tribulation. I named it Floating Life Like a Dream. Life is like a dream? For a moment, Huo Yuhao's curiosity was aroused. Of course he knew that the demon spirit had delayed the catastrophe for 300,000 years before the contract was signed. When the demon spirit first appeared on Douluo continent, Huo Yuhao's Eye of Destiny, which could see but not hear, sense danger and avoid it, was activated at that time. He immediately gave the demon spirit of fate, invisibility, which made the constant warning palpitations in his mind dissipate. However, even if Huo Yuhao did not take action, with Gu Yuna here, it would not be a problem to provide short-term cover as long as the subsequent soul contract is successful. The demon will die in a physiological sense and the heavenly calamity will not come. It can be said that it has faked its own death and escaped. There are 2 ways to activate Floating Life Like a Dream. One is Floating Life. Use the spirit skill to anchor your state in advance. During the duration of the skill, no matter what kind of damage you suffer, or even death, you can recover to the anchored state. And the stronger your mental power is, the longer the anchoring will last. Of course, there is a cooldown. With your current cultivation level, it will take nearly a day to recover after using it once. Huo Yuhao was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes immediately lit up. Got it. Once a day as energy with no consumption. The other is Ruimen, which can only be activated once within a month. After it is activated, it will directly transform all unfavorable situations into illusions. Of course, it is mainly self-effective and can affect the outside world to a certain extent. For something like the heavenly tribulation that can have a continuous impact, with my 300,000 years of cultivation, I can only make it ineffective for a period of time. When the time is up, the heavenly tribulation will come again. Good. There is also an absolute reset once a month. The main point is that it is unreasonable. This is not invincible. It is worthy of being a noble 300,000-year-old beast. Once a month may seem like a long time, but Huo Yuhao said it didn't matter. Firstly, the opponent who can force him to use Ruimeng's ultimate move is not someone that anyone can encounter every day, so a month's cooldown period is nothing. Secondly, Fu Sheng Ruo Meng has 2 abilities. When Ruo Meng is on cooldown, Fu Sheng can still be released. Although Fu Sheng also has a 1-day cooldown, as his strength increases, Fu Sheng's cooldown time will continue to decrease. What's more, there is a mental force field. Huo Yuhao felt that this spiritual force field could be fully coordinated with his other spiritual fields to exert a multiplied effect. The 2 soul skills brought by this soul ring alone were already a huge improvement. Huo Yuhao secretly sighed in his heart. Although his spirit eye's martial soul has gone further and further on the path of supporting, but in terms of frontal combat power, there is also the chaos body. The division of labor is clear. The most important thing is that the more you use Fu Sheng Rumeng to cover up the heavenly tribulation, the more severe and powerful the subsequent thunder tribulation will be. After trying a few times, I dare not provoke it again. This is also the reason why I have to stay in the gap of time and space. It is so boring. Fortunately, you appeared and I was able to be free. Life is not easy, the demon sighed, and she continued to explain. Then there are 2 skills of the external soul bone. They are both passive skills. The effect of the first soul skill is the advanced version of the space-time demon I soul bone you absorbed before, the space-time blessing. It can not only further improve your spiritual power training speed and affinity with time and space, but also strengthen the ability of the spirit eye and stabilize your spiritual C, so that you are not restricted by the subsequent spiritual power improvement. The effect of the second soul skill, I call it spiritual protection. It can make you immune to all spiritual attacks launched by opponents whose spiritual strength is not as strong as yours. If you face a being with a higher spiritual strength than you, it can at least reduce the damage by half. I now understand why your space-time demon eye clan is being targeted by Douluo continent. After a brief silence, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It would be strange if such a unique talent was not weak. An evil emperor, how about I give this seat to you? The evil emperor, who only has spiritual attributes, expressed his extraordinary envy. That's not the case. Not every space-time demon eye is as strong as me. As the strongest of the demon eye clan, it's reasonable for me to be gifted with some talents, right? The demon spirit raised its big eyes with some pride and continued to explain. Moreover, these soul skills were not originally so powerful. The current effect is due to the bonus of your spirit eye's martial soul. You should know that the demon eye clan only had pure spiritual attributes at the beginning, and time and space were slowly cultivated through their own blood. You can't chew too much. Generally, my people will choose to specialize in one of the two attributes of time and space. The most common choice is space. There are very few who can cultivate time like me. Most of them even take the path of pure spiritual attributes. And your spirit eye martial soul can be said to have the attributes of time and space innately, and even the blessing of fate, which is really shocking. I can't help it. This is what happens when you have good talent. Huo Yuhao chuckled hearing this. The demon spirit also complained, I feel that, Huo Yuhao, your martial soul is already a completely god-level martial soul. Why is it still called Lingmao, an ordinary name? It's really strange. Hey, in fact, the spirit eye's martial soul has also evolved many times, but Huo Yuhao was too lazy to change his name, so he left it as it was. In fact, the reason why the Lingmao martial soul is so powerful is because of its unique advantage in its own martial soul, which has a powerful secondary awakening ability in Douluo continent. There are very few martial souls that possess the attributes of time and space. It can be said that they are all top-level martial souls, especially those with the attribute of time. Even Xiao Jingxun's time flies clock has that potential. The powerful control ability displayed by his strange time attribute soul skill is unique among all controlled type soul masters. However, he was limited by his own cultivation talent and the fact that soul beasts with time attributes were too rare, which affected his development. It's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Even Huo Yuhao has only encountered the dark demon evil god tiger and the time and space demon eye, two soul beasts related to time in terms of potential alone. Perhaps Huo Yuhao's current spiritual eyes are no worse than the god-level martial soul seraph 10,000 years ago. Even more than that. As for the chaotic body, Huo Yuhao felt it was even more outrageous relying on the chaotic body. His future is already smooth. As long as the resources can keep up, he can quickly reach the realm of divine body without any bottlenecks. He even felt that his current chaotic body could no longer be simply called a martial soul. After joking for a while, Huo Yuhao raised his hand and touched Yao Ling's eyes, then said seriously, "Welcome to join us, Yao Ling. Please give me more advice in the future, Huo Yuhao." The demon spirit was also floating and started rubbing the cheek. Can you remove the small print? Of course, Huo Yuhao. After witnessing the specific process of signing the soul contract, the soul beasts sighed and left one by one. This aroused the desire of many 100,000-year soul beasts to practice. Originally, there were many soul beasts that were lucky enough to enter the 100,000-year realm, but because they were unable to pass the 200,000-year chasm, they kept giving up their practice, fearing that one day they would suddenly reach their limit and die in a thunderstorm. After all, a 100,000-year soul beast is already a dominant force in a region, and will basically not face any threat from other soul beasts. It only needs to be careful of human soul masters now. With the emergence of the soul contract, they no longer have to worry. I have to say, the lake of life is so fragrant. Just by letting them stay in the lake of life for a short 1 or 2 days, their improvement is enormous. Moreover, Guiyuna also distributed a certain amount of lake water of life to these 100,000-year soul beasts that supported her. It was not until today that the soul beasts understood why ferocious beasts like Didion were able to possess such far-leading strength. It's definitely because of the help of Lake of Life. In order to obtain the qualification to reside permanently in the Lake of Life, the hard requirement is to be a ferocious beast of level 200,000. For a moment, the starred-out Great Forest also rolled up. However, Huo Yuhao, the instigator, did not take it seriously at this moment. He is condensing his soul core in the Lake of Life with Guiyuna guarding him. Huo Yuhao, who was enjoying the bonus of the Lake of Life alone, mainly used cheating. Sure enough, women will only affect his sword drawing, but rich women won't. In the original novel, Huo Yuhao was able to condense a soul core at the Soul Sage stage thanks to his mental power comparable to that of a titled Douluo and Dian Meng's full support. And now, although Huo Yuhao only has the soul power level of a soul emperor, but his mental power has already reached the tangible and material level. Taking into account the superposition of the double spiritual sea, it can be said that he is comparable to the extreme Douluo. Moreover, there are two powerful spiritual spirits, Xianmeng and Yaoling, who provide reference and help under such conditions. Condensing the soul core is a piece of cake. However, Huo Yuhao did not intend to condense a simple spiritual soul core. He was thinking about condensing the soul core of time and space. It's also a challenge for myself. After all, Huo Yuhao's current control over spatial power alone is no less than that of some super Douluo. End of this chapter. Chapter 255, Space-Time Soul Core, Refined. Generally speaking, the main attribute of the first soul core condensed by a titled Douluo is the attribute of his own martial soul. However, in the process of condensing the soul core, some spatial force will be incorporated to stabilize the soul core. Those who want to break through to the limit Douluo level later usually base themselves on the first soul core, and through the comprehension of the power of space and the use of isotopic resonance, they condense a second soul core with space attributes as the main attribute. The reason why it is a space attribute soul core, this is because the soul power of a titled Douluo has already solidified, and if one wants to continue to improve it, it will be much more difficult than when it was in liquid or gaseous form. The human body is unable to allow solid soul power to circulate within the body. Only with the help of mental power and soul core can the solid soul power be decomposed into extremely compressed particles and then controlled to operate to a certain extent. The training during the titled Douluo period is to expand the size of the soul core and increase the degree of compression of soul power. However, both methods have their limits. There is an upper limit to the size of a soul core. Moreover, the solid soul power in the soul core is already highly compressed, and it is difficult to further compress it to store more soul power. If you want to go further, you have to use the power of space. The stronger the ability to control space, the more soul power the soul core can naturally contain, and it can output more soul power and burst out more powerful combat power in the subsequent practice. Huo Yuhao actually has a huge advantage as a rare spiritual attribute soul master. The control over his own soul power is much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. As long as he can become a titled Douluo, he will almost certainly become a super Douluo. Not only that, is the owner of twin martial souls. As long as Huo Yuhao achieves dual soul cores at the same time when breaking through to the titled Douluo, he only needs to continuously improve the quality of his soul cores to easily break through to the limit Douluo. This is also the advice that Shrek is giving to Huo Yuhao now. Just take it slow and steady. However, they would never have imagined that Huo Yuhao, who was only at the Soul Emperor level, had the ability to directly condense a soul core. This is another unprecedented record. You know, when compressing soul power, the soul master's physical strength is extremely high. If the physical fitness is not good enough, the body will explode and die. But for Huo Yuhao, this is a piece of cake now. Condensing the soul core has more advantages than disadvantages. The speed at which the soul core absorbs the elemental energy of heaven and earth can be said to be several times the speed of meditation practice, which greatly increases his future practice speed. There are 3 places where humans can open their soul cores. They are the center of the eyebrows, chest and danshan, also called upper danshan, middle danshan and lower danshan. Among them, the lower danshan is the easiest place to condense the soul core, and the danshan above the eyebrows is the most difficult place to condense the soul core. Therefore, all the titled Douluo warriors on the Douluo continent today condense their soul cores in their lower danshan. In the original novel, Huo Yuhao, with the help of Dian Meng, condensed his soul core based on mental power in advance during the Soul Saint period. and finally housed it in the upper Danshan. This also paved the way for his subsequent development of the yin-yang complementary 3 soul cores. The same is true now in the future. Huo Yuhao will still need to condense the most difficult 3rd soul core at the peak of level 98, so the easiest lower Danshan will have to be saved for that time, and in order to prevent the 3rd soul core from conflicting with the 1st and 2nd soul cores, the first 2 soul cores must not be placed in the upper and lower Danshan respectively, otherwise it would be a foolish dream to open the 3rd soul core from the middle Danshan in the chest between the 2 soul cores that have formed the yin and yang complementation in the future. It is necessary to first break the original connection between the 2 soul cores before it can be feasible, but in this case, let alone condensing the 3rd soul core, it would be considered lucky if he could avoid exploding in this case. The best choice is naturally the 1st soul core in the center of the eyebrows, the 2nd soul core in the chest, and the 3rd soul core in the Danshan. This is also the approach taken by Huo Yuhao in the original novel, but Huo Yuhao came up with a better idea after combining his own specific situation with the records in Shrek's documents and the suggestions of Gu Yuna and Yao Ling. First, condense the soul core with time and space attributes in the middle Danshan in the chest. The soul core of spiritual attribute is saved for breaking through the title Douluo and then condensed to the upper Danshan between the eyebrows. Finally, when breaking through the limit Douluo, the soul core of chaos attribute is condensed to the lower Danshan. As long as he relies on the soul core with time and space attributes to maintain balance, the rest will not be too difficult for him this time. He had the innate advantage of the spirit eye's martial soul, coupled with the lake of life, a treasure land with abundant energy of heaven and earth, and the huge power of the origin of time and space brought by the demon spirit. After this soul contract, it can be said that the right time, right place and right people all come together must win. The soul core condensation begins soon. At this moment, there was a faint golden hue in Huo Yuhao's eyes. He first transformed all of his soul power into the time and space attributes of his spirit eyes. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, and under the control of his powerful mental power, the sticky soul power gradually increased, suspended, rotated, and compressed. It can be seen that there is a faint golden coating around the soul power, ensuring that the soul power does not dissipate. This control technique does not consume too much mental energy, but it requires extremely high levels of control over details. However, for Huo Yuhao, whose spiritual power has reached a tangible level, it is as easy as breathing. If any other soul emperor were to do the same thing, the liquid soul power would simply vaporize quickly and dissipate into the air. Under Huo Yuhao's control, the soul power gradually took shape, and a constantly rotating, nearly solid soul power vortex appeared. As soon as it appeared, it absorbed the energy of heaven and earth from the outside very quickly. As the terrifying Section 4 spread in the lake of life, it not only attracted the elemental energy of heaven and earth, but also absorbed Huo Yuhao's own soul power. Time passes minute by minute around the solid soul power. The distorted light patterns began to become more and more obvious under Huo Yuhao's control. The solid soul core was steadily and continuously growing, and the speed of the surging elemental energy of heaven and earth was also increasing. The prototype of the soul core has been formed. However, Huo Yuhao had no intention of stopping and continued to absorb the yuan energy of heaven and earth. If you want to pursue excitement, then go all the way. Now the enormous energy contained in the embryonic form of the soul core has caused faint spider-web-like space cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Normally, at this point, the soul core is halfway to success. All that's left is to let the soul core embryo absorb the power of space, stabilize it, and then integrate the soul core into the body, and it will be complete. But Huo Yuhao was not satisfied with this. He wants more. Yuhao, what are you going to do? In the Sea of Spirit, Tianmeng and Yao Ling, who were assisting, both showed shocked expressions. Even Bingdi, who was not on the right situation, realized that he was going to do something big. Of course I want them all. Huo Yuhao's eyes were extremely determined. Deep spatial cracks are growing stronger, and space is twisting and fluctuating. Huo Yuhao was multitasking as he controlled the embryonic form of his soul core to draw in the elemental force of heaven and earth from the outside world, absorbing the power of time and space from the space cracks. Similarly, he also continued to add the original power of time and space left by the demon spirit. What can be seen is that Huo Yuhao's area is surrounded by a ball of light that is a mixture of gold, black and blue. A bright light shone, and above his right hand, surrounding the rapidly rotating soul core, was a still space that seemed isolated from the rest of the world. A contrast between extreme movement and extreme stillness. Instead, it creates a harmonious picture. At the same time, the heaven and earth elemental force of the lake of life had already formed an almost tangible elemental force cloud, which continued to converge towards the big funnel of Huo Yuhao. With such a big commotion, Is he trying to reach the ultimate Douluo level? Even Gu Yuna couldn't help but sigh. This is really Huo Yuhao's style. Even if he can achieve the ultimate Douluo by taking steady steps, he will choose to take other routes with both risks and opportunities. Not only is his talent great, his character is also extremely terrifying. He doesn't look like a teenager of this age at all. Nearly 3 days had passed since Huo Yuhao condensed his soul core. In the original novel, with the help of Dian Meng, Huo Guo only condensed his soul core for a few hours, but it was already beyond his control and there was a risk of explosion if he was not careful. And now, relying on the control of this tangible and powerful mental force, Huo Yuhao has kept this soul core, which has been formed by absorbing the elemental force of heaven and earth and the force of time and space for nearly 3 days, extremely stable. In fact, this soul core prototype has already absorbed enough space power and has become a real and stable soul core. Huo Yuhao could absorb it into his body at any time. But he never stopped in pursuit of a stronger initial soul core. Sometimes, if you don't push yourself, you won't know where your limit is. Just like water in a sponge, if you squeeze it there will always be some. 3 whole days passed. Even someone as strong as Huo Yuhao now looked a little pale. If such a super soul core were to explode out of control, the entire dangerous land would probably be razed to the ground in an instant. However, Huo Yuhao relied on his extremely strong control ability and managed to keep it under control for nearly 3 days. Of course, the balancing force of time and space attributes also played a vital role during this period. Xian Meng and Yao Ling's help is also great. However, in Yao Ling's opinion, even with the assistance of her and Dian Meng, 2 highly skilled spiritual souls, this is an almost impossible task. Even before he began to condense his soul core, the demon spirit thought that it was quite outrageous for Huo Yuhao to be able to hold on for half a day. Don't forget, Huo Yuhao is just a soul emperor. The demons and spirits all deliberately gave a higher estimate. Even though it only took half a day, the soul core formed to that extent was already what she knew, the undisputed first and initial quality among all soul masters and soul beasts on the Douluo continent. I'm afraid that even Emperor Yuan and the evil emperor, who condensed the first soul core back then, could not compare with him until the demon spirit witnessed Huo Yuhao's amazing operation. She then realized that she had taken it for granted Huo Yuhao's only opponent is himself. In 3 days, the demon spirit was extremely jealous as he watched this super soul core with time and space attributes gradually take shape from nothing. Her first soul core also has the attributes of time and space, but even after being nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years, it cannot compare to this new soul core. It's a bit discouraging. Jealousy can tear people apart. It is so enviable. However, the demon changed his mind. Such a powerful soul master will be his future host. She soon became proud of it. Sure enough, soul beasts do not deceive. Soul beasts. What Dian Meng said about becoming a god by winning without doing anything was definitely not a joke. All of a sudden, the demon spirit felt a little sorry for having absorbed the essence of Xian Meng. Although Dian and the others had done it, no doubt the main reason why Huo Yuhao was able to improve the quality of his soul core so quickly was naturally because he took advantage of the huge advantage of the condensation process at this stage. Although the soul core is very unstable and dangerous, if it is not properly controlled it will explode directly, causing nuclear destruction and death. However, during this period, the soul core's efficiency in absorbing the elemental force of heaven and earth and the force of space is far beyond the reach of the soul core that is in a stable state. Afterwards find wealth in danger. As long as one can seize the opportunity to get started, he will be able to take advantage of the situation like Huo Yuhao did, allowing his soul core to be far ahead of other soul cores at the starting stage. Huo Yuhao, it was just luck. Of course, knowing is easier said than done. That is Huo Yuhao. If anyone else came, they would not be able to provide the soul power to maintain the condensation of the soul core, let alone tangible mental power. Moreover, there is the most critical affinity between time and space. The first hurdle alone is enough to stop almost all soul masters. Don't forget that the condensation of the soul core is also based on one's own soul power to absorb the external energy of heaven and earth. If any other title Douluo did this, they would have been sucked dry long ago. That is to say, Huo Yuhao possesses the mobile fountain Xian Nigum Bao Wanglian. As long as he is not drained dry all at once, he can do almost anything he wants without worrying about the output of soul power. For the vast majority of soul masters, unless there is a powerful extreme Douluo guarding them, doing this is tantamount to playing with fire and getting burned. You have to know that when a soul Douluo is striving to become a title Douluo, it is because his own soul power has become strong to a certain level that he has the ability to protect himself. But even so, There are still many examples of people who failed in their attempts to become titled Douluo and ended up getting seriously injured. Looking at the dark space cracks all around the soul core, Huo Yuhao felt that he had reached his limits. Such violent absorption of the elemental energy of heaven and earth and the power of time and space caused Huo Yuhao's mental energy consumption to increase dramatically. If he didn't have a powerful weapon like the Eye of Destiny, and his mental power had reached a tangible level, and he also possessed 2 spiritual Cs, he would have probably collapsed long ago. Huo Yuhao immediately controlled his soul core to stop absorbing the power of time and space, and the soul core that had been spinning rapidly stopped instantly. Then it completely collapsed under his control and became a black hole vortex. Just looking at it, it seemed to suck people's souls in. On the surface of the black hole, fine golden light patterns were rippling, gradually converging into a strange golden pupil. The time and space soul core is refined. After containing it in the middle dimension, Huo Yuhao could clearly sense that the soul core was continuously absorbing power from the surrounding space. The recovery speed of soul power and mental power has also been greatly improved, and the recovery speed can be said to be several times faster than before. Close the eyes of destiny. The high intensity of the mental stress made Huo Yuhao's mind dizzy, and he fainted before consciousness completely fell into darkness. He just felt like he fell into a warm embrace with Gu Yuna watching over him. He felt completely safe. This feeling is not bad. Achievement triggered. Achieve Gu Yuna's strange human achievement and receive the Persistence Gu as a reward. Persistence Gu, rank 7 Immortal Gu, humanity, can make the power of other immortal Gu or immortal way killing moves more sustainable. Evaluation. My eyes are as firm as a rock, and in my heart, only perseverance remains. Looking at Huo Yuhao sleeping peacefully in her arms, Gu Yuna was very puzzled. She didn't know who else could bring such pressure to the other party, making him seize the time to practice like this. After all, it is not as difficult for humans to become gods as it is for soul beasts. It can't be that the vision of those guys in the god realm is so poor, right? Or? Gu Yuna shook her head. This guy is both steady and crazy. These 2 extreme mentalities are fully reflected in him. The more he understood Huo Yuhao, the harder it was to see him clearly. The more he felt as if he was shrouded in a fog. But possible this was probably what attracted me to Huo Yuhao. End of this chapter. Chapter 256. God Tang San, you win this time. Early morning. A girl with long pink and blue hair arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. After a quick look around, Wang Dongjia sat down directly on the bench in the college, quietly waiting for the person who was to come for the appointment. Today is the day she and Huo Yuhao agreed to go to the Haoshan sect together. However, she hasn't seen Huo Yuhao since the last time she and Huo Yuhao went to the starred out Great Forest to obtain spirit rings, and they separated. Perhaps finding a suitable 6th soul ring does take some time. This is how Wang Dongjia comforted herself. But as the agreed date got closer, Huo Yuhao still didn't show up. Wang Dongjia also became uncontrollably anxious. There is worry about Huo Yuhao and confusion about the future. She even wondered if Yuhao was so busy getting the spirit ring that he forgot about this. After all, if everything goes well, as long as she follows Yuhao's instructions and shows the memory crystal to her elder and second fathers, everything will be fine. Wang Dongjia wasn't very clear. If it were in the past, perhaps she would have looked at it this optimistically, but now she is very afraid to see her elder and younger fathers again. What if they really are helping the evil? Facing the rising sun, Wang Dongjia sighed softly. Obviously, going home for the holidays is something to be happy about, but she just can't be happy at this moment. From then on, I got the truth from Huo Yuhao. Wang Dongjia then realized that she had been kept in the dark. The carefree days seemed to be far away from her. The truth about home, the truth about one's own identity. Although Huo Yuhao did not explain the whole story clearly, he told me not to worry about it and to leave everything to him. But Wang Dongjia, who had lost her support, couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Until now, she still feels a little unbelievable. Unexpectedly, the famous God Tang San from 10,000 years ago would actually be his father. But isn't her first martial spirit the light goddess Butterfly? It is clear from historical records that God Tang San was only devoted to one person and nominally had only one wife, Xiao Wu, who possessed the soft bone rabbit spirit and was the only companion who ascended to the god realm with him. Why didn't I inherit the martial spirit of the soft bone rabbit? Or is it that she is just the illegitimate daughter of the sea god and another woman? In this way, it seems that the sea god is doing something to his own soul. He shook his head and gradually withdrew his scattered thoughts. I don't know if Yuhao can get back in time. Actually, it's good that you didn't come. Just let yourself accept the judgment of fate alone. Thinking back to the last time I comforted myself and was healing in the plane of the dead, it was also the first time that Wang Dongjia saw Yuhao with that expression, anxiety mixed with fatigue all along. The impression Huo Yuhao left on her was that of a confident and steady man who was sure of victory, whether it was the time he saved himself from the human-faced demon spider, the unexpected explosion of the Death Messenger, or leading the team to win the Soul Master competition. It seemed that nothing could stump him with Huo Yuhao's abilities. He is indeed capable of doing so, but this time, he is facing the strongest fighter in Douluo continent. Extreme Douluo, and even the sea god hidden behind the scenes. Even if Wang Dongzhi believed in Huo Yuhao, but as a soul emperor, he cannot fake his soul power level. Even if Yuhao possesses the ultimate ice soul power, it is currently not comparable to the solid soul power of a soul core. The emergence of soul cores has resulted in a huge difference in the combat power between Soul Douluo and Tidal Douluo. After 2 years of study, Wang Dongzhi now knows very clearly how powerful the Tidal Douluo is. Not to mention, there is a huge and insurmountable gap between level 90 and level 99. While thinking about it, Wang Dongzhi suddenly heard familiar footsteps in her ears. He turned his head and saw Huo Yuhao walking towards him. "You're here?" Wang Dongzhi sighed. "Well, I'm here, Huo." Yuhao stepped forward quickly. "You're waiting for me here so early? You probably haven't had breakfast. Come on, eat." He took out the steaming breakfast from the flower bud goo and handed it over. Wang Dongzhi took it naturally. Facing the aroma, her appetite was aroused and she started eating immediately. Perhaps it was the delicious food that made her feel a little better. As Wang Dongzhi chewed, she sighed. "The food in the inner courtyard cafeteria tastes better. I must get into the inner courtyard as soon as possible. I made this with my own hands, Huo." Yuhao shook his head and continued, "I originally wanted to save it for the journey, but now it's a bargain for you. I didn't expect you, Yuhao, to have this skill." Wang Dongzhi also reacted belatedly, subconsciously restrained their movements a bit, and slowly tasted it. No wonder it tasted so good. She thought it was the effect of the filter left over from the last time she had dinner with Yuhao in the inner courtyard. However, this also strengthened her determination to enter the inner courtyard. It is said that the one who is near the water and the tower first gets the moon. Come in early and enjoy early. It's better not to stay in this outer courtyard. This is something I just started trying not long ago. Huo Yuhao sighed, as if recalling some unspeakable memories. Just like that, we ate and talked. Wait until you finish eating and then hand back the lunchbox. Looking at Huo Yuhao's calm expression, Wang Dongzhi said hesitantly, "How about we not go back to Haoshan sect? How about you teach me how to cook during this holiday? If you want to learn, you can always come to me for lessons." Huo Yuhao had actually seen through Wang Dongzhi's worries and continued to comfort her. "But you can't keep avoiding it like this. If you don't take this opportunity to solve the problem, the conflicts will only continue to accumulate and become more and more." What Huo Yuhao didn't say was that he had a certain premonition that this operation would most likely not involve a direct confrontation with the sea god. Moreover, before leaving, he also used the method of peeping into the Yungu to predict Wang Dongzhi's future. This trip to Haoshan sect is indeed the other party's best chance to break free from the cage of fate. Besides, maybe if they ask you to take me back with you this time, nothing will happen. Maybe it's just that your eldest and second fathers want to see which young talent kidnapped their little girl. Speaking of this, Huo Yuhao also smiled. Hearing this, Wang Dongzhi's pretty face turned red and her mind became a little blank, but she did not refute. She just lowered her head silently, and finally said hesitantly, "But, if their kindness to me is really just insincere, and they really want to harm me because of the disappearance of Tang Wutong's soul, what should I do?" It was clearly she who invited Huo Yuhao to go home together first, but when it really came to this, Wang Dongzhi really wanted to back out. She doesn't want Yuhao to get hurt because of her. There are also Big Daddy and Second Daddy. Wang Dongzhi really didn't know how to treat them. What if they also knew the truth and knew that they were treated like this deliberately because of the orders of the sea god? What should they do then? Now she can still escape from herself and comfort herself with the hope that as long as she doesn't go and doesn't expose herself, everything may be the same as usual. Dote on your elder and second dad's parents whom I have never met, or even better, never to see again. I can still stay with Yuhao as Wang Dongzhi. Once Huo Yuhao is brought back, this cruel truth will be uncovered and there's no going back at all. I'm here, Dongzhi. Huo Yuhao made a rare promise. If anyone wants to attack you, they have to step over my body first. After saying this, he seemed to feel something was strange. This line seems a little familiar. Wang Dongzhi's body trembled when she heard Huo Yuhao's words. Then she raised her head and asked seriously, "But it obviously has nothing to do with you. Why did you help me to this extent?" If I must say, it's probably because you're prettier." Huo Yuhao pondered for a moment and gave a plausible reason at this point. He stopped pretending and came clean. Things had developed to this point, and Huo Yuhao had to admit that he did have improper thoughts about Wang Dongzhi. In that aspect he is greedy for other people's bodies, honestly. Before I knew it, the strategy progress had reached this high. How can you not want a wife given to you for free? That can only mean that I am lowly, whether it is because of past grievances or to deal with Tang San. Wang Dongzhi cannot become Tang Wutong. Huo Yuhao, who was gradually taking control of his own destiny, naturally chose to eat the sugar coating and send the bullet back when faced with a sugar-coated bullet deliberately fired by Tang San perhaps as early as when he entered Shrek, lived in dormitory 108, and exposed Wang Dongzhi's true identity as a man. The gears of fate had begun to turn. Huo Yuhao, I have to say, Siege Tang San, you win this time. Wang Dongzhi's brain has crashed and is restarting. How could anyone speak so outrageously? Is this considered a confession, or maybe I am just overthinking it? It is just an ordinary classmate relationship, pure friendship. Which good person would make a promise to protect himself without any forethought? Question mark. Wang Dongzhi no longer knew how to respond. Although I also like Huo Yuhao very much. Thinking of this, my long-lost IQ suddenly took over. That's not right. Why are you still hesitating? Come on, Wang Dongzhi, isn't this the scene you have been looking forward to seeing? Although the timing seemed a bit wrong, Wang Dongzhi went straight for it. Now is not the time to be shy and hesitant. You know, Huo Yuhao is surrounded by many top beauties, and there are many who are as beautiful as him. It's finally your turn. If you don't take the initiative, you won't be able to drink the subsequent soup. Wang Dongzhi did not hesitate any longer. He threw himself into her arms, asked for a kiss, and did a series of small moves in one go. A tingling sensation came from her lips, and she felt a feeling she had never experienced before. Her face turned red and her mind became increasingly confused. Wang Dongzhi, as expected, Yuhao is very skilled. This active teasing technique made Wang Dongzhi's first kiss experience the best, leaving her wanting more, and even dispelled a lot of her original worries. Their eyes met and their breathing intertwined for a long time. The lips are divided. Wang Dongzhi lowered her head again, not daring to look Huo Yuhao in the face at this moment. Her cheeks were flushed. After calming down, Wang Dongzhi said slowly, then I can only ask this big pervert to accompany me to Haoshan sect, the third floor of Haoshan Castle. In the dining room where Niuyan and Titan usually drink and brag, Titan was walking back and forth, and from time to time he looked up at Niuyan, who was sitting in his seat silently, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After going back and forth like this for several times, he finally lost his patience and asked, brother, please say something. How should we deal with that kid named Huo Yuhao? Should we proceed with our plan? Niu Tian glanced at his restless second brother calmly and said, don't make any noise, I'm thinking. Not long ago, the Wang Dongzhi they had been thinking about finally came back. Seeing that Xiaodong's body was indeed fine as Tang San said, the two finally felt relieved. However, when the two reacted and saw Wang Dongzhi and Huo Yuhao holding hands and communicating intimately, they realized that something was wrong. It's so spicy. The cabbages in my garden were really eaten by wild boars. It would be fine if Huo Yuhao was an excellent partner. After all, he is most likely the future successor of Poseidon, so it's good to have a close relationship. In this way, Xiaodong and he will be able to ascend to the divine realm in the future without having to worry about bringing others to the divine realm. However, not long ago, through the spies of the Haoshan sect, Niuyan and Titan found out that Huo Yuhao obviously had unusually close relationships with many women. This guy is not devoted to one person. What a scumbag. There are at least a dozen women who have ambiguous relationships with him. It seems to be related to Shrek's ultimate martial spirit inheritance plan. Titan and Niuyan understood this, but she had also made up her mind that she would never just watch Xiaodong being harmed by that scumbag. Therefore, the mission assigned by the sea god has been forgotten by them. Assessments and such are not important. The important thing is that they must not send the sheep into the tiger's mouth. If you, Tang San, want to choose an heir, then do as you please, but we won't agree to giving away our daughter. Therefore, Niuyan and Titan planned to pretend to obey and break up the couple. Planning to let Xiaodong see the true face of Huo Yuhao, we must make Wang Dongzhi give up, just strangle Xiaodong's meaningless crush to death. Until Niuyan and Titan saw the two people hugging each other intimately. The sky is falling. How come the progress is so fast? It was obvious that a year ago, it was Xiaodong who was in unrequited love with Huo Yuhao, and Huo Yuhao had no interest in her at all, and even took the initiative to move out of the freshman dormitory. Even in the recent intelligence, there was no indication that Xiaodong and Huo Yuhao had any further inclinations. What the hell is going on? Niudian and Titan almost fainted from anger in this case. The two changed their plans. He planned to teach Huo Yuhao a lesson and make him give up when faced with difficulties. Execute the Poseidon plan. The first to take action was the carefree Titan, considering that Huo Yuhao's strength is at most Soul Saint level. Titan, who possessed the strength of a level 98 Super Douluo, did not use his full strength to defeat the opponent, but instead displayed the aura and mental pressure of an ordinary level 95 Super Douluo. A terrifying pressure was upon us. Huo Yuhao, however, was as solid as a rock and remained calm even when Titan had used all his strength. He still couldn't shake Huo Yuhao at all until Wang Dongjie glared back at him with some indignation. Second. Father, what are you doing? We just got back and you're already bullying my friends. Titan. Are we really just friends? If Wang Dongjie hadn't been here, he would have wanted to use his true strength to test out the strength of this kid. Huo Yuhao, looking at Wang Dongjie, who was extremely cautious and protective of his child, he just felt like his heart was dead. After supervising the two people to live separately, Titan immediately went to his eldest brother to discuss the follow-up plan, and there was such a scene. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Xiaodong. This is all for your own good. Brother, what should we do? How should we deal with that kid? For a moment, Titan didn't know what to do, having lived for so long. Although he is no longer as reckless as he used to be, he still instinctively doesn't want to think about these complicated things. Hearing this, Niudian sighed and reminded, didn't you notice how Xiaodong behaved when he came home this time? Compared to the straightforward Titan, Niudian has to consider a lot more. From Titan and Huo Yuhao's initial attempts, as well as all their subsequent actions, Niudian discovered that for some reason Xiaodong's eyes already showed wariness towards them. It was the first time that she showed such alienation towards the Haoshan sect. There is no longer any of the joy of going home as before. It seems like he came back unwillingly and under duress. Although she didn't know whether it had anything to do with Huo Yuhao, Xiaodong must have realized something from the fact that the two brothers had been urging each other to go home recently. Perhaps it has something to do with the seal that they noticed was broken last time. After the explanation, Titan became even more confused. Does Xiaodong no longer recognize me as her second father? As if he had thought of something, Titan's anger suddenly surged up. Could it be that the breaking of the seal last time was related to Shrek? Or was Xiaodong bewitched by someone in Shrek Academy? Damn it, I'm going to Shrek right now to try my hand at it. As he spoke, Titan's face became more and more ferocious. An extremely terrifying brown soul power continued to emerge from his body. He moved his body and wanted to leave. Stop, Niu. Tian frowned. A gleam of green light flashed in his eyes, and his anger shook the sky. Titan paused and clenched his fists. He turned around and came to Niudian. Brother, Xiaodong is being bullied now. As a parent, can't I do anything? Although it's only been a few years, I have already regarded her as my own daughter. As he spoke, Titan ignored his slight fear of his elder brother and raised his voice a little. Or do you want me to follow that man's bullshit rules? If he tells us not to worry about it, will we really not care? Brother, we have watched Xiaodong grow up since he was a child. You fool, don't I treat Xiaodong as my daughter? Niudian slapped Titan directly on his muscular head. How many times have I told you to use your brain and think more? Titan shrank his neck, touched his head, and dared not speak. You also know what the function of Xiaodong's seal is, right? Looking at the clear stupidity in the other person's eyes, Niudian reminded him unhappily. Titan's mind was shaken, and he replied, the memory of the sealed god realm, that's it. Niudian couldn't help but shook his head. The seal was broken not long ago. Xiaodong might have gained some memories of her past in the god realm. So, it's normal for her to have some complaints against us who have been covering up for that person. I see. Titan's expression was shocked, and he finally caught up with his elder brother's train of thought. Okay, don't make a fuss. We have to entertain guests when they come. Go prepare some of Xiaodong's favorite food. After dinner, we will go and find out about Xiaodong's current situation. After a pause, Niudian continued, as for that kid, don't bother him. Let him stay here for a day or two, and then let him go back directly. Understood, Titan answered in a muffled voice. After he left, Niudian looked up at the sky, playing with a teacup in his hand with a complicated expression. Tang-san, ah Tang-san, Are you hiding something from us two brothers? Is it true that what is contained in that seal is just Xiaodong's past memories? Niu Dian had a hunch that perhaps Xiaodong's change was not that simple. However, he had no intention of reporting it to Tang San. That guy said something nice before, saying that he was going to find a suitable successor in order to fulfill Sister Xiao's wish. But is this how you find an heir? This is totally like looking for a live-in son-in-law. Isn't the truth that Tang San can't let go of the power of the law enforcer in the divine world and plans to support one of his own to take the position? You really think he is so powerful that he can't understand, don't you? Of course, Niu Dian also approves of this plan as long as Sister Xiao is happy. Xiaodong will be happy if Huo Yuhao's character and abilities were up to par. Niu Dian would not stop him from doing this, having the best of both worlds. However, this promiscuous guy is obviously not a good match for Xiaodong, and from the intention emitted by Huo Yuhao's previous collision with Titan, Niu Dian could tell at a glance that the boy is not the type to be content with being under someone else's command for long. The two are in complete conflict with Tang San, who has a strong desire for control. If this marriage really happens, it may not be a good thing for anyone. I can only let Xiaodong down a little longer. When she grows up, she will understand that this is all for her own good. Could it be possible that her first and second fathers would harm her? There is no luxurious decoration in Haoshan Castle. The overall layout is mainly gray and black, with occasional traces of green in some places. The structure of the castle is not very complicated. It covers a large area, has stairs on both sides, and has a total of 3 floors. The first floor is where people from the sect live, the second floor is where distinguished guests and sect elders live, and the third floor is where Wang Danger and her eldest and second fathers live. Huo Yuhao now lives on the second floor, which is a specially arranged Hanyu room. At this moment, in his mind, Bingdi said solemnly, "Yuhao, that man just now was very powerful. He is probably stronger than me in my prime. At least he is as strong as the old Zhuan from your academy, Tian." Meng nodded and added, "Bingdi is right. Although that person's mental strength is not as good as yours, his soul power level is very close to level 99. And in the test just now, I can feel that he has a very aggressive beast nature and a condescending aura. I even suspect that he is not a human, but a fierce beast that humans have never understood." The demon's tone carried a hint of lament that things had changed. If my feeling is correct, the guy's true form is the soul beast Titan ape, most likely the one that was sacrificed to the sea god 10,000 years ago. I just don't know why he is here now, and he even has the aura of a god on him. What? Xianming and Ice Emperor were shocked. Is that guy really a soul beast? Or is he the 100,000-year-old little monkey that was sacrificed to Tang San 10,000 years ago? But after tens of thousands of years, the strength has improved by leaps and bounds? This is the power of God. It seems that Wang Danger is really the daughter of the sea god. It's simply outrageous. Noticing the confusion of several people, Huo Yuhao briefly explained the concept of the god realm and then continued, "After the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python were resurrected by Tang San, they possessed the strength of a priest with the help of the power of the immortal spirits in the god realm. However, without a godly position, they came to Douluo continent. Not only did they not receive the replenishment of divine power, they were also suppressed by the will of the plane, causing their normal strength to drop a lot. For a moment, the 3 souls sighed in unison. They all forgot to let Huo Yuhao seize the time and use the 10,000 years ice jade bed to practice. It's free anyway, so why not use it? However, he doesn't actually need to sit there and meditate and practice now. The autonomous operation of the soul core alone had completely absorbed all the cold air that escaped from the 10,000-year-old ice jade bed. Unless he were to waste it by absorbing it entirely, this thing could only help Huo Yuhao gradually. It doesn't make much sense. I might as well move it back and let Zudi use it. The last trip to the starred out Great Forest can be said to have greatly improved Huo Yuhao. Not only did he sign a soul contract with a demon spirit, but he also condensed a soul core beyond imagination. Now, Huo Yuhao's soul power level has reached level 65. Thanks to the gradual fusion of the Ice Emperor's origin and the demon spirit's origin, his soul power level is still rising rapidly due to the limitation of his cultivation. If the bonus of Goo Worm is not taken into account, his strength is estimated to be still a little behind that of extreme Douluo. Therefore, although he despised Daming and Erming strategically, Huo Yuhao did not mean to underestimate them, especially Nia Yan, who has the 6 black and 3 red level 99 extreme Douluo configuration at the super Douluo stage. The leap in each level is enormous, not to mention Titan Yuan also possesses the cultivation level of a priest. Even the weakest priest in the God realm can ruthlessly crush the top-notch ultimate Douluo if he really used force. The other party might even risk using the power of a priest for a short period of time. Although Huo Yuhao is not afraid of this, it would be bad if the noise was too loud and attracted other gods to intervene. So this time when he came, he did not act rashly before he was really sure of Titan and Yuan's true purpose and attitude. Huo Yuhao intends to adopt a conciliatory policy. First, let's sit down and have a good talk. First, if the negotiation fails, he can only ask for help from Gu Yuna, but that would also increase the variables. After all, it is not easy to expose Gu Yuna's identity in front of those gods. While thinking, Huo Yuhao looked through the window at the ancient pavilion in the distance that seemed to be made of white jade ascension tower. With Huo Yuhao's current strength, he can sense that this place is the most problematic in the entire Haoshan sect, and it is most likely a hidden trick left by the sea god. According to Danger, only she and her elder and younger fathers have entered the forbidden area of Haoshan sect, and her first 3 spirit rings were obtained from it. The reason why her second soul ring could last for 1,000 years was largely due to the help of the Ascension Pavilion in this regard. Wang Danger learned that the Ascension Pavilion could provide a unique soul ring that could give soul masters the most suitable soul skills, but Huo Yuhao knew that this was the god-given soul ring. Now, he is using his powerful mental strength and the ability to see through illusions, divine power, illumination, to quietly explore the Ascension Pavilion. Huo Yuhao even discovered that the Ascension Pavilion not only contained the Poseidon pillar that allowed the Poseidon to communicate with a lower world at any time, but also contained a strong power of faith. The power of faith can do more than just create one's own godhood. This brings us back to the immortal power of the divine world. The power of immortals is more advanced than the power of heaven and earth. In Douluo continent, the gods in the divine world mainly rely on the energy of immortal spirits to practice and transform it into their own divine power. The power of faith, or the power of thought of all living beings, can be absorbed by the center of the divine world and transformed into the power of the immortals in the divine world. This is also the reason why the divine world controls many lower realms. The god realm controls more than 100 lower realms like the Douluo plane, but there is so much power of faith hidden in the Ascension Pavilion. And it doesn't look like the faith of humans and sea soul beasts that the sea god has harvested during the past 10,000 years. It is highly likely that the pure and innocent God-King Tang used the control center of the god realm given to him by the previous good and evil before they left the god realm to seek benefits for himself and pocket the private money. However, Huo Yuhao was just taking a look and had no intention of alerting the enemy. If you really want to do something, let's leave it for later. There's no rush anyway. It will only take a few years at most. Huo Yuhao guessed that perhaps Tang San in the god realm was temporarily distracted by some important matter and was unable to monitor the lower realm in real time. Perhaps Tang San thinks highly of himself and is so proud that he doesn't care about the resistance of the ants in the lower realm. Perhaps Tang San's current target is not Huo Yuhao or Wang Danger, but he is plotting greater benefits in other places. But there is no doubt that now is the best time to poach employees. Huo Yuhao did not expect Titan Xiantan to take up the banner of Anti-3. It would be enough for them to turn a blind eye after learning the truth and pretend to obey the mission handed down by the sea god. In this way, without his useful subordinates, Tang San's ability to secretly influence the lower world became increasingly limited due to the combination of internal and external forces. It can even be said that Huo Yuhao can continue to play along with the sea god through Wang Danger. Perhaps Tang San would be happy to see such a situation. After all, the closer he gets to Wang Danger, the deeper he gets into trouble. Although Huo Yuhao seems to be gradually taking the initiative along the way, his future will be like the sea is wide enough for fish to leap and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. But Tang San still has the most important support. Others may not know what Tang San's biggest trump card is, and may not even be aware of the existence of Tang San, their enemy. What kind of good guy would have to face the threat of the God King right after becoming a god? It's like a new hero encountering the final demon king blocking the door as soon as he leaves the novice village, leaving him with basically no room for maneuver. Huo Yuhao knew Tang San firmly controls the inheritance of the godhood of Douluo continent. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a monopoly. In the original novel, the reason why Rong Nianbing was able to find Ho Gua, an extremely suitable successor, was that the sea god deliberately asked Rong Nianbing to temporarily take care of the Douluo plane. If it were any other first-level god, it would be highly likely that he would not be able to accurately sense the possible inheritors of the Douluo plane. Tang San said, "You want to pass down the throne of God in my territory. Have you asked for my opinion as the law enforcer of the God realm? As for the inheritance of the God King, given the current situation in the God realm, it is basically impossible unless one has great luck and perseverance. He can follow the path of faith and become a god like the first generation sea god and angel god. But even if they did so, They would definitely be discovered by Tang-san, who was monitoring the continent from time to time, and then he would secretly attack them. What's more, the gods in the divine world have long been close to full. There is no extra space to give birth to new gods, and the existing gods cannot make further progress. This is the fundamental contradiction between Tang-san and the god of destruction. The two have different ideas about expanding the divine realm. How can you allow others to snore on the side of the bed? Now, the god of destruction is undoubtedly a greater threat to Tang-san. As for the strong little ants on the ground, who would care? Huo Yuhao and Tang-san don't really have a life and death hatred now, and they don't have to decide life or death in a short period of time. If it really came to a life and death situation, Huo Yuhao felt that Tang-san might have forced his way down to the mortal world to eliminate the future threat, and so as long as Huo Yuhao does not become a god, he will not be regarded as a true opponent by Tang-san and will never be able to break through his five-finger mountain. But if one wants to become a god, Tang-san is an existence that cannot be avoided. Invite the guests to behead him, and accept him as a dog. No matter which path Huo Yuhao takes, he will be walking on thin ice, as Tang-san will always be there to protect him from behind unless new variables are introduced, like the plane consciousness, the Silver Dragon King, or even the god of destruction, or it could be the system plug-in on Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao said, "Tang-san, you can do your plans and just don't disturb my development when he has fully grown. What is there to fear from a mere god king?" Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and a familiar voice rang out, "Yuhao, are you there? I'm coming in." End of this chapter. Chapter 258. Just for Xiaodong. What are you doing secretly? It took you so long to open the door, Wang. Danger carried a tray full of dishes and walked straight to Huo Yuhao. "I brought you some food. These are some of my favorites." Hearing the hint in the words, Huo Yuhao calmly took the tray with 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and said, "Then let's eat together." "Well, we can only have dinner together, Wang." Danger's cheeks flushed slightly. She had originally wanted to have dinner with Huo Yuhao, so she chose to come and deliver the meal herself. After all, letting Yuhao eat alone in the room is not the right way to entertain guests. If this gets out, people will definitely laugh at you. Besides, to be honest, she hasn't recovered yet. If her eldest and second fathers find out something wrong, wouldn't that ruin Yuhao's plan? Looking at Wang Danger, who had walked into a trap but tried to cover up her mistake, Huo Yuhao did not point out her little thoughts. He raised his hand and rubbed her pale blue hair, the smile in his eyes becoming more and more intense. The girl was wearing a white and blue long skirt with a waistline that outlined her figure perfectly, and under the skirt were her calves as smooth as jade. The unmade-up face is adorned with a healthy blush, and the moist and attractive red lips make people want to hold them in their mouths and taste the sweetness. But now it's time to eat. I have to say, compared to the dishes in Shrek's inner courtyard cafeteria, although the dinner was not as good in taste, the ingredients were extremely precious, and the impression of wealth and grandeur was evident on the paper. After meal, Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Danger and said, "You seem to be in a good mood now. You must have talked to your eldest and second fathers, right? We had a short chat before coming here, regarding this topic." Wang Danger also had something to say. In fact, her previous worries seemed unnecessary. "Even though I had strange thoughts in my heart, my eldest and second uncle still tolerated me, although he was testing her relationship with Yuhao in both open and covert ways. But the concern contained in it is indeed real. Oh, they said I'm not a good person? And they also told me not to be fooled by my sweet words, right?" Huo Yuhao seemed to understand a little bit about what Neutron and Titan were thinking. This is because Danger's family found out that he was dating multiple women at the same time, but it doesn't matter. He has a clear conscience. He just made the same mistake every man makes. He just wanted to give these girls a home. "Yuhao, don't worry about it. What do these two bachelors know? You know my current situation. It's my freedom to be with whomever I want. Isn't Yuhao just a little lustful? Isn't this normal? Besides, I don't care if it weren't for her family's powerful background." To be honest, Wang Danger would have wanted to elope with Huo Yuhao. Wang Danger had already made up her mind, and later gradually cut ties with the Haoshan sect. We can get some clues from the fact that she didn't go home to obtain the 4th soul ring. Speaking of this, Wang Danger seemed to be aroused by the desire to win. He simply hugged Huo Yuhao and kissed his lips actively, biting him as if he wanted to eat him up. Faced with the unexpected attack, Huo Yuhao simply raised his hand and pulled Wang Danger into his arms. As the girl subconsciously moaned, immediately turned passivity into initiative. Feeling the irresistible force, Wang Danger whimpered, and after a few symbolic struggles with anger, she chose to obey. I do not know how long it has been. Wang Danger, who finally got a chance to catch her breath, looked at Huo Yuhao with some resentment. Big pervert, just kiss me, your little hands won't be obedient. Huo Yuhao couldn't help laughing. You were the one who opened your mouth first. I'm just returning the favor, Wang. Danger's eyes were a little evasive. This is a good night kiss, okay, then another good night kiss. Why? Are you so skilled, Wu? Feeling the anxious spiritual aura swirling outside the door, Huo Yuhao's lips curled up slightly. Lao Dang, do you still dare to say bad things about me secretly? Be careful, I'm standing up and kicking, cough cough. Seeing that the other party still cared about Wang Danger's privacy and did not break into the house to peek, Huo Yuhao did not act lawless and knew when to stop. Although the development of soul masters is better than that of ordinary people, unlike those mature older sisters, Wang Danger still has room for development. That's it. Too much is as bad as too little. Huo Yuhao stopped teasing her. It's time to prepare for a showdown. Watching VCR, Auspicious Beasts and the Great Star Forest? How could Niuyan and Titan not recognize the soul beasts and forest on the screen? They were both shocked and extremely confused. Wow, this kid Huo Yuhao actually connected the attributes of the auspicious beast. No wonder his talent is so strong. For a while, the two brothers more or less had a different opinion of Huo Yuhao, but the next moment, a scene that made them angry appeared. To see God's consciousness took Tang Wutong's soul and left Wang Danger's body without hesitation, and then came to the auspicious beast and started to take over its body. In the end, he was attacked by the power of fate, and his spiritual consciousness started to burn in order to destroy himself and the enemy. The two brothers opened their mouths wide, silent, unable to utter a word. My mind is a bit confused, to be honest. Didn't Tang-san say that his spiritual consciousness sealed his memories? This isn't a memory either. Tang-san lied to us! Exclamation mark. After Wu Tong's soul was shattered, where's the soul of this body now? Is it Xiaodong? So, Xiaoqi who came down from the God realm was actually Danger from the beginning? Seeing that the two people's reactions did not seem fake, Wang Danger sighed and talked about her memory problems again. With the help of Huo Yuhao, she has now completely abandoned her false childhood memories and has nothing to fear anymore. Holding Huo Yuhao's right hand, Wang Danger now feels full of confidence. Damn! What on earth is going on? The muffled voice was mixed with undisguised anger, and the livid face was filled with shock and violence. Niuyan frowned, his face became more gloomy, and he said sullenly, so that's how it is. I finally understand. It turns out that Guy has been hiding this from us from the very beginning. Regarding this inexplicable action of taking over the body of the auspicious beast, Niuyan felt angry and confused. As a former 100,000-year-old soul beast, he knew it clearly. The auspicious beast is a symbol of good fortune among soul beasts and the carrier of the power of destiny of the starred out great forest. Once it dies from another soul, it will have a huge impact on the entire soul beast race, and this is harmful to human beings and has no benefit at all. The relationship between soul masters and soul beasts is close and inseparable. Once the lifespan and reproduction rate of soul beasts decrease, the future of human soul masters will be in sight. Why did Tang-san do this? He had clearly promised that he would only hunt evil soul beasts. It is obvious that his fate is inseparable from that of soul beasts in this life. You, Tang-san, have half soul beast blood, and your mother and wife are both soul beasts. Why would you do such a thing? Question mark. There was no time to be indignant about Tang-san's actions, as Wang Danger's soul-searching questioning immediately came. So, Big Daddy and Second Daddy, can I still trust you? Who do you care about, that Tang Wutong or me, Wang Danger? When saying this, Wang Danger's tone was calm, but from her slightly trembling little hands, it can be seen that her heart is actually very uneasy. All Huo Yuhao can do now is to accompany her. He held her left hand tightly, giving her warm support. Niuyan and Titan fell silent. Seeing Wang Danger's inquiring eyes, the two brothers looked at each other subconsciously, feeling extremely flustered and not knowing what to say. In any case, the two of them did hide something from Wang Danger, and they also helped Tang-san cover up the truth about his memory. If Huo Yuhao had not appeared, they might still be kept in the dark by Tang-san and be controlled by him. After thinking for a while, Niuyan said comfortingly, Danger, we have always cared about you. You are Wu Tong, and you are also Danger. It's just that your soul was split by Tang-san, so this happened. In fact, we have been deceived by Tang-san all along. We used to think that you were Wu Tong, whose memories of the God realm were sealed. Now it seems that there is no such thing as a memory seal. It is a soul split. Tang-san, that guy, deliberately tried to seize the body of the auspicious beast, and actually split your original soul. Having said that, Niuyan's expression became extremely ugly, and he wished he could beat up Tang-san, This useless guy, how could that guy be so cruel? Xiaodong is Tang San and Xiao Wu's biological daughter. Exclamation mark. Moreover, this was definitely done secretly by Tang San without telling sister Xiao Wu. No wonder Tang San has always been on guard against us. Although Titan's brain wasn't as quick as Niu Tian's, he could still understand what people said, and his anger was evident on his face. Soul split. Is this something a father could do? I was really blind to offer myself as a sacrifice to him. If I had known earlier, I should have slapped Tang San to death on the day I took Xiao Wu home and put an end to it all. Huo Yuhao? Maybe Tang San traveled through time from ancient times and is somewhat patriarchal? Hearing this, Wang Danger smiled and shook her head with Huo Yuhao by her side. She did not show any fear even when facing two top masters from the continent. Instead, she spoke seriously, word by word. I only have one name, Wang Danger. The tone is firm and powerful. Yes, you are Danger, always have been. Titan quickly agreed. Niu Tian also nodded, trying to make his tone sound gentler. Yes, you are the irreplaceable Danger. Although the childhood memories are false, the eldest and second fathers are always real. It's just a name anyway, no big deal. Besides, Tang Wutong's soul is completely broken, so there is no point in worrying about it now. Then, was it also Sigurd Tang San's order that you called me back this time? Wang Danger's tone softened a bit. Actually, it's because of Huo Yuhao. Niu Tian also clearly revealed that Tang San took a fancy to Huo Yuhao's talent and intended to pass on the divine position and let the two of them take the test anyway. With the talent and strength that kid has shown, it is only a matter of time before he inherits the throne of God. Test? What kind of test is this? Now Xiaodong is almost throwing himself at them. What can they do? Are you going to interfere and stop it with force? That won't work. Now that Xiaodong knows the truth, he is like a frightened little hedgehog, fully on guard. Although Huo Yuhao is a little fickle, he is also a good boy. He is sincere to Xiaodong and even dares to face us, the extreme Douluo. For her, isn't this love? Moreover, doesn't this guy Tang San know Huo Yuhao's current strength? Such a young soul emperor, although no one knows what external force he borrowed, his mental strength is strong enough to withstand the pressure of Titan head-on. But his talent is absolutely unparalleled in the world. He even had experience in connecting with auspicious beasts through attributes. Isn't this the lucky son of mankind in this earth? Niu Tian didn't bother to care about Tang San's thoughts and told him all the information at once. Tang San also asked us to reveal some information about Sigurd Island, so that the boy can go to Sigurd Island to accept the Sigurd test at the right time. Inheritance of divine throne? Wang Danger secretly glanced at Huo Yuhao beside her, and felt relieved when she found that the other party was unmoved. As if seeing Wang Danger's worry, Niu Tian said seriously, Danger, Daddy promises you that even if Tang San wants to do something to your soul again, we will never let him. That's right. The worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. Titan also made a solemn oath. Just think of it as a rebellion against the damn sea god. Just for Xiaodong. As beings who have died once, both of them have this awareness. Huo Yuhao was able to sense the sincerity in Titan and Niu Tian's words through his spiritual eye talent, and he knew that these two people had already stepped half a foot into his camp. Although they seemed to be completely unaware that Tang San definitely still had a part of Tang Wutong's soul in his hands. There may be some twists and turns later, but for now, this is enough. After all, it's still early. It's just the end of the second grade. Although most of the plot of the original work has been messed up, at least there are still some references. Achievement triggered. Achieve the achievement of Niu Tian's. This is still a test for the market, and receive the reward of Desperate Goo. Desperate Goo, a 5th level goo that causes a soul master to burst out a large amount of soul power, but will lose some of his cultivation level afterwards. Evaluation. This is my last struggle. Achievement triggered. Achieve the Titan achievement. The blind bear who regrets his past and receive the reward of the King Kong Angry Eyes Goo. Vajra Angry Eyes Goo, a 5th level goo worm. After being activated by a soul master, its invisible gaze has the ability to attack. Once the gaze is made, it can directly attack the opponent's heart and soul. Evaluation. Look at me, you little bastard. Even if there were no coincidences that led to the birth of the Snow Emperor's soul with Wang Danger's support, Huo Yuhao still took away the 10,000 years ice jade bed. To use the words of the leaky little cotton padded jacket, it's useless to keep it here anyway, so it's better to take it back to Shrek for Huo Yuhao to use for training. Seeing Titan Niu Tian's gnashing teeth, Huo Yuhao did not show any mercy either. Relying on the divine power space, It can be taken away easily after staying in the Haoshan sect for a few days. Huo Yuhao and his companions prepared to return to Shrek. Nian warned, Xiaodong, try not to go back to Haoshan sect in the future. After all, there is the sea god pillar left by Tang San here, which can be used to contact us. It would be bad if he has some hidden means to attack you. Let's go to Shrek. Although Tang San can monitor the lower realm, due to some unknown reasons, he can no longer monitor the entire Douluo continent as he wished before. Niu, Tian and Titan have made up their minds and will pretend to be nice to Tang San in the future. The main point is to follow the instructions and not the announcement. If things really come to a point where they can't do anything, they can still fight with Tang San in a situation where both sides are destroyed. Although he is completely unable to do anything to Tang San, who possesses the strength of a God King, it is easy to attract the attention of other God Kings in the God realm. The relationship between the God of Destruction and the Goddess of Life and Xiaodong is also very close. Even before leaving, Nian also secretly gave Huo Yuhao a blue treasure bag. This is the treasure bag that Tang San originally asked me to ask Danger to give to you at the right time. It's not convenient for me to explore the contents here, so I'm giving it to you in advance. Remember to be careful, yo. The God King of Tang has a great plan. However, according to Mr. Yi, there was no hidden mark of spiritual awareness for monitoring left on the sachet. It was just a simple mental seal. Maybe Tang San wanted to avoid being exposed. However, in front of Huo Yuhao's ability of foresight, everything was exposed. Acacia, right? Qianqin Wenqing Valley, right? It's easy to guess what Tang San is planning. End of this chapter. Chapter 259. Tang San, love needs to be tested. Brother, are you really going to let Huo Yuhao kidnap Xiaodong like this? Titan looked very puzzled and complained. Yesterday she said she was going to deliver dinner, but she never came back. She stayed in that room for several hours. Fortunately, she came out in the end. I think that silly girl was almost taken advantage of by that boy. If this continues, Titan is afraid that one day Xiaodong will come back with a big belly or a baby in her arms, and it will be too late to regret then. You're right. Lifelong events are not to be taken lightly. Niu. Tian nodded and replied calmly, Sister Xiaowu has entrusted Xiaodong to us temporarily, so we must be responsible for her. However, we, as parents, must also believe in Xiaodong's vision and trust her choices. I see. Titan nodded reluctantly. Although there was nothing wrong with what the elder brother said, he felt very upset when he thought about his juicy cabbages being eaten by a sudden wild boar, and he wanted to find someone to vent his frustration on. Suddenly, Titan seemed to have thought of something and volunteered, how about letting me go to Shrek? After all, the world outside is a little too dangerous. I'll talk to the top management of Shrek to see if we can strengthen the protection of Xiaodong. Maybe we can also restrain that kid. Niu. Tian glanced at him and interrupted him, put away your little thoughts. Have you forgotten Huo Yuhao's information? He is Shrek's top genius. He has almost reserved a seat as the future leader of the Sea God Pavilion. He is highly respected. His words are much more effective than yours. Also, even though he appears to be just a sole emperor, to be honest, even I can't see through his true strength. Judging from his performance these days, Xiaodong will not be wronged if he follows him in the future. Besides, that guy is the one who conducts attribute guidance with the auspicious beasts. You should know that the auspicious beast's vision will not be wrong. Okay, then I'll listen to you, big brother. As if he was remembering the temptation when they first met, Titan's expression was a little puzzled indeed. This boy is really the terrifying. Although he is the same age as Xiaodong, Huo Yuhao's soul power level is more than 20 levels higher than Xiaodong. Xiaodong's talent and training speed are not inferior at all, and even surpass her father Tang San. Normal geniuses are trying to break through the bottleneck of level 30 when they are 12 or 13 years old. But Huo Yuhao already has cultivation and strength that surpasses peers in terms of mental realm, soul power level and various aspects. He is far ahead of his peers, and even defeating the older generation is a piece of cake. And Huo Yuhao's strength far surpassed that of a soul emperor, and was unfathomable. Even a being like himself, who was close to being a limit Douluo, could not see through his underwear. The most important thing is that boy is Xiaodong's firm choice. Just like Sister Xiao did back then. Titan suddenly remembered a saying from the human world, they are a perfect match made in heaven, so why would a monster like you object? Nian sighed and said, if it was before, I wouldn't stop you if you wanted to sneak out, but the situation is very complicated now. so it's best not to create trouble at this time. For Xiaoduang's safety, let's stay in Haoshan sect and wait for that person's order, too. Be honest, doing this now is just a helpless move after all. Although they are priests, their way forward is blocked, and no matter how hard they try, they cannot really resist Tang San, who possesses the power of a divine king at most. They would morally condemn Tang San's actions. To truly go against the God King is to court death and self-destruction. And after Wu Tong's soul was shattered, did Tang San really have no backup plan? Niu Yuan is not sure. He also couldn't guess Tang San's true thoughts. In short, let's take it one step at a time. It is better to go along with Xiaoduang first than to provoke this girl to have a rebellious attack. Xiaoduang has already lost her past, and Niu Yuan doesn't want to deprive her of her future. At least let her enjoy the moment. One day in the divine world is equal to 1 year in the lower world. Just drag it out and it will be over. Besides, Niu Xianshun didn't believe that once Sister Xiao Wu found out about this, she would allow Tang San to continue doing this. All he could do now was to rely on the rule that gods could not interfere with the lower world. That will in Tang San's trust to pretend to obey while secretly helping Danger and the others to conceal the truth. Although some of them are neither good nor bad, but then again in terms of relationship, the two brothers in Tang San are not that good. At most they are just so-so. And they can be said to know each other only because Sister Xiao Wu acted as a matchmaker. Tang San was able to help them resurrect because of Sister Xiao Wu's sake and to repay the favor of the sacrifice. Now it can be said that neither owes the other anything. The main reason why they were willing to help manage the Haoshan sect was because of Sister Xiao Wu's request. As a priest, if you were discovered by the god of destruction for secretly going to the mortal world, I'm afraid the final result would not be good. The punishment could be as light as imprisonment for 100 years and punishment by thunder, or as severe as killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, with his soul being destroyed on the spot unless Tang San can plead for mercy. But that is totally impossible. If Tang San really regarded them as his own people, he would not let them go to the lower world. Spirit world. After coming out of the residence of the goddess of life, Tang San's originally weak aura also improved a lot. Of course, when the other party asked about the specific source of the soul injury, he evaded the question by using the excuse of observing other dimensions. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest. Although in the advocacy of expanding the Douluo god realm, the goddess of life chose a neutral attitude towards Tang San and the god of destruction. But the goddess of life is the wife of the god of destruction after all, so we must be on guard against her. Being resourceful and suspicious by nature, he would never leave himself any unnecessary leverage. Moreover, Tang San also had a trick up his sleeve and did not accept the treatment from the goddess of life without reservation. Therefore, if he wants to fully recover later, he will need to recover on his own for a period of time. But it doesn't matter, it's just a mere injury to the soul. As long as Zuan Shengguang is used, everything will be fine. The important thing is that exchanging such a minor injury for valuable information is a huge win. As for Xiaoqi's soul, I can only say that I was indeed careless. I thought it was a foolproof plan to take over another's body, but I didn't expect the Silver Dragon King to appear. We still need to guard against arrogance and impatience. Don't think you can look down on the people of the world just because you have become a god. King Tang San believed that he was quite caring towards his daughter originally. He wanted to obtain the luck and bloodline of the auspicious beast for Xiaoqi to enhance his potential so that he could receive a better and more advanced position of deity in the future. But now this path is no longer feasible. It even caused part of Wu Tong's soul to be shattered, and Tang San also expressed his heartache about this. Therefore, when ordering Daming to give Xiaoqi a lucky bag, he specially arranged a test for Huo Yuhao to find the acacia heartbreak red. When the two of them are in love and Huo Yuhao's cultivation is sufficient, in order to cure Xiaoqi's hidden disease, he will need to go to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. There were the magical herbs he had specially left behind 10,000 years ago, as well as the backup plan he had prepared. 10,000 years have passed, and it must have been tall and majestic now. This is the amazing wisdom of taking one step and counting 3 steps. Afterwards, let Xiaoduang's soul merge with the remaining Wu Tong's soul. Although it is congenitally damaged, with the help of Acacia Heartbreak Red, it can turn decay into magic and easily repair the broken soul. In this way, the most authentic Xiaoqi can be restored. This is also the reason why Tang San does not plan to perform soul fusion now. Although with his strength, he could achieve similar results by force. But how can you see the rainbow without going through some wind and rain? Although Huo Yuhao was the husband that she had specially chosen for Xiaoqi, this did not mean that he could marry the daughter of the God King so easily. Love needs to be tested. Tang San even felt that even if he successfully obtained the Acacia Heartbreak Red, he could use it to set up a test of amnesia later. There is also Kayank and Wumking Valley, which are both good choices. If everything goes well, everyone will be happy. If that doesn't work, Tang San has already thought of a foolproof plan. He will try to persuade Huo Yuhao to retreat and keep the two of them at a certain distance. Calculating the time, Xiaoqi should have returned to Haoshan sect by now. I wonder what kind of evaluation Daming Erming would give to this generation's son of destiny? Tang San couldn't wait to contact them. It must be said that with these two sensible and capable subordinates, even if he temporarily lost the ability to secretly monitor Douluo continent, but the development of everything is still under Tang San's control as long as it is not like the one that floated over from the Sun and Moon continent back then. It is not a problem at all. As early as that time, Tang San realized that soul guide technology would have a serious impact on the Tang sect's hidden weapons and even the Douluo continent. After all, considering the development of Douluo continent, the inheritance he left behind is more or less not so comprehensive. Especially the hidden weapons. Tang San doesn't want some evildoers to come into contact with such great power. Therefore, the incomplete version of the hidden weapon is far inferior to the complete soul guide. He originally wanted to have the Haoshan sect and the Sea God Island work together to conquer the Sun and Moon Empire. But the collision of the two continents was too loud and attracted the attention of the God of Destruction. For the sake of subsequent plans, Tang San chose to endure and let it go this time. Also because of the Silver Dragon King's secret coveting, Tang San also specifically told Daming and Erming not to leave the Haoshan sect casually. After all, there is the Poseidon pillar in the Haoshan sect, so safety is guaranteed. If they were ambushed by the Silver Dragon King while out, Tang San would not be able to communicate with a lower world to help, and with the strength of the two priests, they would not be able to compete with the Silver Dragon King. After all, they are relatives. If Daming and Erming really died in the underworld, it would be difficult for me to resurrect them. He and Xiao Wu will also be sad, although it is highly unlikely that the Silver Dragon King would risk being discovered by the God Realm and expose his strength. Tang San himself is not clean either. Both of them could only act secretly. This is why Tang San felt that he had met his match. Even Tang San had to admit that the performance of the Silver Dragon King in Douluo Plane Consciousness was impressive enough that even he, their opponent, was impressed. In the process of looking up information previously, Tang San also realized that this Silver Dragon King was most likely seriously injured by the origin of the first-generation Shura, and whose strength was greatly reduced from before, and it was even possible that he had fallen from the realm of the Divine King. The Silver Dragon King had been hiding in Douluo continent to recuperate until he was alarmed by the movement of the auspicious beast he had taken over. He had to take action for the sake of the Soul Beast clan. For this reason, Tang San even had an idea in his mind. It would be great if the Silver Dragon King could be controlled by him. Thinking of this, Tang San shook his head. Just focus on the present first. Don't lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. The Son of Destiny is the most important step in his plan. Before the plane consciousness actively blocked Tang San from what he observed about Huo Yuhao's experience, he found that he was an introverted, self-abased, lonely, and hateful child. However, Tang San could also see that this child attached great importance to feelings and treated others gently and politely. However, after this kid got a great opportunity to change his fate, things started to become harder to understand, which made Tang San very confused. Especially his refusal to join the Tang sect really made him angry. Later, due to various reasons, Tang San could only observe Huo Yuhao intermittently. However, because the relationship between him and Xiaodong was progressing exceptionally smoothly, Tang San was quite satisfied with it until the Silver Dragon King obscured the fate of the auspicious beast and Huo Yuhao. Only then did he completely lose track of Huo Yuhao due to the need to hide Xiaodong's true identity. He can only learn about Huo Yuhao through Daming and Erming's channels. Third, brother, are you thinking about Xiaoqi too? Noticing Tang San's distraction, Xiao Wu, who was walking beside him, said with concern, I miss her a little bit, too. How about we bring her back? I don't think the lower realm is very safe. What if she meets an unfaithful man? Tang San's eyes flashed, and he comforted, don't worry, Daming and Erming are watching over her in the lower world. Xiaoqi will be fine. Besides, the girl is actually quite happy down there. Xiao Wu's tone was somewhat worried, but, brother, didn't you seal Xiaoqi's memory in the God Realm? 1 day in the God Realm equals 1 year in the mortal world, and 3 full years have passed in Douluo continent. If she doesn't come back, I'm afraid she won't even remember us when she returns in a few days. Tang San's smile froze, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. It's impossible to say that he deliberately cut up Xiaoqi's soul in order to prevent any problems with his memory. This matter still needs to be kept secret from Xiao Wu. Don't worry, Xiao Wu, I will remove the memory seal at the right time. Tang San paused for a moment, then continued, you know, The unchanging God realm is indeed a bit boring. It would be good to let the child go down and see the world. Hearing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but snorted softly and said coquettishly, "Humph, you also know that the God realm is boring. You've been so busy lately and don't spend more time with me. It just so happens that the goddess of life also told you to pay more attention to rest recently, so I'll accompany you to relax for a day." Tang San's smile was extremely stiff one day. In the Douluo plain, a year has passed, and I'm afraid things will change drastically. In the beginning, it was because he was afraid of the god of destruction who was suspected to be acting in secret that he missed the best year to influence the son of destiny. Although everything is on track now, we cannot let our guard down. However, when he thought about his mother who was still on her way to the underworld and that he had to attract the attention of the god of destruction faction recently, he could not stay in the monitoring room for a long time. It doesn't seem to work either. It doesn't matter what you do, just treat it as accompanying Xiao Wu. It's only a year. With Daming and Erming watching over it, what accidents could happen? Just let them secretly ensure the progress of the relationship between Xiaoqi and the other person. After hesitating for a moment, Tang San finally nodded and said, "Okay, I'll just spend a day with you. I know the third brother is the best." Alright, go back to the mansion and wait for me. I'll go inform Daming and Erming first and ask them to pay attention to Xiaoqi's safety. Go early and come back early." End of this chapter. Chapter 260, The Spiritual Tower Plan, Convincing Moon. Finally home, returning to the familiar dormitory, Wang Dongjie couldn't help but sigh softly. Although she had only been back for less than a week, she felt as if she had been in another world for a long time. As the memory incident came to a successful conclusion, her originally uneasy heart calmed down again. Looking at Wang Dongjie, who looked refreshed and smiling even as she walked, Xiao showed an ambiguous smile on her face and teased, "You're back so soon. Are you unhappy about bringing Yuhao home?" "No, everything is fine." Halfway through her words, Wang Dongjie saw the expression on Xiao's face and immediately came to her senses. She stopped talking abruptly and her face turned red. Xiao was curious and gossiped, "Oh, it seems that bringing Yuhao home to meet his parents went smoothly. Did you make any breakthrough progress?" "Well, it's still the same." Wang Dongjie, who understood the hidden meaning, couldn't help but glare at her bestie and asked, "You're not going home for the holiday, are you staying here to tease me?" Xiao said innocently, "I just came back not long ago. It's too boring to stay at home. I think it's better to come back and continue practicing. After all, there is a mimicry training ground in Shrek, and as core disciples of the outer courtyard, they can use it for free, and there are also delicious exclusive training dishes available if you are not active in eating. There is something wrong with your brain. You're so good." Xiao, you stole the scroll without me, right?" Wang Dongjie hugged the other person, raised her two little fists and started to hide her head. "I am the early bird that flies, and I want to enter the inner courtyard in advance." Xiao turned his head to avoid the attack and answered seriously. She could also see that Wang Dongjie wanted to enter the inner courtyard ahead of time as the woman who gives Wang Dongjie advice behind the scenes. Although she cannot be said to be a dowry maid, the two of them are also an unbreakable alliance who advance and retreat together. Xiao could only sacrifice her life to accompany the gentleman, a woman in love. Originally, she was skeptical about Wang Dongjie's statement that she didn't practice seriously before, but as the gap in soul power between the two grew larger, Xiao finally understood that there is also a gap between twin martial souls. Fortunately, Yuhao gave her a spiritual pill. Otherwise, unless she attached the soul ring of her second martial soul, Jiafang Liaxio, in advance, she would not be able to catch up with Wang Dongjie's rapid progress. "It's time to work hard." Wang Dongjie nodded and became serious. She had originally wanted to use this holiday to study cooking, but now it seems that there is no need to try anymore. "I really don't have the talent in this area." During the days in Haoshan sect, even though there was a large supply of food and he was learning under Yuhao's hands-on instruction, the final product of his cooking on his own was still mediocre. Although the eldest and second fathers were full of praise for this, Wang Dongjie still knew her own limitations. It cannot be called dark cuisine, but it can only be said to be authentic. The high score is entirely due to the quality of the ingredients themselves. It's better to give up early. Moreover, Yuhao disappeared as soon as he returned to Shrek, acting mysteriously. He said he was busy with some plan for the Spirit Pagoda, but no one knew what he was busy with. Poseidon Pavilion. Huo Yuhao approached Elder Mu and got straight to the point. "I need Shrek to help fund the construction of a tower near Shrek City according to the drawings I gave you, Spirit." Tower, Moon. Groaned the elders of the Seagad Pavilion headed by Elder Mu. All knew about the spirit-transferring tower, a force built by Huo Yuhao himself at the beginning. They just regarded it as a small fight for the future Seagad Pavilion Master to win people's hearts and unite and help each other. Although it did solve the long-standing Tang sect problem, people didn't really care. After all, hidden weapons were simply something that was completely crushed by soul guides and should have exited the stage of history long ago. In fact, Shrek actually has two attitudes towards the Tang sect. One is to respect the idea of the sea god and let the Tang sect develop independently without interference. The other is to subdue the Tang sect and make the Tang sect's unique skills great again. Because of the existence of Mr. Mu, the former became the mainstream. This is also because the Tang sect's unique skills are of little use and are easy to learn but difficult to master. Even the most powerful Zhuanshan Guang inherited by the Tang sect was only slightly stronger than the inner courtyard meditation method and was not worth their effort. Everything changed until Huo Yuhao's revised Zhuanshan Guang appeared. Because of the existence of Zhuanshan Guang, human soul masters can practice before their martial souls are awakened. This can be said to have greatly raised the lower limit for soul masters to awaken their martial souls. You know, even today, 10,000 years later, the number of soul masters has always been extremely scarce, especially civilian soul masters because of blood inheritance and the gap between the rich and the poor. Powerful martial spirits basically appear in those families, sects, and powerful people. Even if a civilian is lucky enough to have his martial soul mutate, his innate soul power is basically not that high. What's more, awakening the martial soul now is not free in today's mainland. There is no force like the spirit hall of the past that would travel across mountains and rivers to awaken the spirits for the common people. It can be said that the emergence of Zhuanshan Guang has already threatened the fundamental interests of some people. Even Shrek has no intention of spreading the basic version of Zhuanshan Guang at the risk of the world's disapproval. Huo Yuhao also doesn't have this idea now. Generally, Shrek inner court disciples who join the Spirit Pagoda are given the benefit of Tang sect's unique skills, but only a dozen or so people can get access to the Zhuanshan Guang. Looking at Huo Yuhao, Moon and felt both relieved and helpless. This kid really gave himself a difficult problem. As if you had noticed Moon's doubts, Huo Yuhao simply began to explain the soul contract and used the hard-working Dian Meng as an example. Moon was shocked. Boy, you always bring me new surprises. The soul contract is actually real. Did they really come up with such a system that is so different from conventional spirit rings? He originally thought that this was just a beautiful idea of Huo Yuhao. I never expected that he had the real thing. Moon was surprised at first, but then he quickly realized what was going on. He could see that the wisdom of this ice silkworm soul that could speak and had lively eyes was definitely not as simple as that of an ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beast. It is most likely a spiritual type 100,000-year soul beast. Perhaps it was the sacrifice of this 100,000-year-old soul beast that gave Huo Yuhao the idea of a soul contract later on. This is probably why Huo Yuhao is so powerful. Of course I can promise you this. When he finished explaining, Moon agreed without hesitation. Huo Yuhao was originally his future successor. Even if there is no soul contract, as long as the reason is legitimate, it doesn't matter. Even if it requires building a soul tower that consumes a lot of manpower and material resources anyway. This is not a serious blow to Shrek, which has a large family and a lot of wealth. It's just a small matter after all. What belongs to Shrek is also Huo Yuhao's. What's more, with Moon's vision, he could already foresee what kind of sensation it would cause on the continent once the soul was officially made public. It is even possible that the influence of the Spirit Pagoda will surpass that of Shrek Academy in the future. As he thought about it, Moon couldn't help but tremble in his heart. As the founder of the Spirit Transferring Tower and the designated successor of the Seagad Pavilion Master, with the talent and strength he has demonstrated so far, Huo Yuhao's future is foreseeable. Fortunately, I acted in time and did not miss this potential stock. Otherwise, I would regret it now. After thinking for a while, Moon asked seriously, however, this soul contract still requires the cooperation of the soul beast. Yuhao, what do you think now? If you want to promote soul contracts, soul beasts are unavoidable and the Star Forest is definitely the best partner. But this ally is not as simple as it seems. Even with the support of the Golden Tree, Moon had no confidence in defeating the beast god named Dian in the depths of the Great Evil Land. Although the soul contract is definitely a good thing for the soul beasts, if they want to have more say in the cooperation, they must show their muscles appropriately, especially now that the relationship between soul beasts and soul masters is as hostile as fire and water. It is a pity that Shrek is now missing a generation and has no successor in terms of top combat power, even if he is as strong as Huo Yuhao. We cannot force him to compete with the extreme Douluo at this level, right? In addition, Shrek is indeed walking on thin ice now. Originally, Moon had intended for Shrek to keep a low profile during this period of time and temporarily divert those covetous eyes. Although this is only a temporary solution and not a permanent cure, everything will be fine as long as Huo Yuhao finishes his development. Huo Yuhao thought about it. With his current strength, it seems there is no need to continue hiding it. Then show off a little bit of your skills, no longer concealing the aura of the soul core. Huo Yuhao's spiritual eyes possessed the body orange and gold, purple, 3 blacks, orange and gold. Huo Yuhao deliberately simulated the age of the soul ring before using the Xianmeng origin to upgrade it. Moon was stunned for a moment, blinked, and blinked again. He even suspected that he had seen it wrong from Huo Yuhao's previous introduction. He knew that the orange gold spirit ring was the result of a 100,000-year spirit contract. As for why Huo Yuhao could allow 100,000-year spirit beast to perform a spirit ceremony with him, Moon would not dig into the details. It was given to him by a friend who owns a 100,000-year soul beast. He understands, but aren't there something wrong with these 3 10,000-year-old black spirit rings? Which soul master can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 3rd ring? Or is it that Huo Yuhao started the soul contract very early, which is not right? For a moment, Moon was in a state of confusion. In fact, he had long discovered that Huo Yuhao had concealed the age of his spirit ring, but he had not deliberately explored it. But even he couldn't have imagined that the other party would be so outrageous. And wasn't he still a 5-ring guy not long ago? When did it become 6 rings? And most importantly, there is the breath of special force. For a moment, Moon was so shocked that he was speechless. He grunted for a long time, and when he spoke again, his voice had become a little dry, and he said uncertainly, "Is this breath a soul core?" At this moment, Huo Yuhao's body was filled with an illusory smell, and only a super Douluo level strong man could feel the spread of that special force. There is no doubt about it, it is definitely a soul core. Only with a soul core can the martial soul itself draw power from space, rather than just absorbing the elemental force of heaven and earth from the real world. What a gift! Huo Yuhao nodded. Yes, after absorbing the 6th soul ring, I was able to condense a soul core naturally. Taking a deep breath, Moon knew that this kid had set a precedent again. Only when the soul core is achieved can the soul power stored in a soul master's body undergo a qualitative change. This is also the foundation of the title Douluo. At this time, Huo Yuhao had actually activated his first soul core at the level of 6-ring soul emperor. It would be hard to believe if you didn't see it with your own eyes. There is no doubt that in the following practice, his improvement speed will be far beyond that of ordinary people. The only thing to worry about is whether Huo Yuhao can successfully condense his 2nd soul core and become a title Douluo after he reaches level 89 in the future. You know, Zhuangzi has been working hard to develop a 2nd soul core for so many years, but he is still 1 step away. It's only 1 step away, but it feels like an insurmountable chasm after repeated disappointments. Moon gave up, urging Zhuangzi let him drink and act like a jerk, but just don't come out and tease the genius of Shrek. As someone who had experienced this, Moon also knew the difficulty of achieving 2 soul cores. However, since Huo Yuhao has chosen to embark on this path, there is no possibility of regret. Believe first, although the isotopic resonance method is a bit of a waste of the talents of the twin martial souls. In fact, I have reached a preliminary agreement with several fierce beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest. My 6th soul ring is a soul contract signed with the demon spirit of one of the fierce beasts. Huo Yuhao summoned the demon spirit and dropped another bombshell. It must be a ferocious beast with at least 200,000 years of cultivation. That's fine. It seems that the starred out Great Forest really supports the soul contract to the fullest. Moon was now numb with shock. Now he even felt that even if Huo Yuhao said that he had obtained the legendary inheritance of the gods, it was very reasonable. The two chatted for a while about the topic of the spirit pagoda. Finally, Moon earnestly exhorted, "Yuhao, when there are more matters to deal with in the spiritual pagoda, you can hand them over to others to help you share some of the burden. Don't delay your cultivation. Talent is one thing, hard work is another." The reason why Huo Yuhao can achieve his current success, in addition to his amazing talent, is also inseparable from the efforts he has made behind the scenes. Moon also hoped that the spirit transferring tower would not become a stumbling block on Huo Yuhao's path of cultivation. Okay, I know, as the tower master, Huo Yuhao only needs to grasp the general direction. Other things will be taken care of for him by others. This is the benefit of having the support of a powerful force. Moon showed a relieved smile on his face and said, "Just go for it, Yuhao. The prelude to your era has arrived." Achievement triggered. Achieve Moon's Prelude to New Era achievement and receive the Xianyuan Bao Wanglian as a reward. Tian Yuan Bao Wanglian, a 5th turn Gu Worm, it is an advanced Gu of the 4th turn Tian Yuan Bao Zhenlian. It can speed up the recovery of the Soul Master's solid soul power and produce a large amount of Yuan Shi that accelerates the Soul Master's cultivation. Evaluation, I heard the endless echo. Spirit Transferring Tower Huo Yuhao gathered everyone together and planned to start promoting the Soul Plan. In addition to the 4 girls in the inner courtyard, there are also new members Guyuna, D Kidor and Zhu Di, as well as this year's Shrek Reserve team members. Although there is a tendency towards more yin than yang, but everyone present was Huo Yuhao's trusted right-hand man. Apart from emotional factors, Tang Yu pledged her loyalty to Huo Yuhao when he helped him eliminate the Iron Blood sect. She even abandoned the Tang sect and joined the spirit-transferring pagoda. Su Sanchi was also a small money sponsor. The Zuanming sect used him as an entry point and earned a lot of gold coins. Even Bibai, Jiang Nanan and He Tao are loyal to the spirit pagoda. Employ people with confidence, and don't employ people you don't trust. End of this chapter. Chapter 261 Huo Yuhao's Secret Teaching, Disciple Rebellion. What exactly is the soul? Facing everyone's questions, Huo Yuhao replied, to put it simply, a soul spirit is a soul beast that can retain consciousness and voluntarily merge with a soul master. For some soul beasts whose lives have come to an end, they can use the form of a soul spirit to form a contract with a soul master, retaining certain abilities and thinking, in order to continue their lives. Next, I will introduce the soul-related technology. After carefully explaining the concept and method of soul, Huo Yuhao talked about the cooperation between Shrek, the Soul Pagoda and the Starred Out Great Forest. This immediately brought a huge shock to newbies like Bibai, Su Sanchi, etc. Cooperate with ferocious beasts. Isn't this just courting death? Is this world too crazy? Or have they fallen behind the times? This is too exaggerated. How could a few little soul masters like them hear such a thing? Don't say it's them. Even the loyal ministers who had joined the Spirit Pagoda early on, namely Zhang Lexuan, Hongru Oro, Ma Ziaotao and Ling Lujin, were also greatly shocked. However, when he thought of all the surprises that Huo Yuhao had brought since he entered school, his frown gradually relaxed. It's really not surprising, not to mention cooperation. Even if a 100,000-year-old soul beast or even a ferocious beast fell in love with Huo Yuhao one day, they would be able to express their understanding. This is the irresistible power of the succubus. After the theory, let's move on to practice. If Huo Yuhao were to preside over the soul contract, as long as both parties were suitable and willing to complete the contract, the success rate of soul transmission would absolutely be 100%. But Huo Yuhao doesn't have so much time to help others sign soul contracts for future consideration, whether it is for the future development of the Soul Pagoda or to better promote the soul contract. The spiritual transmission ceremony requires a formal, complete and safe process. For this reason, it is necessary for others to learn about soul contracts, and the main guide in signing soul contracts, that is, the soul master, comes into being. Just like the witness in a marriage, the soul communicator is an indispensable part of the normal soul contract process. Soul fusion is not as simple as soul ring absorption. Once it fails, it can cause considerable damage to both parties. Huo Yuhao's self-signing can only be regarded as a special case. There are absolutely very few people in this land who are capable of completing self-signing. Therefore, letting the spiritual master provide external guidance to the two parties who signed the soul contract is the method that is most likely to succeed and is the least likely to hurt them. Moreover, the spirit transmitter can also share some of the pressure on the soul master's mental power, making the entire contract process easier to complete. Of course, the soul contract is very complicated and it is definitely not something that an ordinary soul master can learn. In addition, the requirement for spiritual power cultivation during the soul transmission process requires at least a soul emperor with a non-spiritual martial soul, or a soul master with a spiritual martial soul. But this problem is easy to solve on the mainland. Although there are not many people with spiritual martial spirits, there are still quite a few of them. However, there are also very few spiritual spirit beasts, so it is difficult for spiritual spirit masters to become powerful, and most of them are in a state of being unappreciated. This group of people can be said to be the innate holy bodies of spiritual masters. Huo Yuhao also used Shrek's channels to continuously attract these people from the mainland. As long as they were trained, the future team of spirit masters of the Spirit Pagoda would be initially formed. Not only that, Huo Yuhao is now also studying spiritual cultivation techniques with the ability to see into the future. He knew that spiritual cultivation was definitely the focus of the soul version with the support of Master Yi, the help of the Zhidaogu worm, the purple demon pupil and a large amount of Shrek books and materials for reference from a high vantage point. This task is actually not that difficult, but there is no rush for this matter. Let's wait until we can bring back Zhuanziwen, this useful tool, and have him develop a soul guide device that can detect the level of mental power. And then we can consider this half a step ahead is a genius, one step ahead is a madman. Although Huo Yuhao has the ability to do it perfectly, but he is not so idle that he must drag the entire continent forward by himself. Currently, the soul contract has reached version 1.5. After many optimizations by Yulao and Huo Yuhao, it has become relatively complete. Although the underlying logic of soul rings and soul spirits is still difficult to change, at this stage soul spirits can already be slowly enhanced through the feedback of the soul master's soul power level and mental strength. For 10,000-year-old souls, this effect may not be obvious, but for souls that are 10, 100, or even 1,000 years old, it can be said to be extremely effective. If one wants to upgrade a 10-year soul to a 100-year soul, the soul master needs to reach the level of soul master. To advance a 100-year soul to a 1,000-year soul, one needs to be a soul emperor or even a soul sage. If one wants a 1,000-year soul to transform into a 10,000-year soul, one must wait until it reaches the realm of soul Douluo, or even title Douluos, for the next 100,000 years. It would be difficult for one person to accomplish it alone unless the soul is passed down from generation to generation and the ancestor's power is spent for hundreds or even thousands of years. The sublimation of 100,000 years can occur. Moreover, Huo Yuhao not only confirmed the absolute equality of soul contracts, it also grants souls over 10,000 years old a relative freedom. This is also related to spiritual intelligence. For example, souls with spiritual attributes will arrive much earlier. With the death of the soul master, the soul contract officially ends. And the 10,000-year soul with intelligence can choose to leave the soul master at will and move alone in Douluo continent. They can also sign soul contracts with new soul masters. Of course, without the help of a soul master, it would take a long time for a soul spirit to cultivate alone, just like a soul beast would. Similarly, although souls can be passed down, they also have a lifespan. It does not mean that a soul beast can achieve immortality once it is transformed into a soul. Soul beasts have a limit of 100,000 years of heavenly tribulation. Souls also suffer from the limitations of spiritual wear and tear. The longer the soul lives alone, the faster its intelligence will wear out, until finally the intelligence disappears and the soul returns to heaven. Even if the soul is sleeping, it is still in the process of constant wear and tear. But the rate of wear and tear will be much slower. Only when the soul master and the soul work together can the wear and tear of spiritual intelligence be alleviated or even restored. This is the soul contract master system introduced by Huo Yuhao. In the process of constantly perfecting the soul contract, Huo Yuhao made a discovery. In fact, in Douluo continent, the lifespan limit for soul beasts seems to have been deliberately blurred. The longer it lives, the stronger the soul beast becomes. There is absolutely no such thing as a human soul master's lifespan reaching its end. Even if the soul beast dies in the process, it is because of irresistible resistance from the outside world, from human soul masters, attacks from other soul beasts, or natural disasters. Therefore, the defect of the soul seems to be unavoidable unless one truly breaks free from the shackles of the soul system. Closer to home, as Huo Yuhao spread soul contract version 1.5 to the appropriate people present, they also became the earliest batch of reserve soul transmitters in Douluo continent. The spirit hall, as the name suggests, it is the place where spirits are transmitted and soul contracts are signed. Here is the magic circle that Huo Yuhao inherited from old Yi. It not only saves the soul power consumed in soul transmission, but also reduces the soul master's own mental power consumption when fusing souls, greatly increasing the success rate of the fusion. The spirit hall is very large, covering nearly 500 square meters and being 10 meters high, occupying the most central area of the second floor of the spirit tower. The walls were painted with delicate and elegant golden magic patterns, and the magic patterns on the ground were also made of different metals and gems with light attributes, which were extremely magnificent. Because of the magic array, the soul transmission hall could absorb the light elements in the sunlight and store them, so the light elements here were extremely rich. Such a large room is extremely expensive to build, and using it for cultivation would be a waste of resources. It is mainly used for spiritual transmission. However, during the period when Shrek helped build the soul transferring tower, Huo Yuhao was also selfless and specially built a number of training rooms suitable for soul masters to practice. Although this kind of training room is no longer helpful to him who has already formed his soul core, It is good to give it to Wang Dongjia and others, which can achieve twice the result with half the effort at this moment. What is going on is Ling Luchen signed a soul contract with a 10,000-year deep cold blue dragon, although Ling Luchen was only one step away from truly entering the ultimate ice realm. It didn't matter even if she wanted to sign a soul contract with the ice scorpion, but considering the characteristics of Ling Luchen's ice elemental martial soul, finally, Huo Yuhao found a deep freeze blue dragon in the far north specifically for her, which was about to die and was willing to sacrifice itself. The deep cold blue dragon possesses both ice and spiritual attributes. In addition, Ling Luchen already possesses the deep blue glory skull, so it can be said that its compatibility is maximized, and with the help of Huo Yuhao's essence, the divinity of the Ice Dragon King was also subtly transforming Ling Luchen's body. This is also a win-win situation for the future deep frost blue dragon soul, with the two emperors of ice and snow stepping forward. Everything is naturally simple as for why the soul beasts that came were from the far north, even though they had established diplomatic relations with the starred-out Great Forest. Don't get hung up on such small details. After all, he is the host this time, but the real boss of Xingdao, Gu Yuna, the leader of the soul beasts. For Gu Yuna, this soul signing ceremony was also a novel experience under the watchful eyes of the people in the Spirit Pagoda and several elders from the Sea God Pavilion who came to watch. Shrek's first soul contract began. The most difficult part is choosing each other, but because of Huo Yuhao's previous instructions, and Ling Luchen himself had a great attraction to the deep cold blue dragon, Ling Luchen simply promised to work together to achieve a future of ultimate ice, and the deep cold blue dragon couldn't wait to agree. It can be said that it was extremely smooth. After briefly explaining the precautions, Gu Yuna began to preside over this soul ceremony with Ling Luchen's current cultivation base of a level 60 quasi-soul emperor, the strength of his martial soul at half a step to ultimate ice, and mental strength far exceeding that of his peers. The whole process was uneventful as the pitch-black sixth soul ring appeared behind Ling Luchen. The flower scattering ended. This was a small step for her, but a big step towards the harmonious relationship between soul beasts and humans. Su Sanchi and the others were so envious that they wished they could directly leap to level 50 and experience the wonders of the soul for themselves, although due to the limitation of mental power, the number of souls that a soul master can sign is limited. Even for a titled Douluo, generally only 3 souls are attached. However, souls can add multiple soul rings. A 1,000-year soul can provide up to 3 soul rings, and a 10,000-year soul can provide up to 4 soul rings. Besides, the fact that souls can accompany soul masters in their growth and improve their years of service makes everyone realize the superiority of the soul contract master system. Not to mention, spirits with sufficient intelligence also have the ability to go out and fight alongside spirit masters. Moreover, when spirit masters use the spirit skills attached by spirits, not only does it consume less spirit power, but the effect is also stronger. Even Bibai, who needed to inherit Mu's 2 major fighting skills, was also interested. Huo Yuhao has confirmed that as long as the intelligence is sufficient, the soul skills bestowed by the soul spirit are actually more targeted and suitable for the soul master. Just like the 6th soul ring given to Huo Yuhao by the demon spirit, it was tailor-made according to Huo Yuhao's needs and his own racial talents. This is much better than simply absorbing soul rings and randomly drawing cards. As long as Bibai makes a contract with a suitable soul beast, the transformation of the 2 combat skills can be said to be easier through subsequent communication. It can be said that Huo Yuhao's unintentional action has caused a dimensionality reduction attack on the inheritance techniques of the White Tiger lineage's fixed soul skills. The moonlight shines. You came here so late, I thought someone had forgotten me. Zhang Lexun looked at Huo Yuhao and snorted with some dissatisfaction, her tone also meaningful. Ahem, I was delayed for a while because of something. Huo Yuhao was a little embarrassed. He had clearly made an appointment to meet the senior sister tonight, but was delayed for a while because of Gu Yuna's invitation to heal her injuries and practice. Not to mention Kiwa was adding fuel to the fire. Huo Yuhao really didn't expect that the 3 of them actually possessed the Trinity Martial Soul Fusion skill. What an intoxicating god-level strength! If it weren't for his strong mind, he would have probably given up. Looking at Huo Yuhao's slightly embarrassed expression, Zhang Lexun blinked her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of her lips. Then, accept the punishment for being late. As soon as he finished speaking, a fragrant breeze blew in. Zhang Lexun had already arrived in front of Huo Yuhao, held his cheeks directly, and quickly approached him. Huo Yuhao couldn't help but be stunned as he looked at the stunning face that kept getting bigger and bigger in front of him. Inverted. This is Chongdi rebels against his master. Question mark. Chong brother against sister. Who led sister Li Juan astray? Hanru. Hey, a gentle breath hit my face and an irresistible force came from my ear. The warm and hot touch hit Huo Yuhao's lips, blocking all his words. He did not resist, but cooperated with the other party's slightly awkward movements for a long time. The lips are divided. In fact, the relationship between Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexun was just one step away from this finishing touch. Huo Yuhao was still thinking about how he should take the initiative, but ended up being passive. Maybe this is also the reason why a long separation is better than a new marriage? Ever since he completed his apprenticeship under the guidance of the senior sister, Huo Yuhao has rarely had close physical contact with Zhang Lexun. Even if we met, it would be like the meeting at the Spirit Pagoda in the morning. With this first intimate contact, Zhang Lexun seemed to have completely let herself go, no longer caring about the various relationships between senior sisters and junior brothers, and master and apprentice. With unprecedented greed and aggressiveness, Zhang Lexun continued to blow the horn of attack. I don't know how long it took. Calmness gradually returned through the kiss just now. Zhang Lexun also felt Huo Yuhao's incomparably powerful soul power and blood at close range. Feeling somewhat surprised, she stretched out her hand and pinched Huo Yuhao, then shook her head as if expressing emotion. I didn't expect that after just a few months of not seeing you, your strength has reached such a level. I'm afraid that in a few years, your cultivation will catch up with mine. So, in order to prevent Sister Li Zhuan from being surpassed by me, I wanted to give you a surprise today. Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded, reaching for the storage space with one hand. Surprise? Zhang Lexun raised her eyebrows. End of this chapter. Chapter 262. Soul-Bone Promise. Immortal Grass Gift to Senior Sister. Surprise? The effect of your soul contract has indeed brought us a huge surprise, and it has kept me quite busy recently, because of Mu Lao's decentralization. Zhang Lexun took over Xuan Lao's duties as deputy head of the supervisory group early on. As long as her soul power level is high enough, she can officially take over. Likewise, she is currently serving as a teacher in the inner courtyard. Because of Huo Yuhao's relationship, she is also one of the deputy masters of the spirit transferring tower. It can be said that one person is working 3 jobs. Faced with the spirit transmission tower, which is undergoing a major revival, Zhang Lexun has been very busy during this period. The life of the deputy tower master in these few months has been much richer than that of the former deputy head of the supervisory group. After all, the Spirit Pagoda is not like Shrek, one of the largest forces on the continent, with a mature system and institutions. It cannot decide the future development with just one word like the Lord of the Sea God. Especially since the soul is a special, new system, there is no room for carelessness. Now, in most cases, the planning of the Spirit Tower not only requires the superiors to make suggestions and decisions, but sometimes they also need to train subordinates or even do it themselves. Ahem. This is also for the better development of the Spirit Transferring Tower in the future, not to mention Zhang Lexun. Even Huo Yuhao himself had been working day and night and working hard to improve the soul contract during this period. It was not until today that this phase came to an end. There are gains and losses. The reason for this is that Huo Yuhao learned a lesson from the original novel and did not invite various forces to settle in the Spirit Transferring Tower. How can we manage the Spirit Tower with those insects? These people only act on their own to pursue their own interests, or even fight each other. Souls are just tools in the hands of these ambitious people. Therefore, Huo Yuhao planned to be the dictator and bear all the responsibilities. Completely monopolize the soul technology in your own hands to promote the harmonious development of soul beasts and soul masters. As long as we are strong enough, with the soul contract as the core, we can create a world of great love where everyone must abide by the rules. Not absorbing souls? Then you will be eliminated by the times. Want a soul? Then treat the soul beasts well. This is the only way. As the saying goes, there is no order without rules. As long as Huo Yuhao is still in Douluo continent, this rule will have a basis for enforcement. In this way, the perception of the general spirit masters can be changed imperceptibly. As for those who break the rules, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, chop off their heads. Huo Yuhao said, the more they resist, the more it shows that I am right. Even if there was no agreement with Gu Yunar, he thought he would follow the same path. One should never forget the person who dug a well when drinking water. His current achievements are entirely inseparable from the help of his soul beast friends. What's more, Huo Yuhao can also use this as an opportunity to gather the power of faith. Why not? Zhang Lexun nodded slightly and said, however, the Spirit Pagoda is gradually getting back on track, and we can relax in the future. Yuhao, do you think we should promote the Spirit Pagoda in some way? Propaganda? Before, Huo Yuhao had been focusing on transforming the soul contract itself, But this time Zhang Lexuan's words reminded him, since the improvement work on the soul contract has come to an end for the time being, what about the subsequent publicity work? Now that the Spirit Pagoda headquarters has been built and there is no interference from other forces, how should it be promoted? Shrek's channels and influence alone are not enough. Although Shrek has a great reputation and is known as the #1 Soul Master Academy on the continent, however, in fact, many sects with a long history have a condescending or even dismissive attitude towards Shrek, just like the Haoshan sect, the Benti sect, and the Jiubeoliuli sect. These people focus on exploring and developing the sect's inherited martial spirits. For them, the most suitable combat skills and knowledge have been inherited. What Shrek taught on the surface was completely unacceptable to them. If one wants to learn truly advanced skills, one has to join the Shrek direct lineage, which is something that sect disciples cannot accept. Even the imperial family or family force has mostly just come to Shrek's outer courtyard to go through the process, make a name for themselves, and expand their social circle. Even if he joined the inner court, at most he would just go in to get some gilding like Daiyao Heng in the original novel. And the supervisory tasks would be secretly handled by his family. This is also one of the main reasons why the number of Shrek inner courtyard disciples is extremely small, which is due to the limitation of student sources. In fact, this can be seen from the Soul Master competition held in the Sun Moon Empire in the original work and the next Soul Master competition, because sects are allowed to participate. It can be said that all kinds of monsters and demons will emerge. Several soul saints appeared immediately. The intensity is more than twice as high as this year's. Thinking of this, a flash of light passed through Huo Yuhao's mind. Isn't this a great opportunity to showcase the soul to many forces? Just like representing the Tang sect in the original novel, the Soul Pagoda can also organize a team to participate in the Soul Master competition to publicize the superiority of souls. It's a great business with no investment and huge profits. The only thing that needs to be worried about is whether the Soul Master competition held in Mingdu this time will allow sects to participate as in the original novel, because of Huo Yuhao flapping his butterfly wings. After all, most of the Soul Masters in Douluo continent are extremely conservative. It is not just talk that the laws of our ancestors cannot be changed. It has already penetrated into the bones and even the blood of most people in the original novel. The reason why Su Xianren was able to create a precedent by allowing sects to participate in the Soul Master competition was because he was able to bring with him the power of many sects, which put pressure on Douluo Three Kingdoms to accept this precedent. But they had not expected that this was actually Su Xianren's preparation for the subsequent Continental War, with the purpose of secretly capturing the young talents of those sects as hostages to prevent the sects from jumping into desperation and using the Douluo Three Kingdoms to fight against the Sun Moon Empire. Who can tolerate this? The Body sect was the first to say that the Sun and Moon Empire already had a way to die. Everyone has been conducting the Soul Master competition in an orderly manner for tens of thousands of years, and you, the Sun Moon Empire, which has been the runner-up for perpetual years, finally can't stand it anymore, right? He even colluded with the evil Soul Master, which is totally unethical. I can't stand it anymore, and the Sun and Moon Empire exploded. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao stopped thinking. Sure enough, a trip to the Sun Moon Empire is necessary. There is no rush for publicity for now. The Spirit Pagoda is still in its dormant period. We will take our time later. There is no need to become a big spender all at once. We should just develop steadily. After a pause, Huo Yuhao continued, okay, let's not talk about this for now. Sister Li Juan, look. When Zhang Lexuan saw the soul bone emitting azure light in Huo Yuhao's hand, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This is a 100,000-year-old water attribute right arm bone. This was the reward that Huo Yuhao received from Shrek for leading the team to win the championship after the last Soul Master competition. He chuckled and said, speaking of which, this soul bone is actually very suitable for you. After all, the Moon Martial Soul also has the Yin water attribute. Looking at the soul bone being pushed in front of her, Zhang Lexuan couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling extremely moved. The value of a 100,000-year soul bone is well known. You will never see this thing being auctioned in the market, so you can imagine how precious it is. If we have to measure it with gold soul coins, it can be said to be a sky-high price of hundreds of millions of gold soul coins. Each 100,000-year soul bone is extremely rare, a true treasure of the sect, and the foundation of power. Even for Shrek, the 100,000-year soul bone he possesses is extremely rare. This is your reward? I can't. Before she could even finish her refusal, Huo Yuhao interrupted her with a smile. Okay, Sister Li Juan, you are now the Deputy Tower Master of our Spirit Pagoda. As the face of the organization, Your soul Douluo cultivation is far from enough. At this point, he raised the corner of his mouth meaningfully. Besides, you don't want your cultivation to be surpassed by me soon, right? Hearing this, Zhang Lexuan couldn't help choking, and she had something to complain about but couldn't utter it. Who did my good junior brother learn this strange way of sophistry from? After Huo Yuhao stuffed the soul bone into Zhang Lexuan's arms, he struck while the iron was hot and said, besides, although this 100,000-year soul bone was awarded to me by the Academy, its quality is good, but it doesn't really suit me. It would be a waste to keep it in my hands, so I might as well give it to you, senior sister, as soon as possible. As the master of the spiritual pagoda, I also have to win over people's hearts. If Sister Li Zhuan runs away with someone one day, I will regret it forever. You. Guy, Zhang. Lexuan rolled her eyes at Huo Yuhao. How could she not see that the other person was making fun of her? After all, she had already boarded this kid's pirate ship, and her life was doomed to be ruined by this brat. However, what Huo Yuhao did not say was that he was now supported by two wealthy women, Gu Yuna and Zhu Di, and had the potential to kill several times more powerful extreme Dalos. Even compared with the big forces, it is not inferior at all, although those things don't belong to him alone. All in all, giving up this soul bone that originally belonged to Zhang Lexuan is just a small matter, you know. Although this 100,000-year soul bone is mainly water attribute, it also has a hint of dark attribute. It can be said to be tailor-made for Zhang Lexuan. However, due to the appearance of this ultimate ice genius, he not only won the position of the successor to the Sea God Pavilion from Zhang Lexuan, but also obtained this 100,000-year-old water-attributed soul bone that was related to ice attributes. Or, Sister Li Zhuan, are you unwilling? Huo Yuhao raised the corner of his mouth and asked. Okay, Zhang. Lexuan put the soul bone into the soul guide ring and said seriously, then I can only live up to your trust, Yuhao. Now that things have come to this, it would be too much to refuse any further. After saying that, she prepared to go back and concentrate on practicing. Indeed, because of her life as a worker during this period, although she had the customized version of Xianchen Guang improved by Huo Yuhao for her, Zhang Lexuan still slacked off in improving her soul power level. If I don't work harder, I will be surpassed by my junior brother, which will be a huge shame. I can't lose when it comes to my senior sister's pride. Huh? Are you leaving now? Huo Yuhao used the Erkung hand. Senior sister, please stay. Zhang Lexuan was stunned for a moment, then turned around and smiled knowingly. Yuhao, do you still want a reward? Indeed, I almost forgot this most important thing. Obviously, Yuhao and I have already broken through the tacit relationship. Isn't now a good time to repay him? An ambiguous atmosphere quietly spread. The next second, the warm touch came again with her slightly rapid breathing. Zhang Lexuan's eyes became more and more blurred as she became more and more proficient, as if she felt Huo Yuhao's passionate emotions. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and then her whole body leaned on the other's strong chest as soft as a bone. Seeing the senior sister's willing look, even the experienced Huo Yuhao's heartbeat quickened inexplicably, and he felt itchy with Zhang Lexuan's tacit consent. Huo Yuhao moved his deft hands to reach inside her shirt, kissing and caressing her gently. If Huo Yuhao had been more or less restrained in the previous immature kiss, then it was completely different. Now Zhang Lexuan is like a little lamb that has walked into a trap, unable to resist the evil big bad wolf. Of course Huo Yuhao also knew that now was not a good time to take a further step. Besides, he deliberately tried to keep the other party, not to play hard to get for such a reward. He is a gentleman. I do not know how long it has been looking at the face in his arms that was different from the usual peaceful and gentle one. Huo Yuhao chuckled with a sense of accomplishment. This is the surprise I'm talking about. After saying that, he took out a jade bottle from the storage space and handed it to Zhang Lexuan. Zhang Lexuan, whose eyes were still a little evasive, subconsciously reached out to take it. After opening it, a thumb-sized pill appeared inside, as white as jade with two faint cloud patterns. This is the Hunun pill. I made with the essence of Hunun immortal grass as the main ingredient. After you take it, it will not only increase the speed of subsequent soul power growth, but also assist in compressing soul power and reduce the difficulty of condensing soul cores. After listening to his description, Zhang Lexuan, who thought she was used to it, was shocked again, forgetting her previous shyness for a moment. Such a treasure is really hot to the touch. If there is still a chance to obtain the 100,000-year soul bone with the help of the Academy, this magical herb is something you can only come across by chance. This thing only exists in heaven, and it is rarely seen in the world. Question mark. Just being able to help a soul Douluo like me speed up my cultivation is already extremely precious, not to mention the difficulty of condensing the soul core, which is simply incredible. She has never heard of it. If someone else said this to her, Zhang Lexuan would definitely not take it seriously, but she had no doubt about the truthfulness of Huo Yuhao's words. Moreover, she also knew something about the immortal grass base in the undead demi-plane, and had received the soul upgrading pill from Huo Yuhao before. I thought Xinglingdan was already invincible, but I didn't expect there are masters out there. Question mark. This thing is too valuable. Yuhao, you will also need to condense a soul core in the future, so you should keep this treasure for yourself, Zhang. Lexuan looked at Huo Yuhao seriously. Huo Yuhao blinked and said, in fact, I have successfully condensed my soul core. What? Can you condense a soul core with the strength of a soul emperor? Zhang Lexuan's brain suddenly froze. Isn't this a bit too much? But after coming to her senses, Zhang Lexuan still said stubbornly, but even if you have already condensed your soul core, you will inevitably break through to the title Douluo level in the future. Humph, no matter how hard the lips are, they will become soft when you kiss them. This time, Huo Yuhao chose to take the initiative and take revenge for the 2 times he was passive, not to mention using the fire of creation to refine the essence of immortal herbs to make elixirs. Huo Yuhao is now considering which immortal herbs are suitable for Zhang Lexuan, and plans to sign a soul contract for her later. After all, Zhang Lexuan's 9th soul ring happened to be vacant. However, among the current 100,000-year-old immortal herbs, there seems to be none that is particularly suitable for her. Those magical herbs with ice and darkness attributes are now at most 10,000-a-year level. Even the ultimate ice of the 8-angled mysterious ice grass seems to be a bit out of place. The only suitable one is the Kiloo tulip, which can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon in just a few seconds. Zhang Lexuan went from struggling slightly at the beginning to being submissive, until she was able to get whatever she wanted. After it was over, her pretty face was already flushed. She subconsciously dodged Huo Yuhao's burning gaze, and her voice was filled with a bit of reproach. No respect for elders or younger ones. End of this chapter. Chapter 263. Han Ruoro's response. Huo Yuhao, who has always been strong. You are so disrespectful. Where did you learn this? When Zhang Lexuan thought of the relationship between Huo Yuhao and herself, she felt a strange sense of shame and guilt. There's even an inexplicable sense of guilt. Of course it's you, my senior sister, teacher Li Zhuan. Huo Yuhao blinked innocently and answered seriously, besides, what's wrong with a boss kissing his subordinate? He is the master of the spirit transmission tower. Humph, if you don't learn the good things, you will only learn the bad things. After coughing twice, Zhang Lexuan left Huo Yuhao's arms and stood up as if to maintain the dignity and respect of her status as the eldest senior sister and inner courtyard teacher. She glared fiercely at her slightly rebellious junior brother. Then, as if she remembered something, she said seriously, but I don't remember. Yuhao, you came to sign up for my course? It seems that you only attended Ruoro's class? Facing the senior sister's slightly scrutinizing gaze, Huo Yuhao was slightly stunned. For some reason I felt guilty about being caught cheating, but it was Guyuna who forced him to attend the class, so he couldn't take the blame. Ahem, that's because I've already graduated from your one-on-one special training, Teacher Li Zhuan. I feel a bit embarrassed to go to your class to fry fish again. Is it? Zhang Lexuan's beautiful eyes looked up and down at the slightly embarrassed Huo Yuhao, and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Of course. I'm devoted to Teacher Li Zhuan. Huo Yuhao stood at attention on the spot and placed his right fist in front of his left chest. Give your heart to the senior sister. Okay, I'm just asking. Seeing him acting funny, Zhang Lexuan chuckled and said, I'll take the Hunitin pill. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, Sister Li Zhuan, just take it directly. With the help of the spirit bone, you should be able to reach level 90 soon. Don't rush to find a spirit ring when the time comes. The master of the spirit transmission tower will arrange a suitable 100,000-year-old spirit for you. Hearing this, Zhang Lexuan also raised her hand and placed it on Huo Yuhao's head, rubbing it gently and making a nasal sound that sounded like she was happy. I know, Tower Master. Well, that's all I have to say. I'll be leaving now. Huo Yuhao said goodbye. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Zhang Lexuan pecked Huo Yuhao on the lips again as if to reward him, and the two said goodbye. In the next few days, Huo Yuhao made an appointment with Han Ruoro in advance, Ready to use the same trick again, the leaves rustled and ripples appeared on the lake. Huo Yuhao and Hanruoro walked side by side on the small path of Sea God Island. After briefly introducing the effects of the Hunin pill and when to take it, Huo Yuhao handed it out. Senior sister, you are not allowed to refuse. You're really overbearing, Han. Ruoro complained in her mouth, her bright eyes shining like rippling autumn water, touching the heartstrings. Yes, Ho. Yuhao blinked and smiled, taking the jade bottle containing the Hunin pill. Hanruoro sighed softly. Yuhao, you are always so generous and unpredictable. Sometimes I wonder, how can I repay you? Is Yuhao's kindness not over yet? Dear senior sister, is there a possibility that I am not interested in this? Huo Yuhao groaned for a moment and said with a smile, Sister Ruoro, you have already joined my spirit pagoda. Just practice hard and don't worry about these things. Just think of them as a special benefit given to you by me, the pagoda master. Although the essence of the magical herb is limited, it is more than enough for one's own use. The book that Yaoxiang Kilo Xianpin had always regarded as a treasure not only recorded the appearance and effects of various immortal herbs and poisonous herbs, there is also the Tang clan's lost method of using poison, as well as elixir recipes and alchemy techniques. In addition to recording the method of refining the most powerful Kyankan creation pill, it also records many very useful pill recipes. The Shangling pill and Hunin pill were the pill recipes Huo Yuhao developed through the deduction of this Hideogu worm. Taking the essence and removing the dross. This is also due to the powerful fourth soul skill of the Chaos Body's creation fire. Although these pills are not as powerful as the Kyankan creation pill, they are also the most suitable for everyone at this stage. You should know that in the original book, Hogwar relied on a 9-level alchemy furnace to continuously blend and refine the essence of those immortal herbs according to their different medicinal properties, and finally refined 7 Kyankan creation pills. This Kyankan creation pill is said to have the power of creation of heaven and earth. It can completely change a person's physique and greatly enhance soul power. Its medicinal power is extremely terrifying. In the original novel, Masters 1 directly relied on the Kyankan creation pill to break through to the realm of level 99 ultimate Douluo, which shows how powerful the pill is. And the Hunin pill refined by Huo Yuhao. Although the main medicinal ingredient is the essence of Hunin immortal grass, other natural treasures and essence of immortal grass are also added. It can be called a low-end version of Kyankan creation pill, and it is easy to use it to assist in condensing the first soul core. After all, no one would be as seeking death as Huo Yuhao, condensing a soul core in advance, or even a super soul core to reach the sky in one step. Oh, is this benefit only for me or for everyone? Hanruoro's eyebrows were raised, and her deep black eyes curved in a charming arc. Although this gift is not unique to senior sister, it is not something that everyone can have. I only give it to those I care about. Ho. Yuhao admitted it openly. Although the efficacy of Hunin pill is not as good as Kyankan Zaohu pill, in order to fully absorb it, one must at least have the cultivation level of a soul Douluo, especially the effect of Hunin Gen in promoting the condensation of soul core. The current version is not suitable for soul masters below the level of soul Douluo at present. Only Zhang Lexun and Hanruoro have obtained the Hunin pill. Even for Mazaya Ateo and Ling Lujin, Huo Yuhao planned to wait until their soul power levels were raised before giving them the medicine. No wonder they like you, Han. Ruoro sighed. Do you like it, senior sister? Huo Yuhao asked back. In the past, I probably only had the love for my close junior fellow apprentice and the joy for my like-minded friends, Han. Ruoro took a step forward, stared into Huo Yuhao's azure eyes, and said softly, however, as I get to know you better, I fall deeper and deeper in love with you, and my love for you becomes more and more firm. Perhaps, simple love is no longer enough to explain my feelings for you. After saying that, taking advantage of the moment when Huo Yuhao was stunned, Hanruoro leaned forward and kissed him on the lips gently but firmly. Thousands of words turned into the most powerful actions. Hanruoro, attack. Li Zhuan, this doesn't count as sneaking around. She deliberately waited until her best friend succeeded before she took action in response to Hanruoro. Huo Yuhao cooperated wholeheartedly. Confession is not the clarion call to charge, but the tacit understanding to retreat. The affection between the two did not come suddenly. In every communication and contact in the past, Huo Yuhao could feel the mature and gentle charm beneath Hanruoro's beautiful appearance. That's how I describe it. Show off your graceful beauty and embrace your gentle and tender feelings. There is the surprise of first sight, the tacit companionship between book friends, and the tolerance that cares for oneself wholeheartedly. Until this gentle but firm choice. All in all, The increasing number of experiences between the two people have come together to form this affection in front of the deserted library. The wind stopped and time seemed to be frozen at this moment until Hanruoro's greedy demands ended. The gentle sea breeze flows again. Hanruoro raised her head with a hint of unfulfilled desire, looked at Xiaoho, whose breathing was a little rapid, and said in a sly tone, "Just consider it as a benefit for your attendance at the class last time, Ho." Yuhao was speechless. He finally discovered that Hanruoro must have said something to Zhang Lexu, and it can even be said that Mazaya Ateo, who has been safe and sound recently and has not had any evil fire, and Ling Lujin, who has been concentrating on advancing to the ultimate ice. There is a high probability that Hanruoro is also mediating. Otherwise, Huo Yuhao would not have been so focused on the soul contract and the affairs of the Soul Pagoda in the past few months since the construction of the Soul Pagoda began. If Zhang Lexuan was the deputy tower master who actually managed the Soul Pagoda with him, then Hanruoro was the reliable assistant who took care of his daily life. There is no such thing as a peaceful life with a large harem. It's just that someone is carrying the burden and moving forward. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao burst into laughter. "Then please ask Teacher Ruoro to give me a private lesson now." He reached out and tucked the lovely hair behind the ear of the girl in front of him. The other person's white earlobe had already turned slightly red this time. It was Huo Yuhao's turn to take the initiative. After another private treatment with Gu Yuna, Kior looked at the silent boy beside her and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" As if stumped by Kior's sudden words, Huo Yuhao shook his head. "Nothing, really?" Kior looked at Huo Yuhao carefully. He must be hiding something from her. This has to do with the recovery of Huo Yuhao and Gu Yuna. Originally, the martial soul fusion technique is an ability with a cooling time. In addition, there is a huge gap in strength between Huo Yuhao and Gu Yuna. So if they use it by force, it can only be said that they are beyond their ability. As Huo Yuhao successfully condensed his soul core, the effect was even better. However, the real healing process only took place once a month. Being able to maintain such a frequency is already due to Huo Yuhao's strong physical fitness and the powerful vitality that is fused with the gold of life. Even so, after each healing session, Huo Yuhao would be weak for a few days, a bit like a normal woman's period. Although Kilor can also join in to form a Trinity martial soul fusion skill, but it's not that she doesn't want to help the two of them, but there is a huge difference here. If you want to help, there is a high probability that you will end up doing something worse with good intentions. The Trinity fusion skill between them is actually a fusion of Gu Yuna, Kilor and Huo Yuhao's spiritual eyes, and is more suitable for attack. Only the incomplete fusion of the chaotic body and Gu Yuna can help heal the wounds. In other words, it is mutual achievement. It is the characteristic of the chaotic body that allows multiple elements to fuse and briefly burst out the chaotic power with the dual characteristics of creation and destruction that can help during the fusion period. Huo Yuhao's chaotic body was also relying on Gu Yuna's full attribute control to continuously improve its transformation progress. Even Huo Yuhao could absorb the life gold that Gu Yuna used to heal her wounds and slowly warm up his life sword. Let's talk about Huo Yuhao relying on her powerful golden perception talent. Kior was able to keenly perceive the changes that occurred every time Huo Yuhao helped Gu Yuna heal her injuries after this treatment. His condition was obviously not right. Sickly pale complexion, weathered face. The eyes that had lost focus no longer had their former brilliance, and were replaced by a lingering sense of bewilderment. It was like everything was drained away overnight. "This is ruined?" Chiu frowned and asked seriously, "Yuhao, are you really okay?" Huo Yuhao showed a gentle and slightly complicated smile and responded softly, "I'm fine, Kior." "You look really embarrassed when you're forcing a smile." Facing Kior's questioning look, Huo Yuhao, who has always been strong all his life, could only respond with silence. "Where should I start?" He can't just say, "Your master seems to be interested in him." Huo Yuhao didn't know whether this was an illusion or not. After all, Gu Yuna has God-level strength. Even Huo Yuhao, who is very sensitive to emotions, is completely unable to figure out her character. Besides, isn't one of the three great illusions in life that she likes me? Being too sensitive is just wishful thinking. It is better to hold on to the stable happiness in front of you. Just tell the truth. The main reason was that Huo Yuhao himself felt guilty as he spent more and more time with Gu Yuna. He couldn't help but feel some unnecessary emotions in his heart. Originally, he and Gu Yuna were just pure comrades in arms, and they agreed to resolve the conflict between soul beasts and soul masters. You could put it that way. In Gu Yuna's eyes before, it was at most an investment in an outstanding younger generation, who would be able to help the soul beast race when he ascended to the divine realm in the future. But in Huo Yuhao's eyes, Gu Yuna was becoming increasingly hypocritical. What was promised was investment, but in reality it was unreserved help, from dragon scales, to dragon god beads, gold of living beings, to the Star Soul Devil selection meeting when it came to the time when they accompanied Wang Donger to the Haoshan sect. Gu Yuna didn't even ask any questions and directly agreed to cover for Huo Yuhao and let him face the sea god directly. It is really reliable, it feels so safe. Maybe Gu Yuna also guessed something, but she did not ask Huo Yuhao any more questions, hoping to get a specific answer from him, but just kept accommodating him. Huo Yuhao always felt that he owed her a lot. What's more, Gu Yuna's appearance is already stunning, and with the addition of her temperament and personality, she is extremely attractive to Huo Yuhao. It can be said that she is not inferior to Kidor, who has Huo Yuhao's XP. It's hard not to feel good about it. Therefore, Huo Yuhao naturally spared no effort to help Gu Yuna heal her injuries. Then, the treatment process accidentally went wrong. Perhaps it was the condensation of the soul core that gave Huo Yuhao false confidence in yesterday's martial soul fusion technique. Huo Yuhao planned to take the lead and see if he could use the immortal Gu to heal Gu Yuna. Still struggling, immortal Gu in Huo Yuhao's imagination, as long as he could control the divine power, he would be able to use the immortal Gu as easily as wielding his own arm. Maybe he could use the killing move he had deduced recently when he was bored, which was built with the Chili immortal Gu as the core and was used to devour Shura's divine power. Since the Shura divine power is not something that Huo Yuhao can absorb directly now, then why not transfer the risk and charge the Dragon God Pearl? In fact, as early as after Huo Yuhao discovered the fusion technique with Gu Yuna, he had the channel to obtain divine power and was able to use the immortal Gu freely to a certain extent. However, due to my own realm, I can only use it rigidly. Don't even think about any killing move. So, with Gu Yuna's consent, Huo Yuhao began a bold experiment to verify the truth. The result was indeed successful. This is much faster than simple healing and more than 10 times more efficient. However, since it is the first time Huo Yuhao didn't know how to control himself and exhausted himself in an instant, fortunately, Gu Yuna interrupted the process in time. Otherwise, Huo Yuhao would have to lie down for at least a month. The weakness I feel now will only last for a few days. After listening to Huo Yuhao's explanation that skipped over emotional issues, Kidor finally breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it's okay. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Chuer will win. Just rest assured, Huo Yuhao's mind moved, and his sixth soul skill, Ruomen. As a large amount of soul power was consumed, the negative status refresh ability that occurred once a month was successfully activated, and Huo Yuhao instantly recovered to a full spirited state. It was also relying on the magical skill obtained from the demon spirit that Huo Yuhao was so confident in releasing the immortal Gu's killing move. Even if the worst case scenario happened, he could still release the martial soul fusion skill and let the demon spirit actively activate the life is like a dream soul skill to reverse the situation. As for why the floating life with a cooldown period of 1 day was not used, it was because of some incompatibility issues caused by the martial soul fusion technique. This is why Gu Yuna set the frequency of healing to once a month, although the number of times they slept in the same bed was far more than that. In fact, the way he and Gu Yuna get along is very magical in a Schrödinger state that is neither close nor far away. Huo Yuhao called it the Silver Dragon King's observation log. After all, from the other party's glances that he occasionally cast at him, Huo Yuhao could feel that most of the emotions contained in these glances were still based on curiosity. What are you curious about? He didn't know either. In short, time will tell. Just get along slowly. Seeing that Huo Yuhao's condition had improved, Kidor tilted her head, nodded as if she understood, and then asked hesitantly, "So, will we continue tonight? Come and fight?" Huo Yuhao nodded. The power of Haokyu activated. Even though I have a soul core now, I can't be lazy in cultivating my soul power. Remember, it takes time for water to wear away a stone. Even though Zio is cheating, he shouldn't forget his original intention. Doesn't it look good? It's quite unique. Looking at Kidor's current outfit, Huo Yuhao couldn't help laughing at this moment. She seemed to be deliberately learning Gu Yuna's dressing style, but her completely different temperament was out of place. The evaluation is that they learned it, but did not grasp the essence, especially in the afternoon. Huo Yuhao also conducted routine sparring training with Kidor, and the image of the violent Valkyrie can be said to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Bite. You, seeing Huo Yuhao's appearance, Kidor suddenly became furious and pounced on him immediately. Huo Yuhao was caught off guard and was pressed down on the bed by her. Kidor stared at him closely, like a little lion baring its sharp fangs about to catch its prey. A pair of golden eyes are clear, Bright and sparkling Huo Yuhao also realized that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong, but did not wait for him to speak. The hot but clumsy lips directly blocked all his words. Woo, again Alice, why say again? Love continent, so terrifying. It's not that Huo Yuhao did this on purpose, but what is worrying is not the lack of wealth but the inequality. He also wanted to wait for a suitable opportunity before taking the initiative to attack Kidor, but human capabilities are limited. The more scheming one is, the more likely one is to fall into unexpected situations. This bowl of water is not evenly distributed at this moment. Huo Yuhao finally experienced the troubles called happiness after a long time. Kidor finally raised her head looking at Huo Yuhao, who was breathing lightly under her. She licked the blood from her lips and snorted softly. This time, I won. Huo Yuhao was a little helpless. Is this because I have been suppressing myself too much? Or did she see through my letting down during the sparring session this afternoon? Or maybe my behavior of not coming home at night these days has annoyed her. Cough cough. However, this first kissing experience was really rough. What? Are you still disgusted? Seeing Huo Yuhao's hesitation in speaking, Kidor snorted coldly. My memories are not so easy to take. Just the exchange of memories in Huo Yuhao's novel experiences in just a few years have left a deep impression in Kidor's heart. This is much more exciting than the monotonous life that has lasted for thousands of years. Although they did not have telepathic communication, Kidor, who had exchanged memories, easily noticed Huo Yuhao's last complaint. Damn it, this guy doesn't even let me see those bitter memories. How would she know exactly how to do it? After all, I have only been in human society for less than a year. However, Kidor, who had a strong learning ability, found it easy to mark Huo Yuhao using the kissing moves she had learned from others. It can even be said that she went a step further and tasted Huo Yuhao's blood. Kidor has never been the kind of person who is generous and gentle. Once she decides on someone, she will never miss him. Now that Huo Yuhao has entered her destiny, she will not give him up easily. At least, there should be a distinction between high and low. Kidor, we will win. Feeling the faint fragrance of the girl, Huo Yuhao blinked and replied, I'm not disgusted, but you were a little too forceful. I'm raising my hand not to say sorry, but sister, you still need to practice, especially Kidor's determination and action of biting her lips just now. People who didn't know would think that the two of them had an argument. Chuer pretended to be confused and asked knowingly, then how should I practice? Huo Yuhao raised the corners of his lips and said seriously, I'll teach you. We'll take it slow this time. Finally, getting a satisfactory answer from Huo Yuhao, Kidor lowered her head again and leaned on him with her eyes closed and her red lips slightly pouted. She looks like a beautiful rose, waiting to be picked by her lover. Huo Yuhao didn't say anything. He sat up from the bed, held Kidor in his arms, and began to teach her how to kiss. The girl in his arms subconsciously leaned towards him, studying and practicing the knowledge points seriously. With every kiss, Huo Yuhao could feel the girl's immaturity but her all-out pursuit. I am so happy here that I don't want to leave. Let's put cultivation aside for now. For a long time, the lips are divided. Is it easy to touch? While he was taking a breath, Kidor's voice came into his ears again. Compared to Kidor's hands that were around his neck from beginning to end, Huo Yuhao's hands seemed to have nowhere to put, constantly wandering and probing on that perfectly curvaceous body. Good, very smooth. Huo Yuhao nodded seriously. After realizing something was wrong, he coughed twice to cover it up. Ahem, actually, he has his own ideas about my move. Could it be that the favorability level didn't meet the requirement, so he's going to settle the score later? If you want to touch me, just do it openly. I don't disagree. As if she had noticed Huo Yuhao's shyness and embarrassment, Kidor laughed silently, with an indescribable pride and confidence on her face. I don't know how to lose. As expected, her deliberately transformed appearance had already won too much. She and Yuhao have a relationship in which they exchange memories and are linked by fate. May I? Kidor did not reply. She raised her right hand vigorously, gently grasped Huo Yuhao's right palm, and placed it in front of her heart. Now the girl's shyness speaks louder than any words. He could feel the sincerity of the girl in his palm. Although it was not as big as the power of a peach, Huo Yuhao seemed to be holding the most beautiful thing in the world, kneading it gently. Compared to the hot-bodied sister Xiao Tao, Huo Yuhao actually prefers Kidor's current shape. The short session is over. Kidor took the initiative to hug Huo Yuhao and put her lips close to his ear. The warmth of her breath made him tremble slightly. Then, a proud and irresistible voice sounded, my mark has been placed on you. We will be together forever. Of course, I won't let you die alone. Huo Yuhao responded firmly. Chuer rolled her eyes in annoyance. Humph, that sounds nice, but are you also so sweet talking to those good sisters? Do You mind? Of course I mind, but according to the order of first come first served, I am a latecomer. I have been mentally prepared since I got your memory. After a pause, Chuer said firmly, however, even if there are more competitors, I am confident that I will win completely. Well, you are all the most important people to me. Huo Yuhao avoided the main point and made a promise that was that of a scumbag. 3 months later, thanks to the effects of the Hunan Pill and the 100,000-year soul bone, Zhang Lexuan's soul power cultivation has reached the 90th level, and she has condensed her soul core as if it were a natural process. He only needs a 9th soul ring to be promoted to the realm of title Douluo. I understand, Sister Li Juan. I will take you to the undead demiplane to meet the 100,000-year-old immortal grass later. Leaving the gentle embrace of the senior sister, Huo Yuhao licked the remaining crystal on his lips with lingering satisfaction, and then confirmed her choice of the 9th soul ring. No rush, let's take our time with this, Zhang. Lexuan smiled and interrupted the hasty move to take her to the undead demiplane, saying, my room is quite big. Sure. Huo Yuhao was invited to Zhang Lexuan's dormitory this time. It must be said that the teacher's dormitory is indeed better than the ordinary inner courtyard dormitory. Shall we sleep together tonight? What? Faced with such a straightforward invitation, Huo Yuhao was stunned at first, but then he was somewhat delighted finally. Is it about to begin? This is an exciting moment. No wonder the touch felt a little off this time. At this time, Zhang Lexuan had obviously just finished taking a shower. For some unknown reason, she seemed to be wearing a very different style of underwear under her nightgown. Even now, Huo Yuhao could see the exciting scene with just a quick glance. Suddenly, Zhang Lexuan's slightly resentful eyes met Huo Yuhao's. What? Are you still hesitating? She asked meaningfully, as if smiling. Or, Yuhao, you can sleep with Zaya Ateo and Luochen, but not with me. Ahem, of course you can. Huo Yuhao was not surprised that the senior sister knew about the relationship between Ma Zaya Ateo and himself. After all, the evil fire phoenix's flaws were well known, and Zhang Lexuan had always taken good care of Ma Zaya Ateo, so she naturally knew the real story behind resolving the evil fires for Ling Luochen. Although Huo Yuhao's mental power provided protection in every battle, however, Ling Luochen's daily behavior cannot be faked. Most of the people who were close to her also had some understanding that the former ice goddess had already been secretly conquered by someone. What's more, the relationship between the F4 of Spirit Pagoda is already very good. It is only natural to share information. Huo Yuhao even suspected that the reason why the senior sister was so proactive today was probably because there were 3 other people behind the scenes fanning the flames. Otherwise, why did Ling Luochen and Ma Zaya Ateo agree to temporarily cease fighting for the next few days? So much so that he even made an appointment with Chuer to practice together tonight. Looking at Huo Yuhao, who was still a little hesitant, Zhang Lexuan felt helpless. I'm sorry, kid, or I failed this time, but I will definitely do it next time. Huo Yuhao reacted and took a step forward, taking the initiative, and once again taking the initiative, the actions became more intense. I have to say, after taking the first step, I always want to make new breakthroughs, especially when facing the 2 mature older sisters Zhang Lexuan and Han Ruoro. Huo Yuhao didn't want to keep fighting like this. However, Sister Ruoro meant to wait for her best friend. Even though Huo Yuhao and Han Ruoro have unlocked multiple bonus moves, they still haven't broken through the last line of defenses for Zhang Lexuan. Perhaps because she has been concentrating on spiritual practice recently, although the relationship between the two is slowly progressing, the progress is actually lagging behind. However, with the release of the winning underwear, Huo Yuhao realized that Sister Li Juan might come from behind and take over. He first thanked several good senior sisters who had given him advice behind the scenes, and then began to take whatever he wanted from the eldest senior sister. You're a lecherous fellow, and your hands are dishonest. Feeling the hands playing tricks on her body, Zhang Lexuan shuddered and let out a bone-numbing sound. It adds a little atmosphere to the already ambiguous room. However, this time it was not just a simple sleep. Zhang Lexuan, who was determined and still unsatisfied, chose to take the initiative. A pair of jade hands flexibly moved on Huo Yuhao's body, stripping off his clothes piece by piece. Huo Yuhao also took off her armor. It is worthy of being a special equipment. It is done in one go. It feels great in the hand. Looking at classmate Zioho, who was breathing heavily and standing at attention, Zhang Lexuan also felt itchy. Just grab it with one hand. Yuhao, senior sister will not let you go this time. You should eat high-quality pak shui before you feel at ease. Otherwise, with this pack of wolves surrounding them, if they really had to wait for Huo Yuhao, This blockhead, to take the initiative to attack. It might be too late, no more talking. Huo Yuhao. At this moment, the heavy breathing of the two people has become the only melody in the room. Listen to the other person's double entendre words and feel the gentle and firm hold and in line with the scene in front of me. Even Huo Yuhao, who is well informed and knowledgeable, could not utter a more complete sentence at this moment. He just called out his senior sister's name emotionally. Sister. Li Juan. Before they knew it, they were at the bedside. The next second, a huge force came from above the chest. Huo Yuhao was directly pressed down by Zhang Lexun onto the soft bed. He subconsciously raised his head and met Zhang Lexun's gaze. The surging desires are constantly surging and its storm is coming. Yuhao? Zhang Lexun smiled, her pretty face slightly red, showing her charm. Does it look good? Without waiting for Huo Yuhao to answer, she leaned over to Huo Yuhao's ear and said in a sweet voice, "Let me, your senior sister, teach you one last lesson." End of this chapter. Chapter 265, Out of the Dragon's Lair, Into the Tiger's Lair. Night beside an island dormitory. In the white mist, the silver-haired girl who was taking a bath frowned slightly. Gu Yuna opened her eyes, and her eyes, as clear and deep as amethyst, were filled with a faint silver light. But after a moment, a slightly dissatisfied hum was heard. Who is Huo Yuhao guarding against? He doesn't even look at me, although she has the strength to break the mental barrier he set up. Gu Yuna will not do so. However, Gu Yuna still secretly took note of him in her heart. This kid actually thinks of himself as a messenger? You're fooling around outside again, and you're feeling guilty and don't dare to face Kidor. Right, he wants both. He is so greedy. They really have the demeanor of the Dragon Clan. Gu Yuna discovered Huo Yuhao's biggest weakness, which was that he was not decisive enough. Kidor had almost put the food in his mouth, but he was still hesitating. Just like a couple in their first love, they only try it briefly and do some small things. The Soul Beast clan matures much more precociously than Soul Masters. I don't know what Huo Yuhao is talking about here. After relaying Kidor's words, Gu Yuna closed her eyes again and continued to take a bath at the same time. In Huo Yuhao's room next to Gu Yuna, the blonde girl was tossing and turning on the bed, hugging her pillow. Huo Yuhao had previously said that he could practice with her every night in the next few days, which made Kidor very happy. Without the obstruction of other competitors, I can do whatever I want these days. When Kidor thought about discussing verbal advice with Huo Yuhao again later, the corners of her mouth curved up uncontrollably into a smile. This time, I must understand those knowledge points in depth. No matter what, simple kisses and hugs were no longer enough to satisfy her. Kidor, who came from behind, wanted to go further until Gu Yuna's spiritual power brought a message. Yuhao is not going home tonight. A hint of doubt flashed across Kidor's eyes, and then a bad premonition came to her heart. She remembered that before Yuhao left, he said that the senior sister was looking for him. Could it be that my house was robbed again? Damn human soul master, he comes to cheat and attack. He has no moral ethics at all. Kidor, angrily, punched the pillow in her arms and began to think seriously about the whole matter. Why on earth did it turn out like this? Kidor cried out in sorrow. It was obviously me who came first. It seems like she is the challenger? Thinking of this, Kidor's mind became much more alert. Some ideas suddenly popped into my mind. Anyway, Yuhao had already done that with Mazaya Ateo and Ling Luochen. Now that he's a husband, it doesn't seem to matter if he has a few more. There's absolutely no point in arguing about priority or anything like that. Besides, the fruits that have been carefully cultivated by others will become more delicious and tempting when she picks them in front of these bad women. It seems quite exciting. Thinking of this, Kidor shook her head. It seemed as if he wanted to get rid of these perverted thoughts that suddenly popped up. It's all Yuhao's fault. It was the bad information in his memory that polluted his pure self. Kidor just wanted to follow the three-step concept of love in her memory, move forward steadily step by step, and completely win Huo Yuhao's heart. Since I can't be the first, I must be the one who leaves the most impression. As soon as the thought of giving up arises, you will suddenly feel the world is wide. Sleep, achievement triggered. Achieve Zhang Lexun's achievement of grasping the future in an instant and receive the Star Eye Gu as a reward. Star Eyes Gu, 6th rank Immortal Gu, Star Dao. The Soul Master can temporarily turn the stars in the night sky into his eyes for reconnaissance. Evaluation, the last 100 million lessons. The next day, early in the morning, lying on the brand new bed, Zhang Lexun couldn't get up. Huo Yuhao on the side was still full of energy, but it was difficult for him to enter Zhuan again. As for the original set of messy bed sheets and quilt covers, Huo Yuhao had already replaced them when Zhang Lexun was taking a shower in the morning. After his superb manipulation of the water element, it was completely renewed in just a moment, but the bloodstains on it were particularly obvious, and it was not good to expose it so blatantly after cleaning up last night's battlefield. Huo Yuhao prepared to open up a battlefield in the bathroom under the pretext of helping the senior sister take a bath. At first, Zhang Lexun refused, but in the end, I agreed to him reluctantly. As a result, it happened several times for some unknown reason. When she thought of this, Zhang Lexun, who was lying on the bed, felt a strong sense of shame in her heart. When I thought of the out-of-body pleasure, my legs subconsciously went weak. From last night to noon the next day, the fierce battle lasted for more than half a day. Originally, Zhang Lexun just had a strange walking posture, but after mobilizing her soul power, she was still able to jump and run. But now, I'm afraid it's even difficult to get out of bed and walk. Fortunately, the inner courtyard courses that Zhang Lexun is in charge of this semester have ended. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to go out and meet people in the state. Have to say the best hunter always takes the form of his prey. This kid Huo Yuhao clearly looks like a confused little lamb. She appeared so harmless, calling me Sister Li Juan so affectionately, but she was ruthless when it came to attacking. It's so powerful he directly turned against Gang. Although he was just a soul emperor, he made a quasi-title Douluo like her, so troubled that her mind went blank and she almost fainted after it was done. I'm still like nothing happened. It is incredible that Xiao Ho was so energetic from beginning to end. If she had known that Huo Yuhao was so powerful, Zhang Lexun would definitely look for an opportunity after breaking through to the realm of title Douluo. Most importantly, Zhang Lexun was surprised to find out by fighting in bed, you can even improve your soul power. Especially the first time he underwent the transformation of Huo Yuhao's essence, it was as if he had undergone a small-scale marrow cleansing. Not only did her physical fitness and soul power level improve, she could even feel that the quality of her martial soul had also improved. This is really outrageous. What is the point of giving her this? Is this still Douluo continent? According to Huo Yuhao, this was due to the influence of the immortal grass and his evolved second martial soul. After the ice and fire body refining, Zhang Lexun suddenly realized that his second martial soul was not the ice scorpion, but his original martial soul. It is still the original martial soul that possesses the abilities of ultimate ice and ultimate fire. It can even be said that in the future, other elemental abilities will be gradually mastered. The reason why this communication can help the moon martial spirit improve its quality, this is because Huo Yuhao already has control over the dark attribute, and combined with the ultimate ice, it is not difficult to enhance the yin water attribute of the moon spirit. Zhang Lexun was dumbfounded. I feel that the worldview of soul master that I have built up over the years has been seriously challenged. If someone else said this, she would just think that the other person was crazy and suggest that they seek treatment as soon as possible and not to have such unrealistic thoughts. But since it was Huo Yuhao who said it, she had no choice but to believe it. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that it can more or less explain why Huo Yuhao was able to rise so quickly. Weird, in less than 3 years, he soared from a great soul master to a soul emperor, which was simply terrifying. The former junior brother had indeed grown up in his mind. He recalled the scene last night where Huo Yuhao was doing things while straightening his back and constantly explaining things to himself. Zhang Lexun's face turned red. Oh, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold my head up now. I was supposed to teach him, but it turned out like this. Originally, Zhang Lexun was full of fighting spirit and was looking forward to having a hearty hand-to-hand combat with Huo Yuhao, determined to determine who is the better of them. As a result, the dignity of the senior sister had long been lost in her repeated wanderings in the sky. No wonder Xiao and the others always told them meaningfully that a man as outstanding as Huo Yuhao could not be monopolized by just two of them. Behind this seemingly completely irrational advice, the truth is heartwarming. They are all bloody prices and lessons, but Ma Xiao and Ling Luchen, both experienced people, did not even remind their senior sister. If you've been caught in the rain yourself, you'd feel uncomfortable if you didn't let others get caught in the rain at least once, right? She finally understood why she and Hanruoro had been handling the affairs of the Spirit Pagoda mostly in the past few months. Why do Ma Xiao and the other person often stay at home for a day or two? It turns out that he was unable to get out of bed because he was recuperating. After the real battle, Zhang Lexun expressed her understanding of this, but she also did not tell Hanruoro about her plan. Just wish you good luck. Let's talk about the improvement of bad combat settlement. This is just like developing drug resistance after taking the same medicine. The first improvement effect is often the best, and the effects will mostly diminish due to the accumulation of times. This was also proven in subsequent battles, except for the first time. The subsequent dual cultivation could only bring Zhang Lexun an increase in cultivation speed. However, this method is indeed faster than meditating alone. And it also brings a joy that goes deep into the soul. No wonder Xiao and the others are so fond of it. Although he was defeated repeatedly, He never got tired of it. His eyes swept over Huo Yuhao's muscular body. Zhang Lexun strengthened her determination. A temporary failure doesn't mean anything. In order to better carry out the things that partners should do in the future, it is necessary to advance to title Douluo. After preparing lunch for Zhang Lexun, Huo Yuhao said goodbye. As for the matter of the soul, there is no need to waste time on it. Let's wait until she recovers before signing the soul contract. However, Huo Yuhao had just left the teacher's dormitory when he was blocked by someone. Sister Ruoro, Yuhao, you made me wait so long, Han. Ruoro looked at Huo Yuhao with a hint of annoyance. Ahem, in order to take care of Sister Li Zhuan, I stayed a little longer. If he remembered something, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on his face, and immediately changed the subject. Sister Ruoro, do you have something to talk to me about? Didn't we agree, Han? Ruoro smiled and said, after Li Zhuan is done, it will be my turn next. Is this how it is understood? The corner of Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched. Or is it that our ever-victorious general is not able to do well this time, Han? Ruoro looked surprised and shook her head inside. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao could no longer bear it and his fists suddenly hardened. He silently hugged Han Ruoro's waist and whispered in her ear, how about trying it with me now? Okay, a simple hug won't get me off my feet, Han. Ruoro also had the same idea, so she took the initiative to step forward and pecked him lightly, her fragrant breath blowing on Huo Yuhao's face. My dorm is right here, wanna come together? Let's do something more in-depth. War, chaos. Body, let me see your limits. Amid the other party's exclamation, Huo Yuhao picked up Han Ruoro and carried her sideways. Hold on tight. After saying that, Huo Yuhao hugged Han Ruoro into his arms again, and with terrifying speed, he arrived at the other party's dormitory in an instant. Coming out of the dragon pool, you enter the tiger's den again. Huo Yuhao is about to launch a new round of battle. Unlike Ma Ateo and Ling Lujin, whose personalities are two extremes of ice and fire, Han Ruoro and Zhang Lexun are both relatively gentle people. Of course, there are differences in gentleness. As the eldest senior sister, Zhang Lexun enjoys a very high prestige in the inner courtyard with her profound cultivation and rich experience. She usually manages the younger students in the inner courtyard. The courses she is in charge of also focus on practical exercises, coupled with her current identity as the deputy master of the spirit transmission tower. These duties add a bit of rigor and severity to her gentle personality. Her calm and well-planned leadership qualities inspire respect from people. Han Ruoro is slightly different. She is like the older sister next door who has excellent grades and a gentle personality, or like a teacher who has just taken over the teaching job. Friendly yet distant, there is an indescribable intellectual beauty in her every gesture. It makes people feel like spring breeze and warm in this teaching. Slim figure, delicate skin and long legs show your charm. Preparation for development. Although Han Ruoro had already had some vague guesses, but after truly experiencing Huo Yuhao's strength, she was still shocked. It turns out that Xia Ateo and the others were facing such a terrifying enemy compared with the kissing and touching in the past. It is nothing. Not to mention, the one he was challenging now was Huo Yuhao, who was not in full condition. It can be said that this time, she and Zhang Lexun joined forces to fight against this big devil. The conclusion is that they really need more good sisters. It can be clearly felt that Huo Yuhao still has some strength left and is extremely relaxed as Han Ruoro asked related topics. Huo Yuhao did not have the habit of hiding things, and he talked about his second martial soul that had been awakened for the second time. With one hand he made a flying dragon exploring the clouds, with the other he urged his horse to gallop wildly while fighting skillfully. He also gave scientific explanations. Similarly, after this battle, both Zhang Lexun and Han Ruoro were able to achieve considerable improvements in their martial spirits. As for Huo Yuhao, it is also in this process that he constantly perfects his chaotic body. Triple win. Achievement triggered. Achieve Han Ruoro's long-planned battle achievement and receive the reward of the splendid food box goo. Glorious food box goo, a 5th level goo worm, specially used to store delicacies. The state of the delicacies placed inside will be the same as when they are taken out. Beautiful women and delicious food are not to be missed. End of this chapter. Chapter 266. I watched him build a tall building, and I watched it collapse. As the price for delaying Kior's show for 2 consecutive days, Huo Yuhao was naturally severely punished by her, but the other party is just a big talker. He has the intention but not the courage to do it. In the end, the two of them did not take it to the final step. Achievement triggered. Achieve Kior's achievement of forbearance for now, and slowly work it out, and receive the reward of Dragon Power Goo. Dragon Power Goo, a 5th level goo worm that grants the Soul Master a Dragon Power Phantom. Evaluation. The Dragon King has returned. Time flies. A whole year has passed since Huo Yuhao last returned from the Haotian sect during the 1-month vacation after the end of the 3rd grade semester. Wang Dongjia did not receive any more messages urging her to go home, so she did not return to Haotian sect in order to catch up with Huo Yuhao. She chose to stay in the Spirit Pagoda to practice. Occasionally, when she was free, she would hang out in Shrek City with Huo Yuhao and Xiao, or play on the Sea God Island. During this time, Huo Yuhao also gradually revealed his true origins and the true form of his second martial soul to Shrek through the Soul Pagoda F4. Let's not talk about the 2 original martial spirits for now. When Shrek learned about Huo Yuhao's experience in the Duke's mansion, it directly attacked and pressured the Duke's mansion based on the incident in which Dai Huolbin used assassins to attack Shrek's teachers for a time. The Xingluo Emperor Su Jiaoyi, who advocated the policy of making friends with Shrek, felt embarrassed. If the culprit Dai Huolbin had not disappeared due to collusion with the evil Soul Master, he would have wanted to use him to take the blame in order to quell Shrek's unspoken anger. However, after Su Jiaoyi learned through special channels the origin of Huo Yuhao, the master of the Spirit Transmission Tower and the future master of the Sea God Pavilion, I also understand why Shrek, who has always remained neutral, is so tough this time. He was so furious that he immediately used the fact that Dai Huolbin had colluded with the evil Soul Master to make a reasonable separation from the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Don't let the blood splash on the Xingluo royal family. But Su Jiaoyi was still thinking about becoming a relative of Huo Yuhao, the future strongest man on the continent. Through his sister, Su Jiujiu has been ready to go to Shrek Inner Court for further studies and use this as a way to get to know Huo Yuhao, especially the Spirit Pagoda. Although the soul contract technology was not widely publicized, the Starluo Emperor still knew a thing or two about it. Su Jiujiu's main purpose of studying abroad in Shrek this time is to join the Spirit Pagoda and learn advanced technology. As for my former brother Dai Hao, I am not familiar with him. Even though Dai Hao was once a hero of the empire, he was still punished for multiple crimes. It is said that if a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. Although Dai Hao had been fighting on the frontier for many years, he had returned to the Duke's mansion in triumph countless times in the past decade or so. If he couldn't discipline his son well, then it was his responsibility. Not to mention, Huo Yuner's past experiences were still vivid in her mind. The Duchess certainly has her own problems, but are you, Dai Hao, pure and innocent? It's impossible that he doesn't even know that he has another son? Su Jiaoyi really wanted to give Dai Hao and the Duchess a tough time, especially the latter. He is such a waste that can't do anything good but always makes things worse. Huo Yuhao is such a genius. He should have belonged to their Starluo Empire. But he was harmed by the wicked. Now let's not talk about returning to our roots. We just hope that their Xingluo Empire will not be implicated by the stupid Duke's mansion. The fact that Huo Yuhao is now as powerful as a Soul Emperor and can rival that of the title Douluo is enough to make this old fox Su Jiaoyi make the right choice. Although Dai Hao's title of Duke was not directly revoked, his status still plummeted. Su Jiaoyi even ordered Dai Hao to stay at home and not go out. Seeing him rising from a tall building, seeing his building collapsed, having lost Su Jiaoyi's respect, even the major title Douluo of the royal family gave up their relationship with the Duke's mansion. The person with the highest soul power level in the Duke of White Tiger's mansion is Dai Hao himself. But Dai Hao, who only had the cultivation level of a soul Douluo, had to exhaust all his energy just to resist the attacks from the Xingluo royal family and other nobles. As for the real disposal method of the White Tiger Duke's mansion, in fact, Shrek and Su Jiaoyi were both waiting for Huo Yuhao's decision. Su Jiaoyi even specially compensated Dai Hao with some elixirs, so that he and the Duchess would live well. People always have to pay the price for their actions, especially this person offended someone he shouldn't have offended. It is totally impossible to turn hostility into friendship, although it is difficult for an honest official to judge family affairs as outsiders. It is not easy for them to interfere in the internal affairs of the Duke's mansion. But as Huo Yuhao's strength and status continue to improve, there is only a slight possibility naturally someone will come to solve the problem for him. Huo Yuhao had no objection to this. This is fine for now. Let these people live in fear for a while, and when the right opportunity comes, he will seek justice for Huo Yuner. Although Huo Yuner's soul had long been called back by Master Yi, it was now being nurtured in a grave next to the fairy grass cultivation base. But those who deserve to die must still die. We are related by blood, so we can't waste this resource. It is worth mentioning that during this period, the Spirit Pagoda also took in many spirit masters who possessed spiritual martial spirits or had the potential to awaken spiritual attributes. Among them was Huo Yuhao's half-brother, Dailuli. When talking about Dailuli, we have to mention his background. Like Huo Yuhao, Dailuli was not born to the Duchess. However, Because of the background that Douluo's mother already had, although she was the Duke's concubine and also suffered oppression from the Duchess, her treatment in the Duke's mansion was much better than that of Huo Yuhao's mother. It was for this reason that Douluo's mother once took care of Huo Yuhao and his mother in the Duke's mansion, and was considered one of the few good people in the Duke's mansion. Douluo's martial soul is a mutant white tiger martial soul, which is not as good as the white tiger martial soul, and his talent is mediocre, and his training speed is very slow. Because his soul power did not reach level 20 when he was 12 years old, he was unable to enter Shrek to study. Because of this relationship, Huo Yuhao took direct action to help him fully stimulate his spiritual attributes and evolve his martial soul into a blood tiger. Douluo is a grateful person. A blood path poisonous insect exploded directly at Huo Yuhao. Achievement triggered. Achieve Douluo's achievement of Don't Despise the Poor Youngsters and receive the reward of Blood Ki Goo. Blood Ki Goo, a second-level goo worm that can replenish the blood ki of the goo master. Evaluation, a hot-blooded lolly boy. Maybe I can get the blood skull goo from him in the future. By then, the fate of Dai Hao and his men will be clear. As for Dai Huoban's collusion with the evil soul master, Huo Yuhao could only say that there is a way to die. His main purpose of going to the Sun Moon Empire this time, in addition to accepting the big gift package from the Sun Moon Royal Academy, was also to solve the problem of evil soul masters, especially the Holy Spirit Church. If I happen to meet Dai Huoban, I can solve the problem. At the same time, half a year has passed. Wang Donger and Xiao were promoted to the 4th grade of the outer courtyard. With the help of the soul-enhancing pills, their soul power cultivation increased rapidly, reaching the 47th and 44th levels respectively. However, the two of them did not choose to go directly to the inner courtyard assessment, but prepared to settle down for a while and consider it again later. After all, the purpose of the two was to get closer to Huo Yuhao. However, in the upcoming student exchange program between Shrek and Sun Moon Royal Academy, Huo Yuhao, as the accompanying teacher, will have to stay in Sun Moon for at least a year. Hence, this decision was made. The 1-year period is also the time agreed upon by Huo Yuhao and Kior and the others. It's not like he really went there to learn technology. So this amount of time is enough. What's more, relying on the Eye of Destiny and tangible spiritual power, Huo Yuhao was like a god in making soul guides with the help of the living creature carving knife. It is very easy to carve the core magic array across levels. Now Huo Yuhao's soul power level has reached level 67 in terms of the quality and total amount of soul power. He can even be compared to an ordinary level 94 titled Douluo. Moreover, although Huo Yuhao is a 6th level soul engineer on the surface, his actual attainments have already reached the 7th level. Even carving the 8th level soul guide core formation is not difficult for him. This is also because Shrek's knowledge of high-level soul guides is not on depth enough, which greatly limits subsequent development and progress. The same is true for Gu Yuna. Relying on her god-level strength, she joined the Inner Court Soul Guidance Department and learned the knowledge of soul guides easily. She soon caught up with Huo Yuhao's progress. However, on the surface, she only displayed a soul engineer level that matched her soul power level. Gu Yuna had no intention of following the expedition to Sun and Moon this time. He just reminded Huo Yuhao to come back once a month to replenish his magic power and heal his injuries. He readily agreed to this as he possessed the Dingxia Nioxin Gu. As for other people, the changes are equally great, especially the 4 people, Kior, Zhang Lexuan, Hanru Oro and Mazaya Ateo, who obtained the soul of the 100,000-year-old immortal grass. Among them, Kior made the fastest progress. Relying on the energy sealed by the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, she leapt from level 60 to level 70. In just 1.5 years she also successfully broke through with the help of the second 100,000-year soul ring provided by the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, and her cultivation level has now reached level 72. But the effect of a 100,000-year-old soul is limited to this for most soul masters. A 100,000-year-old soul can provide 3 to 5 soul rings, but Kitor, who possesses the Golden Dragon martial spirit, is obviously not among them because her foundation was also very deep, second only to Huo Yuhao, who had not yet condensed his soul core. In addition to her strong physical fitness, the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd was powerless after providing her with the 7th soul ring and could no longer provide her with a 3rd complete 100,000-year soul ring. Therefore, we need to find a suitable 100,000-year-old soul for Kior in the future. Perhaps the Kirin Tong Xianzhou is a good choice. After Zhang Lexuan signed a soul contract with Kilo Tulip, the quality of her moon martial soul evolved, and her current soul power level has reached level 93. Hanru Oro signed a soul contract with a Mo Yu Shenzhou, which greatly enhanced the strength of the Wang Jinxing martial soul, making the original flexibility have a stronger side. Now her soul power level has reached level 87 after absorbing the soul bone of the black jade divine bamboo. She only needs to wait for the right time to absorb the 100,000-year ninth ring of the black jade divine bamboo's soul. Mazaya Ateo signed a soul contract with Coxcomb Phoenix, completely activating the blood power hidden in her body and causing the 10-headed fire phoenix to reappear on Douluo continent. Her current soul power level has reached level 78 because Ling Luchen's physical fitness is not good enough and he has not made a soul contract with a fairy grass. The speed at which his soul power increases is not as fast as others. He is currently at level 64. However, the quality of her martial soul and the 10,000-year-old deep cold blue dragon soul had already been subtly improved to the level of extreme ice through training with Huo Yuhao. As for Zhu Di, she maintains a terrifying upgrade speed. It has only been a little over a year since he entered Shrek, but he has already broken through the Soul King and Soul Emperor levels. He is now at level 63, and it is estimated that he will be able to complete the fourth test of the Ice God to increase his soul power to level 70 within a year. Moreover, compared to others, the Snow Queen herself possesses the origin of a 700,000-year-old soul beast, and can easily condense a high-year soul ring. Moreover, the quality of the Ice and Snow Girl's martial spirit is also extremely high, and she does not need the help of fairy grass at present. Therefore, Huo Yuhao made a special trip to the Earth Dragon Gate. He packed up some of the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow that was nurtured in the underground 10,000 years mysterious ice cave and brought it back, and gave it to Zhu Di and Ling Luchen for uses for the 10,000 years ice jade bed. It was still thrown by Huo Yuhao into the divine power space without knowing what Tang San added in it. It is better not to give this thing to other people. It would be bad if something went wrong. At the very least, it can serve as an ice explosion bomb for Huo Yuhao. As for the others, they generally hovered between Soul Sect and Soul King. It is worth mentioning that Su Sanchi and Bibai are the ones with the highest soul power level in this year's Shrek 7 Devils Reserve team. They reached the Soul King realm very early and both have signed suitable 10,000-year soul contracts. Bibai successfully inherited the Dragon Emperor's fifth soul skill of breaking evil. Although Su Sanchi was not lucky enough to get the 100,000-year-old golden hawksbill turtle in the original book, he also signed a soul contract with a 10,000-year-old water-attributed hawksbill turtle, allowing his martial soul to perfectly awaken into the black tortoise shield. After knowing the superiority of souls, the Zuanming sect behind Su Sanchi could no longer sit still after finding out about the Spirit Transmission Tower Master's hobby of refining pills. The Zuanming sect directly used Su Sanchi's channels to send out the refining methods of the Zuanshu pill and the Zuanwu divine pill, and also gave away some finished pills. Although it is not of much use to Huo Yuhao now, he was happy to see the Zuanming sect's show of goodwill and surrender with the first person to take the plunge. Some of the surrounding forces and sects of Shrek also heard the news and moved, and some even joined directly and offered their loyalty, and some of them were even former vassals of the Tang sect. In response to this, Huo Yuhao accepted everyone who came and incorporated them all into the outer forces of the Spirit Transferring Tower. Anyway, they can't access the most core soul contract of the Soul Pagoda under Huo Yuhao's control. The soul contract will not be passed on to others at will, and a confidentiality contract must be signed before learning. Currently, the Soul Pagoda is secretly accumulating strength and has only begun to spread the soul contract within the small range of Shrek Academy. It was also during this period of time that Douluo continent suddenly became extremely peaceful. The Sun Moon Empire lay dormant again, and the body sect also disappeared like a flash in the pan, without causing any waves on the continent. But Huo Yuhao knew that everything was just a storm on the horizon. End of this chapter. Chapter 267, Moon in Action, the Threat of the Holy Spirit Church. Shrek Academy, first floor lobby of Poseidon Pavilion. Moon was still lying quietly on the recliner at the other end of the long table as usual. This time point in the original work is actually almost the same time as his death, but this time, because of the appearance of Huo Yuhao, Mazaya Ateo was not hit by the 8th level Soul Guide Sword of Judgment in the Soul Master competition, causing her martial soul to mutate into the Black Phoenix. Therefore, the sneak attack by the evil Soul Masters of the Holy Spirit Church to snatch the Phoenix Saint did not happen, and Moon N did not suffer a drastic drop in vitality due to killing many evil Soul Masters at the title Douluo level, so that he had to pass the position of the Lord of the Sea God Pavilion to Zuanzi. Now, his condition is obviously much better. Moreover, compared with his previous appearance of being old and dying, Moon now has more vitality and can be said to be in good spirits because a few days ago, as a sign of sincerity for cooperation and exchange with the Star Forest, a fourth of the 10 most ferocious beasts, The strongest healing soul beast, Bridget, took action and healed Moon. Huo Yuhao also cooperated in it, relying on tangible spiritual power. He controlled the fire of creation to smelt some gold of living things, thus making up for the loss of the opponent's martial soul origin. Moon's body can be compared to a leaky cup with thousands of holes. Bridget repaired the holes in the cup for him, and Huo Yuhao injected new water into it. Things are simple after that because Moon's holy dragon spirit of light already possesses certain healing abilities. With his extreme Douluo cultivation, he can slowly repair himself. Although he would not be able to return to his peak after being destroyed, he would not fall to the point where he would have to consume his vitality every time he made a move. This also extended his life by decades. Huo Yuhao also obtained a new poisonous insect as a reward from the system achievement triggered. Complete Moon's achievement "The End is Coming" and receive the reward as usual. Renrugu, a 5th level poisonous insect, the way of the universe, can restore the injured person's body to its original state. Evaluation, don't die. Of course, the 5th turn human being can only recall injuries within a short period of time. If the person has been dead for a long time or his or her condition has changed for a long time, using the human being as before will have no effect. Moreover, as a mortal goo, it can only restore the injuries of a limit Douluo at most, and is ineffective against a god level. But it was also quite surprising after all. Huo Yuhao's spirit martial soul itself possesses the ability to control time, and he can gain new insights from this rare 5th turn universe Daogu worm. The reason for treating Moon was also for the future development of the spirit pagoda. The soul pagoda controls and monopolizes the soul technology of the continent. And it must have enough to turn power to develop stably. It is far from enough to have only Zhang Lexun as a title Douluo. Although the ferocious beasts in the starred out Great Forest have the power to shock everyone, they are soul beasts after all, and it is not easy for them to take over the reins and forcibly interfere in human society. But Moon, as a human, is different. With this famous extreme Douluo around, at least under his protection for the next few decades, the increasingly close relationship between Shrek and the Spirit Pagoda will prosper. It is true that he is the chosen one to work. Besides, this is also because Xuanzi is really useless. Even though he later stimulated the Teodi bloodline with the help of Moon and the Golden Tree, it was still useless. Instead of choosing Xuanzi, it is better to invest in Moon. Huo Yuhao also said that if others treat him with sincerity, he will also repay them with sincerity. Shrek has been very kind to him, and he would feel right if he could give back something within his ability. It is necessary to protect his Shrek. Huo Yuhao walked into the hall and took a step forward. Seeing Huo Yuhao arrive, Moon, who was still a little thin, stood up, and his originally hunched back was now straight. Looking at Huo Yuhao, his wrinkled old face revealed an undisguised look of satisfaction, and he said slowly, "Yuhao, you should have guessed why I asked you to come here today, right?" Huo Yuhao smiled and said, "Are you going to retire?" "Old man, I want to retire early." Moon shook his head. It's really not that he is greedy for power. In fact, according to past experience, he should have abdicated long ago, but because of the evil spirit master, the younger generation was cut off from the previous generation, and there was really no one to take over. Even the 98th level Super Douluo Xuanzi had the same big problem. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao appeared in time, especially after he and Bridget helped Moon recover from his injuries. Huo Yuhao's reputation in the Seagod Pavilion could be said to have reached its peak. Whether it was the Soul Guidance Department or the Martial Soul Department, everyone supported Huo Yuhao and were looking forward to the Seagod Pavilion's succession ceremony. It can be said that Huo Yuhao's biggest hater in the Poseidon Pavilion is Huo Yuhao himself. Originally, Moon wanted to abdicate and let others take over so that he could recover from his injuries alone. He has thought about the future path. Wouldn't it be wonderful to work as a janitor in the freshman dormitory of the Foreign Affairs College and feel the youthfulness and energy of young people? However, Huo Yuhao postponed the succession ceremony of the Seagod Pavilion Master to the next year on the grounds that he was going to study at the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Even now, there is no suitable person who can temporarily take over the job of the Lord of the Seagod because Zhang Lexun, the originally designated second in command of the Seagod Pavilion, had long been pulled away by Huo Yuhao to become the deputy master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, and could be said to be extremely busy. As for Xuanzi, just don't cause any more trouble. We really can't count on him. Moon was too embarrassed to pass on more responsibilities to Li Juan, so he could only continue to sit in the somewhat hot seat of the Lord of the Seagod Pavilion. Sensing Moon's slightly helpless mood at the moment, Huo Yuhao smiled without saying anything. Let's talk about it. After a year, when he comes back from the Sun and Moon Empires, his normal strength has already rivaled that of a super Douluo. He no longer has such ambitions in the pursuit of power, the position of the Lord of Poseidon. It can be said that it is tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. And tell the truth, Sister Lijuan is so useful that Huo Yuhao is even thinking of giving her the position of future Sea God Pavilion Master. With a sigh, Moon continued, I asked you to come here today mainly to give you some advice before you leave, and also to give you a gift. After he finished speaking, a bead as white as jade appeared in his palm. Huo Yuhao's attention was also attracted by it. Wow, dragon pill. It seems that the 9 cuts and 18 holes in the original book are not necessary. Is this dragon pill? With Huo Yuhao's current vision, there is no need to hide anything anymore. Yes, this is the essence of the dragon race, the dragon pill. Moon felt a little emotional at first. He wanted to leave the dragon pill to Huo Yuhao, but as the other party gradually realized his talent and potential, Moon believed that this dragon pill could only serve as icing on the cake for Huo Yuhao. Even without the dragon pill, Huo Yuhao can still achieve the ultimate Douluo. With this idea in mind, and also out of selfish motives, Moon, whose time was approaching, changed his mind again and decided to leave the dragon pill to his great-grandson Bibai. In this way, Bibai will be able to successfully become an extreme Douluo in the future, and will also be Huo Yuhao's right-hand man in the future, and can better assist Shrek's development. However, with the emergence of the soul contract, Moon's inclination changed again. He realized this through the creation of the Spirit Pagoda. The Douluo continent seems calm now, but in fact it is on the verge of breaking out. The pressure from the Sun-Moon Empire and the evil soul masters made Moon feel that the next 10 years would be full of crises, and there was even the danger of a war sweeping across the continent. This has to do with what happened some time ago. A month ago, Moon's injury had not been treated. Knowing that he would not live long, he decided to go to the Sun and Moon Empire to meet Long Xiaoyao to reminisce about the past and ask for his help. This is also to make plans in advance for the future of Huo Yuhao and Shrek. As a result, Moon discovered that the evil soul masters, who had been basically unheard of in the Douluo 3 kingdoms before, could not be said to be everywhere in the Sun-Moon Empire, but their number was definitely not small. Even in some cities, evil soul masters' strongholds were blatantly established. The inherently evil Sun and Moon Imp. With such a large number of evil soul masters, Moon even suspected that the Sun-Moon Empire deliberately condoned and allowed a proliferation of evil soul masters. It is even possible that some kind of unspeakable cooperative relationship has been reached between the two. No wonder there is basically no trace of evil soul masters in Douluo 3 kingdoms. It turns out that they are all hiding in the Sun-Moon Empire, in a place that is out of reach of Shrek Academy. All of a sudden, Moon thought of the future situation on the continent. It can be said that once the evil soul masters and the Sun-Moon Empire collude with each other, it will definitely be a huge danger to the Douluo 3 kingdoms, and the continent may fall into dire straits again in the future. As a mainland peace policeman and head of the inspection team, how could he tolerate this? Any evil soul master will be brought to justice. We must investigate it carefully. So, Moon quickly and efficiently destroyed a large evil soul master base and captured the leader of the base to interrogate him for information. Then he received news from the Holy Spirit Church. Relying on his soul power as high as level 99 and tangible mental power, he followed the clues and finally found the headquarters of the Holy Spirit Church. It is located underground outside the demonic forest. What shocked Moon even more was, this little-known Holy Spirit cult actually has at least dozens of titled Douluo, and even some super Douluo, whose strength is extremely terrifying. Among them were 2 extreme Douluo with familiar auras, which made Moon's expression extremely complicated. They were once my good friends Long Xiaoyao, Yi Zishu. Moon really didn't expect that after 100 years of separation, they would meet again in such a situation of confrontation between good and evil. Memories of the past come flooding back. There is a process in which he and Long Xiaoyao become rivals and then close friends. After Yi Zishu joined, the 3 of them had a happy time, and finally, the complicated feelings and pain between the 3 people. The past is gone like smoke, and he no longer cares about right or wrong. So what if he was once Bai Yu Guang? He had long since let go of the past and married and had children. Moon is now the master of Poseidon Pavilion, be responsible for the future of Shrek. Once you are an evil soul master, you will always be an evil soul master. Especially since Yi Zishu is the supreme elder of the Holy Spirit Church and was extremely sinful, he must be killed without mercy. If it were in Shrek Academy, with the power of the golden tree behind him, Moon could even compete with a beast god Dion. What's more, Yi Zishu and Long Xiaoyao have always been weaker than him. He can hit 10 It's a pity that Golden Tree doesn't have the home advantage here and Moon's injuries didn't allow him to fight. If you act rashly like this, not only will you alert the enemy, but you may even put your life, which is already on the verge of death, in danger. After suppressing the urge to take action, Moon secretly contacted Long Xiaoyao. He really wanted to know why the Dark Holy Dragon and Dragon Emperor Douluo, who once hated evil, had now fallen to the point of aiding and abetting evil, and even joined the Holy Spirit Church to cause harm to the people. It can't be because of Yu's issue, right? It didn't take long. On the top of a mountain outside the demonic forest, two of the most powerful men of the time met here. Moon and Long Xiaoyao just stood facing each other in silence. One is indifferent, the other feels guilty after seeing Moon, the old, hunched-over man sitting in a wheelchair. The silver-haired, ruddy-faced Long Xiaoyao felt as regretful as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart. Brother Mu, we haven't seen each other for 100 years. With his eyes closed, Long Xiaoyao spoke first, his body trembling slightly ever since he failed to control his desires and made a big mistake by having sex with Moon's girlfriend Yizishu. He no longer had the face to face his good brother. Even though more than 100 years have passed, Long Xiaoyao still can't help himself when he recalls the scene at that time. If Moon hadn't wanted to see him this time, he would definitely continue to escape until the end of his life. Moon sighed and said, Brother Long, I never thought that the Holy Spirit Church would grow to such a scale that even you would join it. For a moment, Long Xiaoyao felt a little ashamed. Over the years, he has been helping Yizishu and condoning the evil deeds of the Holy Spirit Church. Even though he knew that Yizishu had led the Holy Spirit Church to cause great suffering to the people, he still wanted to stay by her side. The sins he carried were too numerous to list. Although he has never used his full strength, it is ironic that the once world-famous Dark Holy Dragon is willing to help the evildoers and the name Xiaoyao. I will never be able to repay what I owe Zishu. I will also never be able to repay what I owe you, Long. Xiaoyao's breathing became a little rapid and he was in great pain. Moon shook his head. I have let go of the past. But why did you just watch your Zishu do evil and even follow him? What was your reason? Forgive me, Brother Mu. No matter what Zishu did, I couldn't stop her because I didn't have the qualifications. I ruined her life, and I can never repay her for what I owe her. After I made that huge mistake, my life no longer belonged to me. As he spoke, Long Xiaoyao's eyes became firm, and with a hint of relief in his words, he continued, Now, Zishu and I have long been connected, so in the days to come, I am willing to give everything for her until I die. No one can convince me to leave her. Listen to Long Xiaoyao's answer with an extraordinary love. Brain having lived for 200 years, Moon, a very experienced man, could no longer hold back. You are invincible, Long Xiaoyao. How would you feel if you knew you had a grandson alive? However, Moon also knew that this love-trapped Dragon Emperor Douluo was also a pitiful man. It's all Yizishu's fault. Alice, I was really blind at that time. Moon N, who knew Long Xiaoyao's temper well, knew that this man could no longer be persuaded. In that case, let's try another approach. Moon probed. The Holy Spirit Church is now standing with the Sun Moon Empire, right? Moreover, I think it won't be long before the Sun Moon Empire and the Holy Spirit Church will go to war against the Douluo Three Kingdoms again, right? In silence, Long Xiaoyao nodded. The reason why the Holy Spirit Church helped the Sun Moon Empire was to use this war to make the Holy Spirit Church great again. This was Zishu's long-cherished wish, and he couldn't stop it. Moon said, You know that my time is up. I came to you this time to ask for a favor. As long as it is within my ability, I will do my best. Feeling guilty, Long Xiaoyao agreed immediately. Of course, the premise is that it does not conflict with Yizishu's actions. I hope you can take care of Shrek Academy after I die, especially my successor Huo Yuhao, who will be the next generation of Sigurd Pavilion Master. End of this chapter. Chapter 268, Dragon Pill obtained, the Golden Tree's mutation. Shrek is a wealthy and powerful family, so it is naturally difficult to force Long Xiaoyao to protect Shrek, but the requirement of just protecting Huo Yuhao is relatively simple, especially after Long Xiaoyao rejected Moon's suggestion to withdraw from the Holy Spirit Church. Moon believed that the other party would definitely agree to this. At least it can prevent Long Xiaoyao from becoming Shrek's opponent in this way. If Yizishu is the only extreme Douluo, the pressure in the future will be less. Moon trust the wisdom of future generations. This was the last arrangement he could make when his time came. The burden of the future can only be borne by Huo Yuhao, but Moon believed that as long as Huo Yuhao was given less than 10 years, he would be able to possess the strength to protect Shrek and even the continent. Brother Mu, don't worry. I will do my best to protect Shrek. If the situation becomes extremely dangerous in the future, I, Long Xiaoyao, will do my best to protect Huo Yuhao. Long Xiaoyao agreed immediately. Huo Yuhao's talent and strength became famous throughout the world in the last Soul Master competition. The Holy Spirit Church, which kept pace with the times, naturally knew about it. It is even said that a bounty offered by the Sun Moon Empire for Huo Yuhao and other talented Soul Masters is now posted in the Holy Spirit Church headquarters. However, due to Shrek's protection and the Holy Spirit Church's policy of keeping a low profile, this type of bounty is basically ignored unless there is a peerless genius who has the potential to become the Holy Son or Holy Daughter of the Holy Spirit Church. It is possible to track all the evil Soul Masters to come out in droves. Besides, if you don't become a titled Douluo, you are just an ant after all. As an ultimate Douluo, Long Xiaoyao has the confidence to protect Huo Yuhao. Although considering Huo Yuhao's talent and time, this child will become a great man, but unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era and can no longer live to see that time. It's impossible that Huo Yuhao could have the strength of an ultimate Douluo in less than 10 years. Right, Moon sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Brother Long. With your promise, I can feel at ease even if I leave. Time waits for me. As the once strongest man, he now has turned up like this. Regretfully, the years are like a knife cutting down the genius, and the path to eternal life is full of enchantment. For a moment, Moon was filled with emotion. After a moment of melancholy, he finally did not entrust a matter of dragon pill to Long Xiaoyao. Just give it to Huo Yuhao directly. I believe he will soon have the strength to absorb it directly. Feeling Moon's sincere gratitude, the guilt that had accumulated in Long Xiaoyao's heart seemed to be relieved a little. He also made up his mind to protect Huo Yuhao. No matter what, he could not let his good brother's disciple be harmed by the Holy Spirit Church. If things are really impossible, absorbing Huo Yuhao into the Holy Spirit Church is also a way out. Finally, Long Xiaoyao laughed heartily and said, "We two brothers haven't seen each other for more than 100 years. Today we meet again, and we must drink and reminisce about the past." Moon nodded and did not refuse. "I'm afraid this farewell will be forever now. He probably only has 2 or 3 years left." Afterwards, Moon said goodbye to Long Xiaoyao and returned to Shrek. Unexpectedly, the cooperation between the Spirit Pagoda and the Star Forest gave him a huge surprise. It was thanks to the full force of Beji, the strongest healing soul beast on the continent, that his irreparably decayed body was repaired. Combined with Huo Yuhao's extremely vigorous vitality, the two were able to change his fate. Moon directly lived a second life. This led to this conversation with Huo Yuhao. Moon, who is well aware of the threats posed by the Holy Spirit Church and the Sun Moon Empire, knew that once the war that would sweep across the continent broke out in the future, the Douluo Three Kingdoms would basically have no ability to fight back. At that time, Shrek will have to go up even if they don't want to. As for the starred out Great Forest, Moon did not place his hopes on them. This is just the last resort. This is a human war. After all, blacksmith need its own hardware. Although he now has the combat power of an ultimate Douluo, as long as he takes good care of himself in these years, his sword will still be as sharp as ever when he draws it again in the future. However, the old generation of Shrek strongmen like Xuanzi can be said to have exhausted their potential. Their talents have long since reached the limit, and there is basically no room for further progress. They cannot be expected to deal with the extreme Douluo at all. Therefore, we must seize the development of the younger generation. After signing the contract for the 100,000-year immortal grass soul, Zhang Lexun, Hongru Oro and Mazaya Ateo all have the potential to become ultimate Douluo and will definitely be the backbone of Shrek in the future. At the same time, Moon is more optimistic about Huo Yuhao. He has brought too many miracles to everyone. Not only is he powerful, he has amazing potential, great luck, and his speed of progress is also extremely fast. However, in just 3 years, his soul power level has reached Soul Emperor. And he even has the strength to compete with title Douluo. As long as Huo Yuhao can cultivate to the title Douluo, Moon believed that with his monstrous talent and strength, he would definitely improve tremendously, and might even be able to compete with the ultimate Douluo. Not to mention going any further, the ultimate Douluo with twin martial souls, ultimate martial soul. An original martial soul already represents invincibility. Invincible, if anyone dares to attack, the Sun Moon Empire will be defeated. Of course, Moon is also a little worried now. After all, Huo Yuhao condensed his soul core at the Soul Emperor stage ahead of time and embarked on this unprecedented path. I don't know if it's good or bad, because in this way, when Huo Yuhao breaks through level 90, he will most likely be competing against the ultimate Douluo, and he must condense his second soul core to break through to the title Douluo. This requires him to have a physique and mental strength close to that of an ultimate Douluo as soon as he breaks through to the title Douluo level. The requirement can be said to be extremely harsh. That was Huo Yuhao. If it was someone else, Moon would just think that person was courting death, but since it was Huo Yuhao's words, I had to believe it in order to allow him to condense his second soul core more smoothly and stably, and also to repay Huo Yuhao for spending his vitality to heal himself. Moon planned to give the dragon pill directly to Huo Yuhao for absorption. As for Bei, his talent is far inferior to Yuhao, and he cannot grow into a towering tree that protects Shrek in a short period of time. What's more, I am here to lead the way for Bei, and with the help of the soul contract, it is more than enough to train a second holy dragon Douluo of light. Besides, Old Mew still has a top-level soul bone with the attribute of light. After his death, Bei, who inherits his legacy, will also have a bright future. Speaking of dragon pills, I have to talk about my past. Moon recounted the origin of Dragon Pill and how his eagerness for quick results led to the backlash from Dragon Pill's viciousness. After 100 years of nurturing by me, and with the evil spirit in the Dragon Pill completely absorbed by me, the power in the Dragon Pill has become exceptionally pure and can be absorbed by people with non-dragon spirits. Originally, I was going to give it to Bei. With its help, Bei should have no problem becoming an extreme Douluo in the future, but I changed my mind after meeting you. Your performance and potential amaze me, and you have a kind heart and know how to work hard. So before my injuries heal, I have decided to pass this Dragon Pill to you, knowing that I will not live long. The power of the Dragon Pill is extremely overbearing. Even a title Douluo cannot absorb it directly, but I believe that you can absorb it completely before breaking through the title Douluo level, which is also to help you condense the second soul core smoothly during the title Douluo period. After saying that, Moon handed the Dragon Pill to Huo Yuhao. Thank you, Mr. Mew. Huo Yuhao bowed and saluted. Although, from the outside world's perspective, he and Mr. Mew were not master and disciple in name, they had already been master and disciple in reality. But Mr. Mew never asked for such a title, or maybe it was the unspoken way the two of them got along. Moon also knew that he had not fulfilled his duties as a teacher very well. Huo Yuhao has basically grown up in a wild way. His extraordinary comprehension and ability to draw inferences from one instance to another shocked Zhang Lexun, who had taught him. Moreover, both dominate the world and the subsequent original combat skills were comprehended by Huo Yuhao himself. Moon's two famous fighting skills, Dragon Emperor's Evil Breaking and Dragon Emperor's Realm Shocking, only provided Huo Yuhao with insignificant references. He was also a genius when he was young, but there was still an insurmountable gap between him and Huo Yuhao. Moon had no doubt that Huo Yuhao would be able to reach the god level one day in the future. After all, the talent and luck he displayed were too astonishing. This is also the reason why he developed selfish desires with Huo Yuhao's great luck. Perhaps he wouldn't need a dragon pill like this at all for the future development of Bei. Moon has been struggling with the ownership of Longdan. This is also because they are unable to absorb the energy of the dragon pill now, so Moon always wants to wait and see. It was not until the deadline approached and he realized the threat of the cooperation between the Holy Spirit Church and the Sun Moon Empire that he finally made up his mind. In the end, Huo Yuhao made an effort to contact the starred out Great Forest and save himself. Maybe there is a destiny in the world. Moon continued. Yuhao, in addition to the gift of Dragon Pill, I have a few more things to tell you. Last month, I went to the Sun Moon Empire and discovered the Holy Spirit Church. He talked in detail about the intelligence he had collected about the Holy Spirit Church. Huo Yuhao also had to admit it. Perhaps he still underestimated the strength and vision of the continent's ultimate Douluo. He also did not expect that Mr. Mew could actually dig up such information, and even speculated that the Holy Spirit Church had reached a cooperative relationship with the Sun Moon Empire. Indeed, we still need to be cautious and not be careless. We can't just focus on Tang Sin and underestimate the heroes of the world. Then, Mu Lao advised, the Holy Spirit Church has now colluded with the Sun Moon Empire. You must be careful in your future exchanges and studies with the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Although Jing Hongchen has sent his grandchildren to Shrek to study, you must always be on guard against others. As the hope of Shrek Academy, he will definitely be able to achieve the ultimate Douluo in the future. It is really risky to let Huo Yuhao go to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, especially in today's turbulent times. Moon had thought about persuading Huo Yuhao, but gave up the idea in the end. The development of soul guides is irreversible, and the future direction of soul masters must be to combine martial souls with soul guides to fight, and Shrek was ultimately unable to provide Huo Yuhao with more help in terms of soul guides. Since he has talent in this area, he cannot miss such a precious opportunity because of his personal opinion. Moreover, Moon also asked Long Xiaoyao to keep an eye on him with him around. Huo Yuhao's safety would naturally not be a concern. Huo Yuhao nodded. I know, Elder Mu, although he went to the Evil Soul Master base with the idea of solving the Evil Soul Master problem, he had not yet figured out how to do it specifically with the immortal Gu in hand. No one can threaten his safety, and he is already invincible but still can't be too extravagant after all. The Holy Spirit Church has quite a few extreme Douluo and super Douluo. There is only 1 year left, so let's take it one step at a time. Yuhao, although you are going there as a team teacher this time, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy will also open Mingde Hall to you. Although you only have a short year to study, this is also a very good opportunity. I know that your talent in Soul Guides is not much inferior to your Soul Master talent. Liner also told me a long time ago that your Spirit Eye Martial Soul was born for Soul Guides. How much of Mingde Hall's core knowledge you can learn depends on yourself. I hope you can develop both your Martial Soul and Soul Guide. I hope that while you become a titled Douluo, you can also become a 9th level Soul Master, or even an unprecedented 10th level Soul Master on the continent. I believe you have the ability to do this. By the end, Mu Lao's gentle voice was already extremely firm. Mr. Mu, I will. Ho. Yuhao's gaze was equally firm. As someone with the ability to see into the future, he naturally knew the importance of the development of Soul Guides. It can be said that in the Douluo era, the most perfect combination of Martial Soul and Soul Guide is actually the battle armor. Of course, the versions are different, and it is obviously unrealistic to want to develop battle armor thousands of years in advance. Even the set of armor in the original work is just a prototype of the prototype of Daokei in the Douluo period of the original novel. Even the most powerful level 10 Soul Master Kong Deming was only about the same as the ultimate Douluo. Of course, this is also due to Kong Deming's soul power level of 95. Moreover, in many cases, the functionality of Soul Guides is far beyond that of Martial Souls. That's why Huo Yuhao had to divert his attention to learning Soul Guides with his talent in Soul Guides and tangible mental strength. It was extremely easy for him to learn from this high-level perspective. Moreover, this short period of time spent on learning and making Soul Guides will not affect Huo Yuhao's cultivation progress at all. It is also a very rare opportunity to relax his brain. Mu Lao smiled and said, Yuhao, I believe in you too. I think you are the child of destiny of this era. Now that the continent is in danger, it is time for you to show your talents. Of course, don't put too much pressure on yourself. With me and Shrek, I can at least protect you. It's time to tell you something. As he spoke, Elder Mu brought Huo Yuhao to the room in the basement of the Sea God Pavilion. Looking at the golden tree roots, he asked, Yuhao, do you know what our Shrek Academy's biggest trump card is? Golden tree. Ho. Yuhao seemed a little helpless. You brought me here, and you're asking me this even though you already know the answer. Looking at the golden tree, Huo Yuhao also felt quite emotional. It was at the golden tree that he gained the power to drive the immortal Gu, and it could be said that he had begun his path to soaring into the sky. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's heart moved. The Eye of Destiny quietly opened, and with the divine power of illumination, it looked towards the golden tree at this moment. From his perspective at this moment, a vast expanse of space appeared. Looking at the stunning figure in the depths of space that was constantly surrounded by blue silver. This is Yin. End of this chapter. Chapter 269. Tang Sen. Really a good plan. Inside the room, countless golden roots hang down from top to bottom. They exude rich light and life energy. This pure and rich energy is almost liquefied, rendering the entire room into golden ocean. Moon's voice was gentle and deep as he continued to explain Huo Yuhao's doubts. Yuhao, the ancient golden tree you saw is unique on Douluo continent. The Poseidon Pavilion was carved by the predecessors of the Academy based on the golden tree without damaging its vitality. Judging from the enormous soul power and vast energy contained within the golden tree, it has even entered the realm of demigod. Its energy is so strong that even the strongest person on the continent, the beast god Dagon, cannot reach it. However, due to its lack of wisdom, it cannot display the combat power of a demigod, and after consuming energy, its energy recovery speed is extremely slow, far less than that of humans and soul beasts. But it is precisely because of this that our ancestors were able to use the power of the golden tree through unremitting exploration and experimentation among all the masters of Poseidon Pavilion throughout history. There are always some who choose to merge with a golden tree at the last moment of their lives. With the nourishment of their power, Shrek Academy can mobilize this power to a certain extent to protect Poseidon Pavilion, and even the entire Shrek Academy in Shrek City. This is Shrek Academy's last line of defense and greatest reliance. Unless the Academy is facing a catastrophe, it will never use the power of the golden tree easily. Because its energy recovery cycle is long, it may take several years or even more than 10 years to recharge after one use. At the end, Moon also felt emotional originally. He was planning to follow the example of all the previous Poseidon Pavilion masters and merge with a golden tree when his time was up. After all, he is an extreme Douluo. Even if his physical body dies, he can forcibly retain his soul power and part of his soul in the golden tree and coexist with a golden tree. Generally speaking, an extreme Douluo with his cultivation level can stay in the golden tree for at least several decades before being gradually absorbed by the golden tree and becoming its nutrients. However, in this way, the soul will not be able to reincarnate and will eventually merge into one with the golden tree. Therefore, most of the extreme Douluo simply integrate their soul power into the golden tree to help it thrive. It can be said that without the successive Poseidon masters, there would be no demigod level golden tree today. What Moon wants to do is to integrate his soul together. Being open-minded by nature, he had already made up his mind. It was also because of the compatibility between the Holy Dragon of Light and the golden tree that he was very confident that he could retain a certain level of consciousness and continue to protect Shrek in the future. Now, as his injuries have recovered, Moon's lifespan has been greatly extended, and he has more confidence in protecting Shrek and sheltering Huo Yuhao. In fact, he had fought with Dion more than 100 years ago. Although the opponent was very strong, he could only be said to have 1 foot into the level of demigod. Now, with the support of the golden tree and the power accumulated by Shrek for thousands of years, Moon is not afraid of anyone. Although its power can only be mobilized within the Shrek city, because of its existence, even the beast god Dion himself cannot directly shake it, let alone a few extreme Douluo. Huo Yuhao, who had the memories of his past life, naturally understood this very well, especially Mr. Mew's previous idea of wanting to coexist with a golden tree in the original novel. Because Shrek did not have the combat power of the ultimate Douluo and was in danger, he chose to merge his soul into the golden tree. When the crisis came, he could mobilize the power of the golden tree to enhance the power of Shrek's soul master. This is how the Teoti, Moon plus Zhuangzi plus golden tree, who could temporarily compete with Emperor Yan, was born. Moreover, in the original novel, when Hogwa was condensing his second soul core, it was Mulao's soul that appeared and sacrificed himself to transform into pure mental power to help Hogwa stabilize his spiritual soul core. It can be said that Mr. Mew was indeed very kind to Hogwa. The same is true for Huo Yuhao now. He is indeed indebted to Shrek and Mulao. This is also one of the reasons why Huo Yuhao chose to treat Moon the golden tree, also known as the ancient golden tree, or the tree of life. When it grows to a certain size, it can become the life core of a plane. If the plane consciousness can coexist harmoniously with it, it can gradually raise the power limit of the plane. Huo Yuhao had already noticed that the plane consciousness of Douluo continent was safely residing in the thriving tree of life on Poseidon Island. If nothing unexpected happens, this semi-god level golden tree is indeed the top combat force in Douluo continent. Although he believed that Dion was stronger, he became obedient after being hit by the dragon god claw, not to mention the going home Emperor Yan, who has mastered top-notch special abilities. After all, Shrek has the golden tree and Dion also has the lake of life. However, due to the existence of Guyuna, Kitor and the spirit transferring tower, Huo Yuhao's status in the starred out Great Forest can be said to have risen. The plot in the original novel where Shrek fights the beast tide will never happen. Everyone who is harmonious and friendly is one family. Mr. Mew, are you going to teach me how to use the power of the golden tree? Huo Yuhao naturally guessed what he was thinking. Yes, a gratified smile appeared on Moon's lips, his eyes flashing with high hopes for Huo Yuhao. In fact, this is not difficult for you. To truly use the power of the golden tree, the most important thing is to be close to the golden tree. Because of the efforts of our ancestors, we no longer need to spend a lot of effort to overcome this step, but the subsequent requirements are difficult. You know, the vast power of the demigod level is not easy to control. At least it requires a strong mental force with both form and substance as a fulcrum. This is the most basic threshold for controlling the power of the demigod, but it is a natural barrier that others cannot cross. Take Zhuangzi, who I once had high hopes for example. 200 years have passed, and he is still lingering in the stage of being tangible but intangible, trapped in the realm of 98 and unable to make any progress, let alone using the power of the golden tree. After talking to Zhuangzi, Mulao paused for a moment and continued, now in the entire Shrek Academy, besides my old bones, you are the only one whose mental power has reached a tangible and substantial level, so I plan to teach you how to mobilize the power of the golden tree in advance to prevent it in the future. After saying that, Elder Mu prepared to teach Huo Yuhao how to communicate with a golden tree. Looking at the other party's actions, Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly. In his heart, the timing was perfect. The space of the ancient golden tree is not peaceful now. A battle was taking place silently, which even a strong person like Extreme Douluo Moon could not detect except Huo Yuhao. The attacking party was a stunningly beautiful woman. She was wearing a glittering blue-gold dress that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. She had an extremely beautiful face, but her brows revealed an inviolable luxury and elegance. Her long azure hair sparkled like the deep ocean and was casually draped behind her back. It was Tang San's mother, Yin. Her opponent was a beautiful woman in a long green dress, as light and graceful as willow branches swaying in the spring breeze. Her temperament is as gentle as water, and her whole body is filled with a breath of life, as if she can nourish all things and give people endless peace and hope. Although her face was a little blurry and her figure seemed more illusory than Yin's, Huo Yuhao could feel an indescribable closeness and warmth from her. This feeling was like being surrounded by long-lost maternal love, which made him feel inexplicably moved and at ease. This woman was none other than Huo Yuhao's adoptive mother, whom he had never met before. The plane consciousness of Douluo continent. Normally speaking, now is not the time for a yin to take over another body, so this is the butterfly effect caused by myself. Long before he destroyed the sea god's consciousness that carried Tang Wutong's soul, Huo Yuhao knew that Tang San would never give up. Of course, this is for Huo Yuhao himself. For Kidor, the future has been smooth sailing since the most dangerous disaster. As long as she doesn't try to become a god later, she will be absolutely safe. But Huo Yuhao is different. As the son of destiny born in the Douluo plane, he has always been a favorite in Tang San's eyes. It was just that after he and Kidor's attributes were connected, relying on the destiny invisibility, the aura of destiny on the two of them had been perfectly concealed. Even Gu Yuna, who was close at hand, couldn't see the problem, let alone Tang San, who was far away in the god realm and had a huge delay. I'm afraid she couldn't lock onto him at all. Therefore, Tang San could only rely on the old method of the beauty trap, and use Nidian's hand to give Huo Yuhao the secret bag to carry out subsequent calculations. Huo Yuhao also thought that Tang San would calm down after being humiliated, and was planning to play some tricks on him. After all, perhaps because of Gu Yuna's existence, Tang San didn't even set any seals or restrictions on Wang Donger. But even Huo Yuhao didn't expect this. Tang San actually took the risk of sending a yin to the lower world ahead of time. If the god of destruction finds out about this and seizes this huge evidence, Tang San's subsequent situation will be difficult. Jin is not a priest like Titan and Niutian, but he is a real second-level god. Even though his strength was suppressed a little by the Douluo plane, it was still not something that Huo Yuhao could deal with at the moment. It can even be said that if he didn't have the powerful weapon Eye of Destiny, he wouldn't even be able to detect this battlefield at most. It can be inferred through some clues from the outside world. Just like now, Moon was demonstrating personally, wanting to use the golden tree to show Huo Yuhao a thing or two. But the embarrassing thing is that the golden tree was completely unmoved. Mr. Mu was stunned for a moment. Those who didn't believe it tried again, but in the end they returned empty-handed. Yuhao, there seems to be something wrong with the golden tree recently. Looking at Huo Yuhao opening the Eye of Destiny like this, and the golden tree now having no response at all. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, Mr. Mu had already realized that something was wrong. Huo Yuhao's expression was also extremely solemn. Within the space of the golden tree, Yin is already unilaterally suppressing the plane consciousness. Even though the golden mist symbolizing the power of the golden tree provided assistance to the plane consciousness, the situation was still one-sided. If Yin had not thought of destroying the ancient golden tree, but had chosen to slowly erode it like boiling a frog in warm water, I'm afraid the plane consciousness would have found it difficult to even resist. This is the suppressive power of a second-level god. Moreover, in this small plane, it seems to be isolated from the detection of the gods, and she can use the god-level power without any scruples. Tang San, you are really good at scheming. If Huo Yuhao was alone, even if he discovered this situation, he still wouldn't have a good solution. They could only watch the golden tree being taken away by a Yinyu, and even the plane consciousness was in danger of being silenced. Fortunately, he has already clung to the thickest thigh in Douluo continent. As expected, I still relied too much on the information in the original work. After reflecting on it, Huo Yuhao made a prompt decision without the slightest hesitation. The first soul ring lit up, and in an instant, spiritual detection covered the entire Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao found Gu Yuna and Kior, who were attending classes in the classroom, and sent a telepathic message to them, asking them to come over and help. Gu Yuna, who seemed to be thinking about something, gave instructions to Zudi beside her, then disappeared with Kior. Looking at the two people who suddenly crossed the space, Moon's face was filled with relief. I see. This is going to be a war between gods. In fact, he had some guesses about Gu Yuna's origins after all. In Moon's opinion, this person's hiding was a bit too high profile and too blatant on the surface. He is just an ordinary soul master. Whether it is his soul power, blood fluctuations or mental strength, he is only at the normal soul emperor level. But her 3 purple, 2 black and 1 red spirit rings were challenging Moon's imagination. Huo Yuhao was able to have such a soul ring configuration because of his twin martial souls, and Kinger was able to have such a soul ring configuration because of the effects of the Golden Dragon martial soul and the soul contract. But Gu Yuna on the surface, Wuhan is just an unknown elementalist. How could it be so outrageous? However, due to the close relationship between Huo Yuhao and her, Moon has always turned a blind eye and has not investigated the matter further. Everyone has his own opportunity. It is normal for a genius who is far superior to ordinary people to have his own opportunities and secrets. Until a few days ago, Huo Yuhao consumed a lot of vitality in order to treat Moon, causing his body to become somewhat weak. Then Gu Yuna just glanced at Moon indifferently. The look in his eyes, which was like looking at garbage, made him feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He felt a little palpitated for no reason and even felt a little scared. The Moons were all dumbfounded. He could feel that this girl was definitely much stronger than him, and there was this sense of submission that seemed to come from deep in my blood. This pure martial spirit suppression made Moon sweat profusely. Even someone as knowledgeable as him could not imagine what kind of bloodline in the world could suppress the Holy Dragon of Light. Even the original body of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King of Emperor Yuan could not do it. Then she recalled Brigitte attitude towards this man and how she addressed him as master when she came to treat her. Moon finally understood. Perhaps this person is the legendary leader of soul beasts, the dragon god. Although there is some indescribable sense of absurdity, I really don't understand why the mighty dragon god has such a special attitude towards Yuhao, and even specially sends a clone to the lower world to protect him closely. But Moon was very sensible and didn't ask about these things. He didn't dare to test it, see through it, but don't speak it out. Maybe it was this dragon god who took a fancy to Huo Yuhao and planned to train him as his successor anyway. Yuhao, just do your best now. Moon even feels that his title is a bit hot. The old man wants to live longer. End of this chapter. Chapter 270. Hypnosis, Control, Wife. Ignoring Moon, who was out of the situation, Gu Yuna turned her head to look at Huo Yuhao. What exactly happened? Seeing the 2 people coming, Huo Yuhao broadcast the scene he saw to the 3 people present through mind sharing, and explained, if I'm not mistaken, the 2 parties fighting in the space inside the golden tree are the level 2 Gaodao Yin and Douluo plane consciousness, 2nd level god. Gu Yuna and Kior looked at each other subconsciously. Moon was also thoughtful. Yin's identity is none other than the Blue Silver Emperor that took 100,000 years to rebuild into a human being. She is also the mother of the sea god Tang San, and she has already ascended to the god realm with Tang San. Why did she appear in Douluo continent at this moment and even fight with the Douluo plane consciousness? Although I don't know what Yin wants to do, it will definitely not be a good thing if I continue to allow her to erode the plane consciousness as a Douluo. Everyone can more or less feel their closeness to the plane consciousness and cannot bear to watch this scene at all. I guess it's very likely that Yin went to the lower world under the orders of Sea-God Tang San. Maybe she just had some ideas about the golden tree, but ended up meeting the plane consciousness living in it, and this happened. Huo Yuhao casually stated his guess and turned his gaze to Gu Yuna, asking for her opinion. I believe that with the other party's wisdom and the tacit understanding between the 2, he will be able to understand what Huo Yuhao is thinking. As early as when Huo Yuhao and Kior were conducting the attribute conversion, Sea-God Tang San intervened and took this as an opportunity to seize the auspicious beast. It can be said that they had a grudge against Tang San a long time ago. In addition, during the subsequent interactions, Huo Yuhao gradually revealed to Gu Yuna Tang San's intention to seize Douluo continent, and took the lead in raising the banner of Anti-San, ensuring a united front. So, this battle must be stopped. The more Tang San wants to do something, the more we cannot let him succeed. How do you want to do it? Gu Yuna asked calmly. If I need to break through the space to intervene, then this precious golden tree may not be able to stay. As soon as she saw the picture shared by Huo Yuhao, she imitated him and looked towards the golden tree, activating her spiritual sense to gain insight into this space. However, every profession has its own specialties. Gu Yuna could only feel the existence of such a space, and could not directly see the specific scene inside from the outside like Huo Yuhao could unless you break through the space and are there in person. But in this case, with Gu Yuna's strength, her powerful force will inevitably cause irreversible damage to the golden tree. After all, A yin already controls more than half of the ownership of the space inside the golden tree. It's like a house whose owner has tightly sealed all the entrances from the inside. So other people outside can only see the outline of the house at most. Huo Yuhao was able to see the scenes because he was guided by the power of destiny. With the help of his spiritual eyes, he could explore the scenes just like through the surveillance of a terrifying house. It's very simple, a martial soul fusion technique. Huo Yuhao placed his right hand in front of Kitor. Kitor's eyes were a little confused, but she understood and stretched out her left hand. After holding hands, she threw herself into Huo Yuhao's arms, and the soul power of the two merged instantly. Although she didn't know what was going on, she only knew that she was going to kill people. A buzz sounded. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from the surface of Huo Yuhao's body, and the aura and soul power fluctuations on his body instantly rose, directly reaching a level close to that of a super Douluo. Kitor's entire body turned illusory and scattered into golden airflow, which then spread to Huo Yuhao's entire body. The brilliant gold turned into thick, sharp scales that rolled up. At this time, Huo Yuhao had an extra layer of golden armor all over his body. And on his chest was a huge golden dragon head pattern, the dragon's roar of destiny. This is the fusion of the spiritual eyes and the golden dragon. It's not enough, admin. Gu Yuna glanced at Huo Yuhao calmly and came to this conclusion. Now, this space of the golden tree has undoubtedly become a yin's home court. With her blessing, she has at least reached the true God level. Even though Huo Yuhao's current spirit eye's martial soul possesses powerful space-time skills, it is still difficult to bring this deity into the space without damaging the golden tree, and it may even backfire. Therefore, the easiest way to break the impasse now is naturally to use a more advanced martial soul fusion, the Dragon God of Destiny. This is a Trinity martial soul fusion skill that Gu Yuna created by integrating the Dragon Roar of Destiny with it. Of course, there is also the fusion of the pure chaotic body in Gu Yuna, Chaos Dragon God, which is also what Huo Yuhao relies on to help Gu Yuna heal her injuries. Okay, let's go together then. Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement. Last time they just did a rough experiment and discovered that there was such a Trinity martial soul fusion technique, but they had never actually used it. It can be said that this is the first time that the three of them have gone all out to merge. Since Gu Yuna is so sure, then just do it. With her joining in an instant, a dazzling colorful beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, tearing through the clouds like a giant dragon and pointing straight to the sky. This Mr. Mu was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. It was not just because of the relationship between the sea god and this matter revealed in Huo Yuhao's words, but also because of the martial soul fusion technique he demonstrated later. If I remember correctly, Yuhao and the girl named Wang Dongjia also have the martial soul fusion skill, right? Since when did the martial soul fusion technique become so fickle? Of course, what shocked Moon the most was the aura revealed after Gu Yuna joined. This pressure is like that of a god. This aura made even this ultimate Douluo tremble. Sure enough, his guess was correct. This is the god-level realm that I have been striving for but cannot obtain. The reason why he wanted to refine the dragon pill, in addition to healing his wounds, was to take a step further and hope to gain attention from the divine world. Otherwise, if you just want to heal your wounds, the golden tree is enough. It's really time and destiny. Moon believed that with Huo Yuhao's talent and luck, he would definitely reach the god level in the future, but he never imagined that this day would come so soon. But Yin and Sigid Tang-san, what on earth are they doing? At this moment, the unusual movement of the Sea God Pavilion also alarmed Shrek's powerful men. Dozens of soul masters emitting terrifying auras rose into the air and transformed into streams of light that gathered in the direction of the Sea God Pavilion. Zhuanzi was one of them, and he took the lead as Zhang Lexuan's strength reached that of a titled Douluo. Zhuanzi also successfully resigned from his position as deputy head of the Shrek supervisory group. Now that he has nothing to do, he drowns his sorrows in alcohol and eats meat every day, allowing himself to sink into endless regret and self-blame, looking like he is just waiting to die. This was mainly due to the series of boomerang errors that had occurred before. After all, in the initial starred-out Great Forest incident, 8 geniuses from the inner courtyard died due to his negligence. This heavy sin made him almost unable to sleep at night. There were also subsequent mistakes made by the Death Messenger. If it weren't for Huo Yuhao, it would have almost led to a big mistake, which would have affected Shrek's journey to the championship. Since retiring, Zhuanzi has had some free time, and whenever he thinks of this, guilt and pain keep coming to his mind. Therefore, he, who is often depressed, chose to lie down and give up. It is impossible to practice cultivation, especially after learning that Moon's injury had been relieved. Zhuanzi became even worse, staying in his yard all day drinking. Anyway, if the sky falls, there's Mulao to support it. What's more, Shrek's new generation is gradually gaining strength, and most of them are already able to stand on their own. There is no place for a down-and-out old man like him in the new era. However, after sensing the strange aura clearly appearing in the Poseidon Pavilion, Xuanzi subconsciously rushed over without stopping. Who is it? Question mark. You dare to do this in the important area of Poseidon Pavilion? You must be tired of living. The golden tree is the most important thing to Shrek, and there must be no mistakes. Most of the strong men who came to support had the same idea. However, when they came near the Poseidon Pavilion, a terrifying feeling of oppression instantly swept across the entire place, as if a heavy burden of thousands of pounds was pressing on everyone's shoulders. Even all the soul masters whose martial souls were related to dragons suddenly felt a strong desire to surrender. It was like ice piercing their bones, causing their pupils to shrink suddenly in horror. Everyone stopped here and looked over subconsciously. In front of the golden tree, a figure surrounded by colorful flames appeared. A long silver hair flowed like a waterfall, shining brightly. Under the flames, a majestic armor made of gold and silver dragon scales could be vaguely seen. The most eye-catching thing is the dazzling vertical eye on its forehead. Even if you look from afar, the rose-gold radiance makes everyone's soul tremble and makes the heaven and earth pale in comparison. The eyes of all the titled Douluo were already dazed. Who is this? At this moment, Mulao appeared in front of everyone in time and comforted them. Everyone, don't worry, he's Huo Yuhao. What? Huo Yuhao? Everyone was in disbelief. You told us that this beautiful silver-haired woman is Huo Yuhao. Is this true? Moreover, isn't Huo Yuhao the Soul Emperor? But judging from the fluctuations he is emitting now, he is completely comparable to or even surpasses the extreme Douluo. What on earth happened? Everyone's eyes fell on Mulao, eager to get an accurate answer. Mr. Mu just shook his head. Don't bother him. In fact, he didn't know much now. Although he had some doubts about the sea god in his heart, it was not a good time to jump to conclusions just like that. The order was carried out and the entire sea god island fell into an extremely strange silence at this moment. Huo Yuhao was also in the leading position in the state of dragon god of destiny. You may as well call him the dragon god of time and space. The gold and silver heterochromatic pupils lit up slightly, and an imperceptible fluctuation of time and space quickly spread out, and everything around seemed to be isolated from the world. Gently raise your hand, and the space-time realm will descend through the connection of the power of destiny. Huo Yuhao skillfully connected his own divine power space with a golden tree space. A vortex of nothingness rolled up out of thin air, and Huo Yuhao's figure disappeared inside the golden tree space. Yin, who had the upper hand, suddenly frowned and her spiritual sense frantically gave a warning. Before she could react, she realized what was happening. An invisible wave spread over. There was no time to react at all, and her consciousness became extremely slow, as if it was stuck in a quagmire. In an instant, two rays of light, one gold and one silver, were like meteors streaking across the sky, destroying the protective divine power with ease, entering Yin's body, and nailing her to the ice wall that had appeared behind her. At some point Yin's pupils suddenly shrank, and he groaned in pain. After his consciousness detected the figure pacing in the void, his whole body trembled. You are, the words are not finished yet. Huo Yuhao was too lazy to listen to her continue. Behind him, a rose-gold halo gradually shone, and the huge vertical eye slowly opened. Fate seal. It is somewhat similar to the sure three-eyed god sealing curse, a self-created fighting skill used by Hogwa in the original novel to briefly seal the 600,000-year-old sea princess. Relying on the blessing of time, space and the power of destiny, in the state of the dragon god of destiny, borrowing Guyun's divine power, it can be said to be a ruthless crushing of cultivation and realm. Yin, who was already injured and weak, had no power to resist at all, and his cultivation as a second-level god was completely sealed. Then, the ice wall behind her rolled up and froze her being below absolute zero. A foolproof and complete seal is formed. Although gods are not so easy to kill, especially a Yin, whose true form is the blue-silver emperor famous for its vitality. But if Huo Yuhao wanted to, killing a god would not be difficult now. But as a demon from outer space, he knew that sometimes problems could not be easily solved by fighting and killing. After all, even if a Yin died, he could still be resurrected by the gods in the divine world. Deities and deities are usually bound together. Once upon a time, the first-generation god of good and god of evil, who were the kings of gods, could resurrect gods through the imprints of their thrones left behind by the gods. Even the nine-colored goddess Ningrongrong and the god of food Oscar, who are both second-level gods, can activate their martial soul fusion skills and pay a certain price to revive the gods. Although Yin secretly went down to the mortal world to carry out a secret mission, but she is, after all, a second-level god with a divine position. And the mother of the God-King Tang once he died in the lower realm, it would certainly attract the attention of the God realm. Even if Tang San didn't add fuel to the fire, he would definitely be resurrected and questioned about it later in this way. Huo Yuhao was exposed. Let's not talk about the attitude of the god of destruction for now. Huo Yuhao directly lost his biggest advantage in intelligence gap. He was able to deceive Tang San to a certain extent because he relied on the information gap on cultivation speed created by the system. Tang San himself became a god at the age of 25, so his expectations of Huo Yuhao were naturally similar, and he even looked down on him a lot. No matter how hard Tang San tried, he could never have imagined that Huo Yuhao had the strength comparable to that of a titled Douluo at the age of only 14. He even had the strength to kill a level 2 god in seconds with his martial soul fusion technique. Therefore, before he becomes strong enough, Huo Yuhao has no intention of taking the initiative to do such a thankless task. And after this battle, his biggest weakness was exposed. That is, even if he killed the god, he could not directly erase the other party's divine position and make him truly die. Although doing repeated sit-ups is the norm in Douluo continent, Huo Yuhao does not want to be restricted by it. Keeping Yin would be a good opportunity to experiment with the usage of the power of destiny, and maybe I could find the key to erasing the throne of God. Besides, Yin has a special identity. She is Tang San's biological mother. Maybe she can play a special role in the future. There is also this B achievement triggered. Achieve the achievement of subjugating the gods and receive the reward of slave goo. Slave goo, 6th level immortal goo, consumable type, plant the slave goo. You can control the gods below the 1st level for your own use. Evaluation, hypnosis, control, wife. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. Tang Hao, Zio Sen, where's your mother? As for whether Tang San would make a big fuss and go down to the mortal world himself because Yin was captured, Huo Yuhao thought there was no need to worry too much. Yin's action this time was originally a private decision made by Tang San. As long as there was no big commotion that could not be covered up like the fall of a god, Tang San, who had always been cautious in his life, would not act rashly. The god of destruction is stubborn and self-willed. Once he knows about this, he will definitely use it as a handle to attack Tang San. For Tang San, who aspires to control the god realm, this is definitely a case of losing the big picture for the small. He would not allow anyone to take advantage of what he has from the beginning to the end. Tang San's biggest opponent was the god of destruction. For him, the most urgent task is to control the voice of the Divine Realm Committee and take charge of the Divine Realm Center. As for the rest, they can all be necessary sacrifices. Ni Shiante Tan can be one, Tang Wutong can also be one, and Yin can be one. Of course, after all, putting aside his identity, Yin was just a mere 2nd level god, and was not good at fighting. For Tang San, he was not a useful living combat force at all. Of course, this is just the worst case scenario at present. It is a question whether Tang San can discover that Yin has been captured. The current Shrek is not Tang San's Shrek. If he does not go down to the mortal world in person, the areas he can influence in Douluo continent are only Haoshan sect and Poseidon Island. It can only be said that people's calculations are not as good as God's calculations. If Huo Yuhao had not come up with this sudden inspiration, Tang San would have succeeded, and Yin would have succeeded in stealing the chicken and successfully balanced the plane consciousness. Fortunately, Huo Yuhao stopped this from happening in time. Moreover, you can also cut off the source of the problem. In particular, Huo Yuhao now has the 6th level slave goo, which can make Yin directly turn against his enemies and surrender. Isn't it beautiful? It just so happened that he was in need of an administrator for the fairy grass cultivation base, and letting Yin, the blue-silver emperor, do this was definitely a match for his expertise. Think about this. Huo Yuhao, who is in the state of dragon god of destiny, no longer hesitated and took the unconscious Yin into the plane of the undead. As for the use of slave goo, we will talk about it later. It's not that he wanted to secretly conquer this beautiful wife without telling Yuna. The main thing is that the plane consciousness is still watching here, which has a very bad influence. It is better not to let the kind-hearted old mother of the plane consciousness know about this kind of evil method. I'm late. Is everything okay? Huo Yuhao took the initiative to look at the woman in the green dress after he killed Yin. In an instant, his plane consciousness no longer held on and suddenly relaxed. His body, which was already somewhat illusory, flickered and even turned towards being transparent. Beep. It cannot be said that he will die soon, But it is definitely a big problem. Although the plane consciousness cooperated with a golden tree in a righteous 2-on-1 fight, and had the home advantage of the Douluo plane, she herself had no combat experience at all, and was fighting above her level. The reason she could hold on until now was thanks to the fact that Yin was not a deity that was good at combat. Fine. The woman in the green dress shook her head and said, "That's great. I didn't misjudge you." She floated lightly in front of Huo Yuhao and looked him up and down, her eyes filled with undisguised satisfaction and expectation. Huo Yuhao even felt a rather strange feeling of satisfaction. He was stunned at first, but quickly reacted. The more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the happier she is. Right. Is it because of killer? After all, the soul beasts and soul masters born in the Douluo plane can all be regarded as the children of this plane consciousness. Even Yin, who had previously treated her cruelly, was the same. It could even be said that Tang San's initial rise might have been due to the efforts of the plane consciousness behind it, and Kidder, because of her identity as the Emperor's auspicious beast, is undoubtedly treated like a biological daughter in the plane consciousness. As for Huo Yuhao, after all, he has integrated memories and soul, and he is also the son-in-law of Douluo, so naturally he can be considered one of us. The woman smiled slightly and said seriously, "Because of the previous battle, I have consumed too much energy and will soon fall into deep sleep. Therefore, I will not be able to continue to help you block the prying eyes from the God realm. You must be more careful in the future. Oh. Pay attention." Huo Yuhao nodded. Sure enough, the reason why he was not seen through by Tang San of the God realm when he first crossed over was because the plane consciousness was secretly covering up for him to a certain extent. "I thought I was going to be eaten up by the filial daughter, but luckily you showed up in time. You are indeed my favorite children." The plane consciousness seemed to be somewhat frightened. She originally wanted to stay here and assist the growth of the tree of life until it completely formed the life core of this plane. But now it seems that she has to change her plan. Thinking of this, she also sighed. "Yuhao, your growth rate is far beyond my imagination. I originally had a lot to say to you, but now I don't have much time. After all, the God realm seems to be targeting me. It's not safe to stay here. Let's talk about the rest next time I wake up." Is this going somewhere? Is there any better place in Douluo continent than the Golden Tree? For a moment, Huo Yuhao was a little confused. However, the body of the plane consciousness began to emit faint green light spots, and his right hand was gently raised, and the golden energy in the space gathered as the golden light dissipated. An emerald green seed with mysterious golden patterns on its surface condensed in her hand, and her body gradually merged into it. Is this the seed of life? Huo Yuhao suddenly remembered the experience of fighting Tang Wulin in the third match, which seemed to be somewhat similar to this one before the body completely disappeared. The gentle voice sounded again, explaining, "This is the seed of life that I nurtured with the help of the tree of life. I will sleep in it for a long time to recover my strength. You can also call it the seed of the plane. With it, not only can your elemental natural affinity be increased, but it can also speed up your cultivation and enhance your luck. Of course, there are some other special effects, which are left for you to discover." At the end, the woman's tone was filled with a hint of regret. "It's time to say goodbye now, Yuhao. I'll leave the rest to you." "Well, don't worry." As soon as the words fell, the golden tree space fell into silence. Looking at the plain seed that was quietly floating in the air and exuding the breath of life from time to time, Huo Yuhao felt a little emotional. Such an important thing was handed into his hands so easily, and the future of herself and even the Douluo plane was entrusted to him. Does this count as entrusting an orphan to someone else in Beatty City? It's a great feeling to be deeply trusted. Immediately afterwards, two rays of light, one gold and one silver, separated from Huo Yuhao's body. After the martial soul fusion technique was released, Huo Yuhao instantly returned to his original black-haired appearance. "How do you feel?" Huo Yuhao looked at the two people who had reappeared, his tone concerned. "I am fine, Gu." Yuna shook her head. As the most powerful among the three, it was natural that she provided all the divine power consumption on her own. Of course, she was just dealing with a second-level god, so this amount of consumption was nothing to her. Killer originally wanted to respond with full of energy. Suddenly, with a plan in mind, she deliberately acted weak, and finally went straight into Huo Yuhao's arms. "Yuhao, I feel a little tired. Let's rest for a few days together." Humph, smart as I am in this way, before Huo Yuhao goes to the Sun Moon Empire, he can legitimately occupy Huo Yuhao? Alright. The corners of Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched, but he did not expose her. Killer smiled even more after receiving a satisfactory answer. Then, she pecked him as if no one was around and buried her face in his chest. Huo Yuhao also responded. Gu Yuna, who was standing aside, watched the intimate interaction between the young couple. Her eyes flickered, and her originally calm heart actually began to waver slightly. What on earth is going on with this strange feeling? For some reason, I felt like the treasure I had set my eyes on was being taken away by someone else right in front of me. Obviously, I just admired this guy at first. Gu Yuna saw a certain future in Huo Yuhao, which made her full of expectations, but as the investment increased and as they spent more and more time together, she seemed to have developed extra feelings in her heart. Sure enough, it was right for me not to go to the Sun Moon Empire with him. It's time to separate for some time to calm down. I feel like the longer we spend together, the easier it is to get into your mind. Besides, Huo Yuhao is already dating Kior. After all, as the elder, I can't steal someone's love, right? After a moment, Gu Yuna changed the subject as if nothing had happened. Ahem, alright? Let's solve Yin's problem here first. For a moment, Kior and Huo Yuhao parted their lips in panic. It's a bit like when a young couple in high school were caught secretly dating by their homeroom teacher or even their parents. Is it an illusion? Why does Gu Yuna, who is usually cold, sound strange? Huo Yuhao didn't think much about it and agreed. Indeed, we can catch Tang-san off guard before he can react. Offer your loyalty, Yin. Spirit world. A short-haired middle-aged man with a rough appearance and bulging muscles appeared in front of the sea god's mansion. This person is none other than Tang Hao, the father of sea god Tang-san. Just now he was immersed in blacksmithing in his own yard. But suddenly he felt as if he sensed something and his heart suddenly panicked. It's as if something important is leaving me. Tang Hao immediately thought of his wife just a day ago. Zio-san asked Yin to go to the lower world to do something. Did something happen to Yin? Therefore, he rushed to the sea god's mansion without stopping, intending to talk to his son about this matter. Father, why are you here? Sensing Tang Hao's arrival, Tang-san went out to greet him. He had just put aside Xiao Wu's gentle embrace with great determination, and was preparing to devote himself to the follow-up work, intending to continue monitoring Douluo continent. Tang Hao looked a little anxious, and asked, Zio-san, how is the progress of the matter? You asked your mother to help you with it. Tang-san smiled calmly and replied, don't worry, father. With mother's ability, no one in the lower realm can threaten her. It's going very smoothly, Tang Hao said worriedly, but I just had a bad feeling. How about you contact him again? That way I can put my mind at ease. Bad feeling? To be honest, when Tang-san was accompanying Xiao Wu before, he also felt a lingering uneasiness in his heart. For a while he thought it was a sequelae of spiritual injury and never imagined that there might be something wrong with his mother. After all, his mother, A Yin, is at least a second-level god. Dealing with a lower plane is not foolproof, but it is easy, at least even within the perfect plan carefully planned by Tang-san. He also specifically asked Yin to take over Shrek's golden tree first, and then deal with the plane consciousness, so the safety can be said to be maximized. Tang-san even felt that even if Yin encountered the plane consciousness in the golden tree, even if the home advantage had not yet been established, it would definitely not be a problem. You know, he has a backup plan left inside this golden tree. Besides, who else on Douluo continent could threaten his mother besides the Silver Dragon King? Absolutely not, but the Silver Dragon King will definitely not be able to discover this. Tang-san had only controlled a wisp of spiritual consciousness to take over the body of the auspicious beast. To be honest, there was no real deep hatred between him and the Silver Dragon King. It was already good enough that he didn't go to seek revenge on the Silver Dragon King for destroying his spiritual consciousness. It's impossible that the Silver Dragon King dares to take the initiative to attack, or even predicts that he will have to deal with a plane consciousness. Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, since my father feels the same way, there must be a demon in the abnormal situation. Tang-san, who has always been cautious, prepared to make a necessary confirmation. It is said that even the wisest man makes 1,000 plans, but he is bound to make mistakes. Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Father, I will contact mother again. After saying that, Tang-san was going to activate the monitoring artifact unexpectedly. With just a thought, his gaze penetrated a mist filled with rosy clouds. Direct monitoring of Douluo continent after a long absence. Sure enough, the plan went smoothly. With the elimination of the scourge of plane consciousness, the scenes of the underworld are once again open to him. Although Tang-san could only observe a rough idea, it was enough. After all, how could Shrek lack faith in him, the god of the sea? Especially Poseidon Island and the Golden Tree. After Tang-san cultivated to become a god, before leaving Douluo continent for the God realm, He specially built the Sea God Island in Shrek Academy and moved the golden tree there. It is even said that he was secretly guiding the successive Sea God Pavilion masters in their fusion with the golden tree, all for the purpose of cultivating this golden tree. Therefore, the fusion of Iron and the golden tree will be extremely smooth, of course, because the plan was launched early. The golden tree is still in its growth stage. It will take some time for it to grow into the core of life and truly replace the plane consciousness with the help of the power of faith hidden in the golden tree space. Tang San began to communicate with Yin remotely. The response came quickly. Mother, is the plan going well? It went smoothly. Xiao San, I have defeated the plane consciousness of the Douluo plane and am now merging with a golden tree. I need to stay in seclusion for a while. Got it, Mother, just rest assured and retreat. Soon, I will also let Father go to the lower world with me, and you can just live in seclusion in Douluo continent. Afterwards, Tang San explained this to Tang Hao. Finally, he added, don't worry, Father, I will keep an eye on this matter from now on, and there will definitely be no accidents. That's good. Tang Hao's tense expression finally relaxed. If Father really misses Mother, I will arrange for you to reunite in the underworld when the time is right. Tang San smiled with a strategy in mind. Master, Tang San just contacted me, and the plan went smoothly. Sure enough, Tang San couldn't even notice that Yin had lost contact for a short time. After all, 1 day in the divine world is equal to 1 year in the lower world. This rule is really outrageous. End of this chapter. Chapter 272, Subjugating Yin, the decision before parting. Then you stay here to recover, and help me take care of the golden tree. If Tang San has any more news later, remember to inform me through the blue-silver avatar in the undead space. Huo Yuhao nodded and gave instructions to Yin. It's not about asking Yin to merge with a golden tree and take over its place. Huo Yuhao is not like Tang San, who wants to control the entire Douluo continent. In the future, he will definitely go to the God realm to do something big. Therefore, he only regarded Yin as a tool to cultivate the golden tree. In this way, when the plane consciousness awakens again, he will be able to take over Yin's work and continue the fusion of the plane life core. Okay, Master. A complex emotion flashed in Yin's eyes, and then he lowered his head respectfully, looking at the beautiful wife who was obedient in front of him. Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly. There was already a sadly thick barrier between the two of them. To be honest, he still preferred the other person's previous rebellious look as a prisoner. Yin negotiated with Huo Yuhao in order to escape from the predicament. Although it was extremely humiliating, she had to demonstrate her own value. It feels like a proud goddess fallen into the mortal world. Just a few days ago, Huo Yuhao defeated Yin and obtained the seed of the plane. He originally wanted to use the 6th level slave Gu to forcibly control Yin, but Lao showed up in time and gave a very reasonable solution, which was to combine the cultivation seal with the master servant's contract. It has the style of a necromancer seeing his teacher's expression as if he just happened to have a god-level experimental material. Huo Yuhao followed his good intention. You can also study the mechanisms of gods and deities. As for the seal cultivation, because Yin was already seriously injured, and was even later hit by Huo Yuhao's fate seal, his cultivation had already been reduced to only 1/10 of what it was. That is why, under Mr. Yi's operation, the plan went very smoothly. The last thing to do is to get the powerless Yin to agree to sign the master servant's contract. As Yin wakes up from being frozen, she found that her cultivation had been completely sealed by the enemy. Now she could do nothing but make a steadfast and unyielding speech like this. You damned little human, you will definitely get your comeuppance. You know my identity, and you treat me like this. Don't even think about getting any information from me. Gu, kill me. Looking at Yin, who kept declaring defeat, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. You don't think I don't know that gods can be resurrected after death, do you? Although this kind of resurrection also has its limits. Perhaps with the powerful rule-based ability of the Dragon God of Destiny, he could bypass this restriction and completely destroy Yin's soul in this way. Even if the first generation of good and evil gods took action, relying solely on the imprint of the god's throne would be useless. The main reason for keeping Yin is that there is no need to fall out with Tang San at the moment. Even if you had no means to control Yin, Huo Yuhao would maintain the absolute zero seal. Seal her in the undemic plane and suppress her severely, keeping her in a disappeared state that Tang San could not sense. In this way, although it is not as effective as the method of inciting undercover agents to defect, there is a high probability that Tang San will be cautious and do nothing after all. Barefoot people are not afraid of those wearing shoes. There is no way Tang San would be so reckless as to risk his bright future in a fight to the death with Huo Yuhao, or even the plain consciousness of Douluo continent facing Huo Yuhao's cold gaze. Yin reacted quickly. It's over. The enemy has discovered my plan. She tried her best to suppress her panic and tried to appear less vulnerable. So what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Huo Yuhao simply shook his head and began to destroy Yin's psychological defenses. You will certainly be very useful to me if I keep you, don't you think so, Yin? Yin's pupils trembled. As her identity was named, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Then came the threat. As Tang San's mother, the law enforcer of the God realm, you broke the law knowingly and secretly went down to the world in an attempt to seize the plane consciousness. You don't want the God of Destruction to know about this, right? You? How did you know that? Yin took a deep breath. His heart sank to the bottom, his mind desperately thinking about how to get out of this predicament. After a brief silence, she spoke again, her voice slightly hoarse. The God of Destruction is not so easy to deal with. If he finds out the true identity of the person next to you, your fate will definitely not be any better than mine. The reason you are talking to me so much is probably because you want me to do something, right? As long as it does not go against my heart, I can agree to it. By the end of her speech, her tone was filled with determination and pleading, as if she was willing to sacrifice her own life for the sake of justice and feed the tiger with her own flesh. Oh, Huo Yuhao looked at Yin. Although she was smarter than he thought, she wasn't much better. The prisoner still wants to negotiate terms with me. Huo Yuhao cast a disdainful look and sneered. How can a mere second-level god have the confidence to speak so arrogantly here? As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted instantly. The murderous intent in Huo Yuhao's eyes made Yin tremble all over. Fear swept through her body, reminding her of the battle that was suppressed by thunder not long ago. It's hard to breathe and my instincts are shaking at this moment. She was as helpless as a drowning person. She had no idea what to do. The final outcome would be complete destruction. Gu Yuna watched Huo Yuhao display his might with great interest. In fact, he used simulation, mental interference, mental force field and other soul skills to coordinate and openly carry out threats. Hypnosis. After all, the cultivation seal was perfected by Master Yi at this moment. Yin's cultivation and spiritual consciousness have been completely sealed. Apart from his body, which is a divine body that cannot be harmed by conventional means, he can be said to be just an ordinary person, except that his mind is more resolute. Therefore, Huo Yuhao planned to attack the enemy's heart first. Sometimes, the more information a person knows, the more panic hidden deep in his heart will be revealed soon. Under Huo Yuhao's continuous intimidation and inducement, Yin's bottom line was completely lost. Not only did he get nothing, but he also signed an unequal master-servant's contract in humiliation. Normally, the master-servant's contract has no effect on the gods. Once the servant regains the power of the gods, the restrictions of the contract can be lifted in a moment. But as long as Pool is done well, this situation is unlikely to happen. In addition, due to the master-servant contract, Huo Yuhao, as the master, can sense Yin's status and thoughts at any time. If she really wanted to rebel, Huo Yuhao would be able to detect it at the first moment. Of course, in order to deal with this situation, Slave Gu will take action. The 6th level Slave Gu is only effective against gods below the 1st level, so it seems that there is not much use in keeping it. It is also a good choice to use it to make Yin completely return to his heart. With the cooperation of the Slave Gu and the Master-Servant contract, it can be said to be seamless, perfectly making up for their respective shortcomings. With a planting of Slave Gu, both Yin's divine body and divine soul were thoroughly marked by Huo Yuhao and could never harbor any ill will towards him, nor could they ever resist his orders. After that, Huo Yuhao removed the seal on Yin's cultivation letter, separate a blue-silver incarnation to help look after the magical herbs in the undead demiplane. As for the main body, it was sent to the golden tree to continue to flatter Tang San, accelerating the growth of the golden tree while recuperating even more. Yin could continue to separate his blue-silver incarnation to go to the spirit pagoda to help with work and lend a hand. It is true that one herb has multiple uses. Yuhao, why are you so absent-minded lately? Looking at the distracted Huo Yuhao, Kidor tilted her head. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao was slightly stunned. He stopped engraving the core array of the soul guide in his hand and sighed. You discovered this? This is my golden perception. Kidor's tone was slightly proud. It is this ultimate talent that allows her to catch those guys who want to sneak away from Hao from time to time. In the past few days, these days, Kidor can be said to have taken precautions against everything. It was agreed that the tenderness before separation belonged to her alone, so it was impossible to share it with others. Auspicious beast protecting food face. So, are you thinking about other women, or are you just feeling horny? The words hit the nail on the head. Huo Yuhao had no choice but to remain silent. It's not that he wants to be shy, but he is indeed thinking about other women. It was Gu Yuna, but it's hard to tell Killer about this. It can't be said that Huo Yuhao not only eats from the bowl while looking at the pot, but even keeps an eye on the ingredients outside that have not been added. If Killer knew that he was thinking about his master, Xingdao's career as a son-in-law might be over, but Huo Yuhao was somewhat unwilling. Now that we are here, we are everywhere. The most beautiful lady, the rich woman, the leader of the soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King. With all these identities, it would be absolutely false to say that Huo Yuhao is not attracted to Gu Yuna naturally. He wanted to be a dragon knight. However, ever since the last fusion of the Destiny Dragon God Spirit technique, Huo Yuhao could feel that Gu Yuna was somewhat distant from him. Therefore, it is inevitable to worry about gains and losses. The three major misconceptions in life are true. After a moment of silence, Huo Yuhao sighed. Killer, tell me, am I a little too greedy, huh? Isn't it, Killer? Asked back, and touched Huo Yuhao's face with her little hand, asking indifferently, do you think this is bad? I have no idea. Huo Yuhao laughed at himself, then said with a complicated expression, it's just that I don't want to give up any of them, that's it. Killer couldn't help but curl her lips. You are so generous when you give, you should be tougher when it comes to asking for something. That's what you said. Huo Yuhao coughed twice in embarrassment. He didn't give just to get something. The main purpose was to complete the favorability tasks to obtain the reward of the insect, and to increase the favorability of these women in this way, until the feelings were deeply rooted and it was impossible to turn back, so he reluctantly did so. In fact, this is still Huo Yuhao restraining himself a little. Otherwise, with his strength, charm and status, he wouldn't need to worry too much and could just enjoy their trust and dependence. Just like what I thought at the beginning, no initiative, no promise, no refusal. It can even be said that as long as Huo Yuhao is a little more active, he can do whatever he wants and does not even need to take any responsibility for it. It's not Shrek that is supreme in terms of strength, but the entire Douluo continent. Not to mention, everyone is in love. Humph, a self-righteous man is not likable, as if she had noticed Huo Yuhao's thoughts. Killer snorted, that's true. Feelings have to be a two-way street. Huo Yuhao nodded seriously, although there are quite a lot of people running in both directions with you, Killer complained, then chuckled, Yuhao, you are a little greedy, but we still like you like this. As for those who can't accept it, there is actually no need for them to join us. Sharing is okay, but there must be limits. It seemed that he did not expect to hear these words from Killer. After a brief moment of daze, Huo Yuhao could not help but hug her tightly. The little hands are not honest again, Chiu spat softly. Since you like touching so much, then I order you as the Emperor's auspicious beast to touch for the rest of your life. Having said this, Killer paused for a moment and changed the subject. Besides, because you have been thinking about other women when you were alone with me these days, I am going to punish you now. What, wanna come here? Huo Yuhao's throat couldn't help but roll. An irresistible force came, and in a flash, he was pressed on the soft bed again. He was used to it then. A soft touch came. Killer was already sitting on him, with a smile of victory on her face, and proudly announced, Yuhao, today you belong to me alone. Is this okay? Huo Yuhao actually felt a little confused. Didn't we agree to recover together? You brought me to bed again? Now he is both expectant and surprised. Why are you surprised? Although Killer's pretty face turned slightly red, she still did not stop what she was doing. A pair of delicate hands moved flexibly, quickly taking off the clothes piece by piece as both sides take off their armor and their defenses collapse. Now is the perfect time to press on and kill to your heart's content. Come and fight. Come and fight. Looking at Killer, who seemed to have a plan in mind, Huo Yuhao said awkwardly, I think it's still a little too fast. How can it be fast? You will set off for Sun Moon tomorrow. Before we leave, don't you have any thoughts about me? I have to take the initiative, you stupid fool. As she spoke, Killer leaned over, and the warm and hot touch blocked all of Huo Yuhao's subsequent words. I do not know how long it has been. Lip points. Next, it's what a couple should do. Chiu licked her lips with a hint of unsatisfied feeling, and declared that she was sure of victory. I won't show mercy like the senior sisters did. Huo Yuhao looked a little strange. Are you sure they held back? Is there a possibility that I am too strong? With Just a flip, Huo Yuhao instantly swapped his upper and lower positions with Kidor, and his offensive and defensive momentum was also extraordinary. Kidor realized later that something seemed to be wrong. Is your cultivation as a soul emperor legal? It's a bit exaggerated. Who claimed to be the ancestor of strength, was actually suppressed? Achievement triggered. Achieve Kidor's punish you to touch me for life. Achievement and get the reward of Bashan. Pulling a mountain, 6th rank immortal goo, strength, enough to pull a mountain. Evaluation, stay with me forever. End of this chapter. Chapter 273, Departure to the Sun and Moon, a 1-year agreement. The student exchange program is about to be launched, and the exchange location has been chosen as Maple Leaf City in the Cheyenne Empire. In the early morning, Kidor was sleeping soundly. Huo Yuhao did not wake her up. After all, they had said goodbye for more than one night. The series of life and death battles with classmate Zioho, in which he refused to admit defeat, almost led to his defeat when he got out of bed in the morning. Even Huo Yuhao, with his physical fitness comparable to that of a titled Douluo, felt a little overwhelmed. Which good guy would unarmor and activate his martial spirit when fighting? As his strength increases, Huo Yuhao no longer does such things. However, in the end, he was forced out of his chaotic body by the golden dragon. I have to say, this kind of pure brute force without any skill feels pretty good. Huo Yuhao, it is such a delight. I will probably never forget this battle. However, this incident also alerted him. It seems that he still needs to develop some secret techniques in this area in the future. Simply relying on a strong foundation is not a long-term solution. Shrek Eastgate. The exchange students and their teachers who were about to go to the Sun Moon Empire were chatting and laughing with their friends and saying goodbye. Among them, Yan Xiaos, Fan Yu and Huo Yuhao went to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy for exchanges as team leaders. There is naturally no need to say much about Huo Yuhao. After all, geniuses and ordinary people are no longer the same, and the gap between evildoers and geniuses is another level. The original 2.5 years of regular study and exchanges might be just right for He Tao. But for Huo Yuhao it was a complete waste of time. He didn't want to go to class properly. Therefore, with the support of Shrek, Huo Yuhao obtained the status of a team teacher. While studying freely, he could also travel between the two schools at any time. The tentative period is 1 year of study, poaching, and dealing with the Holy Spirit Church. Of course, Huo Yuhao, whose true form is at least a 6th level soul engineer, actually only wears an aqua blue badge that symbolizes a 3rd level soul engineer. This was the decision he made after discussing with Mr. Mu and Xian Liner. With Huo Yuhao's powerful strength, if he wanted to learn soul guide technology, he didn't need to follow any rules. Once he started the simulated soul skill, he could enter an empty space. In addition to his overwhelming performance in terms of soul power level, even if it is to balance with the Hongqian brothers and sisters who came to Shrek, there is no need to show too much talent in soul guides. As the dean of the martial soul department, Yan Xiaos is responsible for escorting the students to Maple Leaf City. After the exchange is over tomorrow, he will bring the Sun and Moon personnel back to Shrek. As for Fan Yu, he was there to accompany the prince in studying. At the same time, he could also learn advanced Sun and Moon technology openly and cover up Huo Yuhao's actions in secret. After all, this exchange will be led by the Dean Jing Hongqian of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy himself. Therefore, letting Yan Xiaos take action can be regarded as showing the importance and respect that Shrek deserves. Of course, just Huo Yuhao's presence there was enough. Given his importance and status in Shrek, he could be said to be above Yan Xiaos. However, Jing Hongqian naturally didn't know about this. Even the identity of the master of the spiritual pagoda was only known by a few people in Shrek. In the eyes of normal people, Huo Yuhao is just a soul king whose talent is all in his martial soul and who was specially recruited into the inner courtyard of Shrek. As for the exchange students, they are He Tao, Ningguan, and 8 other top students from the inner courtyard of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. A total of 10 people. Although the inner court disciples of Shrek's Soul Guidance Department are far from being comparable to the inner court disciples of the Martial Soul Department, they have their own strengths in being able to stand here. In addition, they have all come from the outer courtyard and fought their way through. They are all outstanding geniuses of their age and are not inferior to others in terms of martial spirit and cultivation talent, except for Ningguan, who received special care. All the students in this exchange program were at least 5-ring soul kings and 5th level soul mentors. This kind of configuration would be considered a rare genius even in the Sun Moon Empire. However, although they are both level 5 soul mentors, those who graduated from Shrek Academy cannot be compared with those trained by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Although the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy is also among the best in Douluo 3 Kingdoms, The gap compared to the true uncrowned king of soul guides is not just a little bit, but an almost insurmountable chasm. This is not only reflected in rare resources, but more importantly in the concept of soul guides and the accumulation of research. He Tao, the 6th level soul engineer with the highest talent in the soul guidance department, felt this deeply because of Huo Yuhao's influence. He had almost no communication with Tao and Xiao. It can be said that he was completely immersed in learning soul guides. In the end, he still joined the extreme individual plan that Huo Yuhao had abandoned. Knowing that his talent was limited, he chose to research fixed-type soul guides, especially the production of advanced fixed-type soul guide shells during the learning process. The fixed-type soul guide shells that Wang Yan had obtained from the Starlight Auction House played a significant role, and this was just some scraps of information that came out from Ming Hall. But it made Shrek innovate in this area of knowledge and technology, not to mention Ming Dadang's real core technology. For example, the red dust blessing in Huo Yuhao's hand. Now it can be said that just this 1/9 level soul guide alone cannot be copied even if the entire Shrek is packed together. It can even be said that even if Shrek holds the blessing of the red dust, he would not be able to learn by relying on it. This is the real dimensionality reduction attack. Just looking at the gap in technological monopoly is daunting. Therefore, the main purpose of this exchange and study is to learn as much core knowledge as possible from there. Not to mention narrowing the gap between each other. At least it will allow Shrek to keep up with the ideas and concepts of the development of soul guides of the Sun Moon Empire. The farewell session is over. A group of 13 people equipped with flying soul guides all took off into the air and flew towards Maple Leaf City under the gaze of a group of people on the ground. Huo Yuhao, He Tao and Ning Tian were flying at the end of the team. On He Tao's chest was a purple badge of a 6th level soul mentor. As he glanced at the two of them, he felt quite emotional. It has to be said that the advantage in mental strength is fully reflected in learning soul guides. After junior sister Ning Tian had gone through the difficult stage of laying the foundation, she made rapid progress in theoretical study and engraving the core magic array thanks to the secret technique of distraction control passed down from the ancestors of the 9 Treasures glazed tile sect. And she successfully passed the assessment of a 3rd level soul instructor. Not long ago. As for Huo Yuhao, although he and Tao didn't know much information, he was sure that he was definitely not the 3rd level soul engineer as he appeared to be. He Tao knew that Huo Yuhao was better than himself in both the production and theory of soul guides. He even had several soul guides made by Huo Yuhao and hung them on the welfare of the Spirit Pagoda. Then think of the other party's talent in martial arts. I can only say that the gap between people is still too big. However, He Tao is extremely satisfied with the current situation. Although the rage for revenge in his heart was still burning, he knew that compared to his previous unrealistic fantasies, the clouds had finally cleared and the moon was visible. With the Spirit Pagoda joined and Huo Yuhao as a strong supporter, everything is possible. The emergence of the advanced technology of soul contract alone made He Tao swear allegiance wholeheartedly. He Tao, loyal. After hard practice, He Tao successfully broke through the 50th level of soul power a few months ago and gained a soul partner to accompany him for life. Because of this growing soul, the shortcoming of food-type soul masters who have no combat ability alone is also made up for with the help of the 10,000-year soul. He Tao can now burst out the strength of a top soul king even without relying on soul guides, because the spirit ring effect of his cigar spirit can be directly added to the soul. It is equivalent to adding a bodyguard of a 10,000-year-old spirit beast to himself. Sensing He Tao's gaze, Huo Yuhao nodded. Slightly different from the 5th soul skill in the original novel, the Invincible Shield Golden Cigar, which has many restrictions because of He Tao's desire for combat power. Huo Yuhao specially asked the starred out Great Forest to find him a 10,000-year soul beast with dual attributes of light and fire and suitable for combat. It was also to see if this could activate He Tao's solar bloodline. In the end, everyone was happy. He Tao received help from powerful souls, and even had some connection with his sun bloodline. Huo Yuhao also received a new mission reward from him. Achievement triggered. Achieve He Tao's achievement of no regrets in this life, entering Chuanling, and receive the reward of Fence Home Gu, Fighting Gu, a rank 4 Gu worm. When it is severely wounded, its eyes turn red, its fighting spirit burns, it forgets all the pain, and attacks madly. Its fighting power increases instead of decreasing, about double the original. Evaluation: a supports life, a carries heart. He Tao continued to endure the idea in order to take revenge on Ryu. Huo Yuhao also said it is highly likely that the 4th achievement task will be related to this aspect. It can be said that the first 3 tasks are all okay. Once you reach the 4th one, the difficulty basically increases. Maple Leaf City is located in the western border of the southwest of the Xianhan Empire. Continuing westward is the territory of the Sun and Moon Empire. When the Shrek group arrived, it was already getting dark. As a large border city, Maple Leaf City itself is an important supply city for the western frontier army of the Xianhan Empire, and it is also an important trading city on the border. Although not as prosperous as Shrek City, its scale is in no way inferior. After entering the city, Yan Xiaos and his team found a hotel to stay in and told everyone to have a good rest afterwards. Among the remaining 8 people in the inner courtyard Soul Guide department, the only 6th-level Soul Guide Yi Sheng did not test or question them in a domineering manner like in the original novel. Instead, he was very respectful and took this opportunity to suggest going out for a trip in order to get closer to each other. The fact that Ike Tao was Fan Yu's direct disciple and Ning Dian was the young master of the 9 treasures glazed sect made them almost unattainable for him, not to mention Huo Yuhao, a transfer student from the inner courtyard of the Wuhan department, who also serves as a team leader. At first glance, he identified them as a powerful existence with a background. Yi Sheng must be crazy to provoke them. Huo Yuhao did not refuse other people's kindness, and just treated it as a way to relax after the long journey. Arrived early in the morning of the next day as agreed. Maple Leaf Plaza Shrek arrived first, and not long after, everyone from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy came over, led by the chubby Jing Hongzhen. The man and woman next to Jing Hongzhen are also old acquaintances of Huo Yuhao. It is the laughter and dream of the Red Dust after not seeing each other for 2 years. Both of them have changed a lot, especially Xiao Hongzhen. He is no longer as arrogant as before, and his temperament is obviously much more restrained. Meng Hongzhen, who was gradually growing taller, had a slightly flushed face and seemed to be quite excited when she saw the Huo Yuhao she had been thinking about so much in Meng Hongzhen, and noticed the subtle changes in his appearance as he grew older. She was simply moved beyond control. So handsome. Although the two missed each other again this time, but it doesn't matter. Meng Hongzhen found out that Huo Yuhao was only going to stay at his own academy for a year. In other words, she still has 1.5 years to spend with Huo Yuhao. Still have a chance. Excluding Huo Yuhao, the special accompanying teacher, both sides sent 10 exchange students. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is clearly full of sincerity. In addition to the other 8 people of the Hongzhen brothers and sisters, there are 3 who are also members of the reserve team who participated in the previous competition. It can be said that they have sent out the best of the younger generation. Shrek's lineup was not much inferior, and Jing Hongzhen locked onto Huo Yuhao in the first moment. There is no other reason, it's just that her stunning appearance makes her stand out from the crowd. Even the laughter in the world is dim at this moment. No wonder my granddaughter would have such thoughts. After taking a curious look at Meng Hongzhen's lover, Jing Hongzhen also became friendly and smiled as he spoke polite words to Yan Xiaos. After all, the ultimate Douluo Mulao is still alive. Moreover, for the development of the Spirit Pagoda, Shrek Academy also overtly and covertly emphasized the existence of Mulao Tuat parties. No one could guess how old this dragon god Douluo, who was once famous throughout the continent, would live long. Xiao, you're playing me, right? Besides, although Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy are competitors and have even clashed countless times in Soul Master competitions, it cannot be said that there is any real hatred or grudge between them. At most, Jing Hongzhen had some complaints about the toll that Mulao had forced upon him last time, but this is harmless to Ming Hall. Moreover, this exchange is of great benefit to both parties. There is really no need to engage in verbal confrontation without any structure just for the sake of momentary verbal pleasure. Soon it was time to exchange students, and both sides walked towards each other. When Huo Yuhao and Meng Hongzhen passed each other, she called out to him, "Is there a problem?" Huo Yuhao paused. Meng Hongzhen blushed slightly and asked softly, "Will you return to Shrek in a year?" Huo Yuhao laughed dumbly and said, "Yes." Hearing this, Meng Hongzhen left with the team, happily looking at the old sister whose head seemed to have pink bubbles coming out. Xiao Hongzhen couldn't stop shaking his head. How attractive is this guy Huo Yuhao? Why is it that my sister can't stop thinking about him after meeting him a few times? Obviously, I am the one who should remember Huo Yuhao the most. Sense of shame and then courage. He is no longer the weak self he was 2 years ago. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongzhen also said loudly, "Huo Yuhao, I look forward to fighting you again in the next competition. Let's talk about it next time." Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly and said goodbye. To be honest, he didn't even want to play in the Baby Cup and bully the noobs. Achievement triggered. Achieve the 1-year period achievement in Dream World and receive the reward of Snow Washing Goo. Snow Washing Goo, a 4th level goo worm, a healing goo worm, made from the snow white leaves of the snow willow, with outstanding detoxification capabilities. Evaluation: what cannot be cured is the poison of love sickness. Achieve the 3-year agreement achievement in Xiao Hongjin and receive the Golden Dragon Goo as a reward. Golden Dragon Goo, a 4th level goo worm, an attacking goo worm, which can attack like a golden dragon when activated. It looks like an earthworm, but if you look closely, it has claws and a head, like a little dragon. Evaluation: don't despise the poor young people. And there's the familiar smell of free food as expected. They are the Red Dust brothers and sisters. End of this chapter. Chapter 274. Everyone shows their abilities. The physical test ends. As the exchange of members between the two sides ended, Yan Xiao smiled calmly. Master Hongjin, let's say goodbye now. Jing. Hongjin clasped his fists and said, Brother Yan, take care on your journey. After their eyes met, Yan Xiao's leaped up and immediately demonstrated the skills of a super Douluo, control of space. I saw him stepping on the void, as if there was an invisible staircase in the air, and in a flash he soared up to the sky. Looking at the stunned crowd, Huo Yuhao secretly shook his head and told everyone to sit down. This was something left over from his 3-ring period. While everyone at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was shocked, they quickly used their flying soul guides to take off and keep up with Yan Xiao's. Jing Hongjin frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. Just a martial spirit department dean, he has reached the super Douluo realm that is difficult for everyone in the Sun Moon Empire to glimpse. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the first martial spirit department academy in the continent, and its foundation is indeed very profound. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at the Shrek people, smiling and said, I am the master of Mingde Hall, Jing Hongjin. On behalf of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, I welcome you to join us. The journey is long, so let's go. He soared into the air, and 2 slender golden wings spread out behind him, which also gave the Shrek people a soul guide shock. Compared with Shrek's bulky flying soul guide, Jing Hongjin's flying soul guide does not feel metallic at all. It is like a pair of bionic wings, slim, soft, light and cool. As Jing Hongjin's soul power was activated, a layer of golden light curtain descended from the sky and carried the Shrek group up into the sky like flying clouds. I saw that the golden light wings outside had expanded 1,000 times, and a layer of golden light film covered them. The scene outside kept changing and quickly rushed towards the direction of Mingde to take people flying. Under the protection of the golden light film, not only can one isolate oneself from the impact of external airflow, but one can even speak freely as if walking on flat ground. It is somewhat similar to the aircraft form transformed from his own evil god wings. This also reminded Huo Yuhao of the motion sickness he experienced the last time Zhuangzi took people flying. Zhuangzi is a level 98 super Douluo. In terms of flying experience alone, he was completely blew away by this ordinary title Douluo of level 93. There is no harm without comparison if Shrek is still studying how to reduce the air resistance of hang gliders to increase flight speed, then Mingde Tang has already manufactured a real airplane. Feeling Jing Hongjin's intimidation, Fan Yu's face became solemn, but more of it was helplessness and bitterness, and even admiration. As an 8th level soul engineer, he was certain that the gap between their Shrek and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in terms of soul guides was absolutely huge. Fortunately, Elder Mu overruled the opposition and ordered Shrek Academy to vigorously develop soul guides, which gave them the opportunity to pursue. Everyone, are you still getting used to it? Jing Hongjin's voice was transmitted into the light film. As the captain, he is responsible for controlling the flight and cannot be in the light film with everyone else. This is also one of the disadvantages of this flying soul guide. Fan Yu sincerely admired and said, it really amazes me. I didn't expect that your college's research on soul guides has reached such a level. Not nearly enough. Jing Hongjin shook his head and continued, this soul guide consumed a large amount of precious materials. We created it more for research. In fact, we are only temporarily ahead in soul guide technology. We are far behind your Shrek Academy in terms of soul master talent. At the end, he changed the subject and brought a topic to Huo Yuhao. My grandchildren often mention Huo Yuhao from your academy. In the final of the last soul master competition, it was he who defeated the combined martial arts fusion skills of 2 people on his own. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Yuhao, for showing mercy. When these words were spoken, except for Fan Yu, He Tao and Ningguang who knew about the situation, the other 8 inner courtyard students who were skilled in soul guidance devices were all shocked. The people involved were also confused, because Shrek did not publicize the details of the previous soul master competition. Everyone just knew that it was another mediocre championship. This was naturally a matter of course for Shrek. Only those who are interested would investigate the specific information at that time. Who would have thought that Huo Yuhao, who had only been in school for less than 2 years, would play such an important role in winning the championship? 2 years ago, the Hongqian siblings were already Soul Kings and level 5 Soul Instructors. One can imagine how powerful Huo Yuhao was who defeated them. Perhaps this is a level of strength that many inner court disciples of the Wuhan department could not achieve until graduation. I thought he was just a relative. Now it seems that Huo Yuhao, who holds the title of Soul Spirit Teacher, is really here to supervise their cultivation of soul power levels. For a moment, they also started to have wild thoughts, but what they didn't know was that Huo Yuhao, the master of the spirit transferring pagoda, had already jumped out of the 3 realms and was no longer within the 5 elements. Even graduates from Shrek's inner courtyard had to come to his spirit pagoda to continue working and struggling. You are overpraising me, Hall Master, Huo Yuhao praised. Your grandchildren are also extremely outstanding. Even in Shrek, where there are many talented people, they are also rare top talents. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqian's smile softened a bit. The more he looked at Huo Yuhao, the more he liked him. He only hated that he was not from their Sun Moon Empire. However, even if they are not one of us, we can still turn enemies into friends. Jing Hongqian suddenly remembered his granddaughter's idea. Since ancient times, heroes have been unable to resist the temptation of beautiful women. It seems that Huo Yuhao's conditions are not impossible. Just like that, while on the way, the two people with different thoughts started chatting. Fan Yu would occasionally interrupt the topic and ask questions about soul guides. In this regard, Jing Hongqian openly shared and popularized these technologies that did not involve the core secrets of Mingdedang. He even talked about giving special treatment to Huo Yuhao, a third-level soul engineer, ensuring that he could enter Mingde Hall to study at any time, and that he was free to study with which teacher he wanted in the future. Fan Yu's treatment was naturally similar in Jing Hongqian's opinion, as long as they are not allowed to come into contact with the core secrets of Mingde Hall. It is safe for the Shrek people to learn, not to mention that they may not be able to learn it. Even if they can learn it, so what? Compared to Douluo, Mingdedang's soul guide technology is hundreds of years ahead, and the gap cannot be made up by the efforts of just a few people. This is pure confidence. It is also a kind of arrogance of technological monopoly. Upon hearing this, while Shrek's students showed envious expressions as exchange students, they can only visit Mingde Hall for 2 days a week. Only after passing the assessment of Mingde Hall can they stay in Mingde Hall indefinitely until the end of this exchange study. Especially the 8 people from the inner courtyard, they all made up their minds to build a good relationship with Huo Yuhao in the future. It's not shameful to be close to someone. Evening comes. The destination ahead is Mingdu. The capital of the Sun and Moon Empire is called Sun and Moon City, also known as the Ming capital. Is the political, economic and cultural center of the Sun Moon Empire. This city is extremely large, even larger than the capitals of the 3 kingdoms of Douluo combined. After entering Mingdu, Jing Hongqian deliberately slowed down so that everyone could see the scenery below clearly, and introduced, "We have entered Mingdu. You will all live in the city for the next 2 years or so. I hope you will like it here." Looking at the prosperous night scene of Mingdu, everyone exclaimed continuously. What comes into view is a complex of buildings that are arranged in an orderly manner and stacked one on top of another in this seemingly endless city. Countless soul-guiding lamps are dotted throughout, the lights are bright, and the dazzling lights can even compete with the stars in the night sky. Looking down at Mingdu, Huo Yuhao was slightly dazed, as if he recalled the memories of his previous life. As expected, soul guidance technology also changes life at this time. Fan Yu couldn't help but ask, "Master Hongqian, why doesn't your Mingdu have a city wall?" Jing Hongqian said calmly, "Mingdu doesn't need a city wall." This simple sentence gave rise to endless thoughts, and everyone in Shrek except Huo Yuhao was shocked how confident. Even Shrek, who is as powerful as the clouds, can't do this, right? Is this the charm of soul guide technology? Another quarter of an hour of flying time. Everyone came to a hexagonal area outlined by lights. It is the territory of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Golden light floated down. Jing Hongqian and everyone landed on a wide square, and the light film quietly disappeared in the square. There were already more than a dozen people waiting there, and they quickly came forward to greet them. The leader was a short and fat middle-aged man. He came in front of Jing Hongqian and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master, everything has been arranged." Jing Hongqian smiled and said, "Let me introduce you to everyone. This is the director of our Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Lin Jiai. In the next 2.5 years, Your life and study will be inseparable from him. Jai, you make arrangements for the children. Yuhao, Fanau, follow me. The three of them left as for Shrek's exchange students. They have to participate in the tense and exciting physical test. After distributing the necessary items, Lin Jai did not rush to take them for the physical examination, but gave them some time to rest and adjust. While introducing some precautions of the academy, the 6 grades of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy are not divided according to age. The only requirement for admission is that students must have the strength of a soul master above level 10, possess 1 soul ring, and must not be over 12 years old. But after entering school, age is no longer an important indicator for dividing grades. It all depends on one's soul guide ability. The more capable one is, the better. As long as you reach the level of a first-level soul master, you can enter the 2nd grade to continue your studies. When you reach the level of a 2nd-level soul master, you will be promoted to the 3rd grade, and so on. If Huo Yuhao had started out by enrolling in the Sun Moon Royal Academy, his career advancement would have been just as fast, and he would have been able to enter Ming Hall within just a few years, and even break the record of the Sun Moon Empire. Compared to the cruel elimination system of Shrek's outer courtyard, the learning atmosphere here is obviously much more relaxed. There is only 1 soul mentor level assessment, and there are multiple opportunities to try again. However, it is not possible to repeat a grade unconditionally here, as there are also age restrictions. If you fail to reach the 3rd level soul master after the age of 18, you will have to leave the academy to make a living. If you can reach it, you can stay until you are 25 years old. The academy will even provide sufficient living expenses during the study period. Anyone who can reach the 5th level soul master before the age of 25 will be eligible to participate in the Ming Hall assessment. Because of this upgrade method, the number of students in each grade in the academy varies greatly. The higher the grade, the fewer students there are. For example, in the 1st grade, there are 32 classes, with 40 students in each class. In the 2nd grade, this number is reduced by 1/3. By the 6th grade, the number of level 5 soul mentors is even smaller, usually only about 10 in each class. All of them are led by a mentor in their studies to prepare for the subsequent Ming Hall assessment. Soon, the physical examination began. The students underwent physical tests one after another, and after detailed analysis by the soul conductor instrument, each piece of data was accurately reported and recorded. Lin Jiai's expression became more and more solemn. In terms of physical fitness alone, even many students who have entered Ming Hall were somewhat inferior to this group of people at the same age. And according to what he knew, it seemed that in Shrek Academy, only soul masters with poor martial spirit talent would study soul guides in depth. It is conceivable how perverted the martial arts students in Shrek's inner courtyard are at this moment. Lin Jiai thought of Huo Yuhao, who had left early with a dean in the last soul master competition. It was Huo Yuhao's appearance that shattered the Sun Moon Academy's dream of winning the championship. It can be said that at that time he already had the strength of a top soul emperor or even a soul sage. After 2 years, how strong has he become? Damn, I really want to know. Unfortunately, the Hall Master had already specifically instructed in advance not to do anything to this team spirit teacher. And as long as it did not involve core secrets, he would be given the green light all the way. The last person comes on stage looking at the Tuolhe K Tao. Lin Jiai's eyes lit up. His skin color was somewhat like that of the nobles of the Sun and Moon Empire. In the Sun Moon Empire, black has always been the noblest color. Although not all nobles have dark skin, almost all people in the Sun Moon Empire with dark skin are nobles. The light of the soul conductor's side instrument began to scan from top to bottom, and the voice of the teacher in charge of recording also became a little higher. Physical strength level 73. Physical toughness level 69. Soul power level 54. Bone age 17 years old. Soul bones added to the trunk bone and right arm bone. Wow, a human-shaped soul beast. When the data were reported one by one, the entire physical examination room fell silent in an instant. Countless people swallowed their saliva at this moment. How fierce. He Tao disagreed with this. I can only say that it was all thanks to the cultivation of Shrek and the Spirit Pagoda. Yuhao's kindness is not over yet. Lin Jiai also widened his eyes. Is this guy a freak? Wow, a person with a soul power level of 54 has an average physical fitness that has reached the soul saint level, and he has this badge of a 6th level soul engineer on his chest. Without any hesitation, he directly instructed the recording soul master to highlight EK Tao in the document. What a perfect body. Although he is a little older and his soul power level is lower, but judging from his physical data, he is simply tailor-made for a soul engineer. It was for this reason that Lin Jiayi thought of Huo Yuhao again. According to reliable intelligence sources, the 14-year-old Huo Yuhao has at least reached the realm of Soul King. Coupled with the strength he demonstrated in the last competition, this is much more outrageous than what happened with K Tao as the director of the teaching department of the top Soul Instructor Academy in the entire continent. Lin Jiayi has met many talented students, but someone as exaggerated as Huo Yuhao simply doesn't exist. Although he did not know his specific physical data, Lin Jiayi could conclude that Huo Yuhao would definitely become a super Douluo or even the legendary ultimate Douluo. Fortunately, even though he possesses a precious spiritual martial soul, that kid's talent is not in soul guides, and his soul guide level is only level 3, otherwise he will definitely be the biggest trouble for the Empire in the future. Just the achievement in martial spirit. It seems like a big trouble? Thinking of this, looking at everyone who was still in shock, Lin Jiayi suddenly felt a little bored. At the same time, after Fan Yu left, Huo Yuhao rejected Jing Hongzhen's unilateral attempt to win him over. Even if the other party has promised to open double the conditions, can he still give up the position of the head of Ming Duel to me? Even if he gave in, she would still not be as attractive as his granddaughter. Cough cough. After some more tug of war, Huo Yuhao finally did not continue to reject Jing Hongzhen's kindness, and reluctantly accepted the token with the word Hongzhen engraved on the back. Achievement triggered. Achieve the achievement of Mirror Red Dust's marriage plan and receive the reward of the Feely Goo. Effortless Goo, a rank 4 Goo that can make the enemy waste more energy with every move, doubling the power loss. Evaluation. Do you want to give you a wife? Sure enough, boys still have to protect themselves when they are outside. This old man really has bad intentions. End of this chapter. Chapter 275. Young teacher, beautiful student. The test ends here. The teachers will lead you to move into the dormitory later. I hope you will like this place in the next 2.5 years. The test was completed successfully, and Lin Jiayi also announced the disbandment as for the study of soul guide knowledge, that is, the selection of instructors. It will officially begin tomorrow as a 3rd-level soul engineer. Ningqian also enjoys the same treatment as a 5th-level soul engineer of the Sun Moon Royal Academy. As for how much she can learn from her mentor, it all depends on her personal efforts and understanding. The dormitory for Shrek exchange students is arranged on the top floor of the 6th grade dormitory area. Not only can they avoid being disturbed by others, but they are also single occupants. Each person is given a 20 square meter room with a private bathroom. Although it cannot be called luxurious, it is quite clean and tidy, and is equipped with all kinds of functional soul guides. It is much better than the dormitory conditions in the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy. In the end, Huo Yuhao refused the arrangement to live in the Minghall teacher's dormitory and also chose to live in the 6th grade dormitory. The Sun Moon Royal Academy did not do anything like secretly installing surveillance equipment in the room. Open-minded indeed. Feeling this long-lost sense of technology, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the existence of the system, he might have really come to the Sun and Moon Empire to seek another way out, live and wait for death. After obtaining the Xianmeng Ice Silkworm and Yilao, thinking back to the exchange with Jing Hongzhen just now, from his just-in-time approach to winning over, one can also see his eager attitude to recruit talented people. He is just short of selling his granddaughter, so there is no need to explain his attitude. Yan Xiao's did the same thing back then, and Jing Hongzhen is using the same trick now. Do you really think that Huo Yuhao is obsessed with the women? Of course, putting Meng Hongzhen aside, he had no intention of joining the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. On the contrary, he came here to poach people. Zhuan Ziwen, the loyal elder of the Spirit Transmission Tower, was waiting for him to come and rescue him. During this process, Shrek can also put his philosophy of fighting evil into practice and clean up the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit Church. Of course, it would be even better if we could also disrupt the current situation in the Sun Moon Empire. You know, in recent years, the health of the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire has not been good, and the old-fashioned succession crisis has been brewing secretly. This has to do with Su Xianren, the Crown Prince of the Sun Moon Empire. His position was originally as solid as a rock, and it was almost certain that he would succeed the throne. However, because of a palace coup secretly planned by the second prince in the past, Su Xianren was seriously injured and lost both legs, becoming unable to walk, which became a fatal blow. Fortunately, after Su Xianren was attacked, he immediately suppressed the doubts with powerful means, and even found out the real culprit behind the incident and executed him by slow slicing as a warning to others. This saved his position as crown prince, but it was also because of this that, in the face of Su Xianren's ridiculous remarks, the other princes still did not give up their fight for the throne. As the time of Emperor Sun and Moon's death is approaching, Undercurrents have begun to surge recently. There are currently two key people who can influence the situation in the fight for the throne, one of whom is Jing Hongqian, who has a special identity as the head of Ming Hall and the dean of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. His position in the empire is extremely important. It can be said that no matter which prince wants to ascend to the throne, he needs his support. The other person is Juzi, the core member besides Su Xianren. You can even say that as long as Orange is dealt with, the war strength of the Sun Moon Empire will definitely drop significantly. Of course, this has nothing to do with Huo Yuhao, who can form an army by himself. The scourge of the undead is no joke, is it that you, the Sun Moon Empire, want to see the power of the Holy Death God? With Master Yi protecting him, Huo Yuhao was not panicked at all. He just wanted to complete a mission. What bad intentions could he have? Normally at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, the choice between 6th grade students and teachers is also a two-way process. Moreover, in many cases, it is the teachers who choose the students rather than the students choosing the teachers. Excellent teachers often have higher requirements for the students. The Shrek students who had the privilege of being exchange students were paired up with 10 teachers from the Sun and Moon Academy by random drawing under Lin Jiai's arrangement. Each person leads one, and the subsequent assessments of Ming Hall are also conducted separately. In the original novel, Zhuan Ziwen, whom He Guo met during the lottery, was a typical example of someone who had high demands on his students. He even gave He Guo an assessment that was called a test, but was actually meant to dissuade him from the exam. And during the conversation with Jing Hongqian yesterday, the other party also recommended Zhuan Ziwen, a very responsible mentor candidate, who just happened to be what Huo Yuhao wanted, so he naturally did not refuse. In Fan Yu's words, this teacher Zhuan is extraordinary. He is an 8th-level soul instructor at a young age and a top researcher at Ming Hall. Don't miss the opportunity to learn from him, Fan Yu said. Zhuan's talent is far better than mine. Although both are level 8 soul masters, there are still differences between them. As an 8th-level soul engineer in his 30s, Zhuan can be said to be extremely young. However, even if Jing Hongqian came forward, given Zhuan's personality, he would probably give Huo Yuhao an on-the-spot test. If he passed, everyone would be happy, but if he failed, there would be nothing he could do to help. Therefore, today's lottery pairing has nothing to do with him. He can just go directly to Zhuan's laboratory after dinner. It was also because Huo Yuhao had occupied this position in advance that Zhuan was not among the 10 mentors arranged by Lin Jiai. At this moment, Huo Yuhao was having a meal alone in the cafeteria. In his spare time, he took the opportunity to observe the situation outside and with K Tao and the others. Every dormitory building of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy has its own cafeteria, and the higher the grade, the better the food. So apart from Ming Hall, where there is a dedicated person responsible for delivering meals, the food in the 6th grade dormitory is the best. Moreover, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is wealthy and provides free food and accommodation, and even tuition fees are subsidized. Of course, in terms of taste and ingredients, it is obviously not as good as the delicacies carefully prepared with carefully selected ingredients in Shrek's inner courtyard, but it's also a large portion and full. And there are very few people in the 6th grade cafeteria because there are only a few dozen 6th-year students in the entire Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. And all of them are level 5 soul instructors or above. This is also the reason why Huo Yuhao chose to live in the 6th grade dormitory. After all, eating is convenient. His appetite is still a little too big since it was his first time visiting the cafeteria. Huo Yuhao ordered one portion of all the dishes. This breakfast alone was estimated to be worth hundreds of gold soul coins. Ignoring the shocked looks from the cafeteria lady and other students, Huo Yuhao found a seat and enjoyed his meal leisurely. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps. I subconsciously raised my head and saw two figures, one tall and one short, coming towards me. It's over. I forgot that today is the day when the exchange students from Shrek enter school. All the delicious food has been snatched away. The tall girl's voice sounded frustrated. Humph, Orange, I told you about this yesterday, and you dragged me to study the soul guide until so late. Who do you think is to blame? The girl next to him retorted unhappily. Okay, Keek, it's my fault. Let's eat first. The tall girl, Orange, still looked a bit sleepy and her long black hair was a little messy, draped freely over her shoulders. Her face is exquisitely carved, and her skin is as soft and smooth as mutton fat jade. Even the ordinary school uniforms she wears perfectly outline her graceful figure, and her innocent temperament is very eye-catching. Standing next to Orange is a petite girl. Although not as stunning as Orange, she is equally pretty and charming. In just a moment, the two people who trotted into the cafeteria became the focus of the whole place. and immediately attracted everyone's attention. This is a familiar combination. Could they be the two generals under Zhuan Ziwen? I didn't expect to meet them in the cafeteria on the first day. Is it the butterfly effect? In the original novel, the first meeting between Hogua and Juzi was actually quite unpleasant. The reason was that Hogua said something after watching Juzi finish engraving the core array, which caused Juzi to react and the two of them fought. In the end, Juzi was frozen by the Everfreeze domain. After thawing, Juzi, who was still angry, even found his companions to exclude Hogua and make trouble. Now, Huo Yuhao would naturally not act like this. After glancing at the two of them, he continued to deal with the food in front of him. Juzi and Keek also noticed the outstanding Huo Yuhao. This stunning appearance, coupled with a pile of bowls and plates in front of his table, and the large pot of unfinished food, it is really difficult to comment. Shocked, a teenager actually did this in the cafeteria in broad daylight. The men were silent and the women were in tears. Juzi and Keek couldn't help but quicken their pace and soon arrived at the food window in the cafeteria. KK then started to complain quietly, "Why is this rare handsome guy actually a foodie, just like you, Orange? Maybe you two can unexpectedly get along well?" I finally fell in love with her this time, but she failed so completely. Originally, Keek was very attracted by Huo Yuhao's looks, but when I thought about this huge appetite, the charm disappeared immediately. The food in the cafeteria is free, but it shouldn't be like this, right? What's the difference? Orange couldn't help but explain, "I don't eat as much as he does. I just like to eat delicious food." As if she didn't hear Orange's rebuttal, KK continued to pull Langpei. "He doesn't look like someone from our college. He should be an exchange student from Shrek." At this point, she seemed to have thought of something and started to encourage him. "I think he's a little younger than us. It is definitely difficult for a boy of this age to reject a pure older sister like you. Orange, you have such good looks. You should seize the opportunity." Stop, stop, stop. Can't you even stop eating? After finishing their meal, the two found a place to sit down. Orange also spoke up to stop KK's teasing. "Have you forgotten my goal? I swore that I would marry the person who cooks the best food in the mainland." "How greedy. No one can meet your request, right?" K spread her hands and continued to complain. "Your idea really tortured Zimu. He delayed the Minghall assessment for a year because of you, and now he takes time out every day to learn how to cook. To be honest, Zimu is really good to you. Why don't you wake up?" Orange rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Forget it. I don't want to find an insecure man. You want good cooking skills and a sense of security. That's a lot to ask for." K shook her head helplessly and continued, "If a handsome guy at this level can't impress you, then you may really end up living alone in the future." While eating, Orange responded, "It doesn't matter. I don't like handsome guys. I'm not as crazy about them as you are. If you like them, I'll give them to you. The mere purple wood is no match for it." K couldn't help rubbing her hands together, and said thoughtfully, "If it's this junior, then I don't think I can do it either." "Oh, Chew, come on then," Orange chimed in casually, urging, "Eat quickly, we'll continue with the unfinished experiment later." "Alright." After meal following the instructions, Huo Yuhao walked towards Zhuan Ziwan's laboratory. Come to the third laboratory. The person who opened the door was Orange, whom I had met once in the cafeteria. After seeing Huo Yuhao, she blurted out, "Aren't you the guy who ate a lot in the cafeteria? What are you doing here?" Hearing this, the corner of Huo Yuhao's mouth twitched slightly. "What the hell is that name? What's wrong with having a bigger appetite? Besides, weren't you too much more embarrassed than him just now as you were racing against time to eat?" Without waiting for his reply, a middle-aged man's voice came, "Is it Huo Yuhao?" Orange let him in. "It's me, Teacher Zhuan." After replying, Huo Yuhao walked directly into the laboratory and came in front of Zhuan Ziwan. After glancing at the level 3 Soul Master badge on Huo Yuhao's chest, Zhuan Ziwan said calmly, "I'm Zhuan Ziwan, and I'll be your teacher from today on. I don't care what your soul mentor level was in Shrek Academy before, you need to go through my test again here, but my time is very tight. If you can't pass my test, go to the library and study on your own. If you think this is unfair to you, you can ask Lin Jiayi to change your instructor." If Jing Hongchen had enforced Huo Yuhao on him, he would not have wanted to take on this task. It's not that there is any discrimination against low-level soul engineers. Low-level is not scary. What is scary is that as a soul engineer, you have no ideas and creativity. As for the reason for resistance, he was also mentioned, He was very busy. Instead of asking him to teach Huo Yuhao, it would be better to find someone with more patience sensing the other party's emotions. Huo Yuhao smiled and took out his purple 6th level soul engineer badge from the storage ring. Actually, I'm a level 6 soul instructor. Did you do it on purpose or accidentally, Zhuan? Ziwen's mouth twitched, revealing a surprised emotion, and said seriously, but your level 6 badge was issued by Shrek Academy, so you still need to take an exam here. You can choose any materials here. I will give you 1 hour to make a level 5 soul god core array that you think is the best, Zhuan. Ziwen did not ask why Huo Yuhao wanted to hide his identity as a 3rd level soul engineer. He wanted to see how real this Shrek soul mentor badge was. Generally speaking, Shrek's level 6 can only be regarded as level 5 here, or is it that this young man in front of me is really incredibly talented? Zhuan Ziwen relationship, acquaintance achievement mission, prove it to me. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.